All right, I think everything's working properly. Good morning, chat. Yeah, I forgot to turn the chat on before when I started the stream, but we should be all good now. We're all having a good one. Sorry for no streams over the weekend. I didn't plan on streaming Monday. I'll be streaming next Monday probably. We'll see. Yeah, I should be streaming next Monday. I didn't plan on streaming this Monday. Did some stuff around the house, painted the shed, stuff like that. So, yeah, doing a Baltimore watch party at least for day 2. Well, what we'll probably do for that is probably won't wake up early for day 1, and whenever I just start up the stream on Saturday, we'll like tune into the rest of day 1 on Saturday, and then I'll try and wake up early. For Sunday. Appreciate that months there, Urban Legend. Appreciate the 4 months there, Ichiban GG. Get up early on Sunday to watch day 2, but like I don't know, the level of gameplay in day 1 is usually whatever until the end of the day sometimes. But yeah, Azul might be buying a quality patch shirt. Do the sizes run bigger or smaller? In my experience with shirt sizes, I would say they're about average. Like, they are what they are. Assuming you're playing Mew and Lugia, what do you think about 01 Tina line? Because Sinnoh doesn't even shut off that play versus Strago. Oh, I think Lugia is favored against Strago to begin with. If only slightly, so I don't know if I would tech for it. Yeah, I don't know if I would tech for it because of that. If I thought the matchup was unfavorable, which maybe you do, and if you do, then I would say teching for it seems worth it. Do you still need vacuum in the stellar meta? I don't know. We don't know what the stellar meta is. That's not a question. You need vacuum when certain decks are popular enough to warrant playing vacuum. That's it, but that's true across all formats. But we don't know what the stellar meta is, the stellar format is. Or at least I don't. I guess you could look at Japan and try and make a conclusion from that, but I don't know, because I haven't done that. But it does seem like Japan's format right now is literally just like our current format, which is pretty boring. It seems like we might have the exact... Well, hang on. That's not true. They don't actually have... They don't actually have... They don't actually have Surging Sparks. They just have the 2 starter decks. They just have, well, for Surging Sparks. So for 2 formats, no. It seems like the Stellar Crown format is literally just like the current format with Stellar Crown cards. Which means Dragapult gets better, but that's maybe it. Dragapult maybe becomes an actual deck. But besides that, it seems pretty similar. Vacuum. Do we still in the Stellar... My answer should be, do we still need vacuum in the Stellar meta? I don't know. I haven't tested the format. We have a small glimpse into Stellar meta in this week of City League. Yeah, from what we've seen from we could take a look at that real fast actually to start the stream. That's fine. We can start with that. Since you're not going to Baltimore, can you do a spreadsheet routine for content? Interested to see your thought process? No. Is the seller set already legal this weekend? No. It becomes legal 2 weeks after set release. You see the Greninja EX, Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX, Nor list that topped the City League? List was a dumb pile. Sounds like a pretty terrible deck. Also on the new Sylveon? It's interesting, but it doesn't seem powerful enough. Yeah, it's interesting, but it doesn't seem powerful enough. Wouldn't the Stellar Crown format always be the current format plus the Stellar Crown cards? I know you're trolling me, Curry, but yes. Well, I don't know what I said. It seems like no, I think I said it correctly, right? The Stellar Crown format. Wait, it seems like the meta with the Stellar Crown cards is literally the exact same meta. That's what I should have said. I don't know exactly what I said, so you might be right. I know you're trolling me. Appreciate the 7 months there, Pat Broch. What I should have said is, the format with the Stellar Crown cards does not seem to have changed the meta. You literally said what I typed. I know what you meant, though. Okay. Yeah, what I should have said is the Stellar Crown format doesn't seem to change the meta at all. That's what I should say. I do think it's important to know the distinction between a format and meta. And people always like, well, some people are serious, some people are showing me, bringing up semantics about format and meta. But I think it's important to know the distinction between the two, because you can have more in-depth conversations about the Pokemon TCG that we can all follow along if we use the terms correctly. For anyone who doesn't know, format is the card pool. The meta is what the players at major tournaments choose to play, or what is like just popular. You don't even have to use like major formats. You could be like, what are the most popular decks in online tournaments right now? Because that online tournaments definitely are different than major tournaments. And then you could even be like, what are the most popular decks on the ladder? There's also like a ladder meta that you can like play towards, and maybe you would play Spiritomb in a deck out for laddering to maximize win percentage on ladder, and you wouldn't play the Spiritomb at major tournaments. So it could be like a little bit of a difference there. But yeah, format is the card pool. Meta is what people are choosing to play of that card pool in high enough percentages that make it relevant to know. And your local meta? Yeah, local meta, that's another one. Yeah, that's like PTCG Live ladder meta, local meta, online tournament meta, major tournament meta. And the most important one is the major tournament meta. The one that most people care about and that like drives the meta forward consistently is the major tournament meta. Like, it was really interesting to see. It'd be really interesting to see to like take all the formats that happened over COVID and then redo them with major tournaments and see how much, because like, yeah, the major tournaments progress the meta a lot faster than if there's no major tournaments. If there's 0 major tournaments, the meta progresses slower, because like proof of concept is really important for people and like the general community to latch onto as a reason to pick up a deck or play a deck. So, and the highest proof of concept that we have in the Pokemon TCG is major tournament performance. And we validate that higher, which we should. It's more important to win a major tournament than a 100% online tournament. But without major tournaments, without something to latch onto and push the meta forwards with like major tournaments, like during COVID, the meta was like really slow and boring, because if there was innovations out there that were happening, there was no spotlight being put on them to the point where people actually changed and adjusted what they did. Except for the Players' Cups. But there wasn't that many Players' Cups, obviously. Like, being backed by top players is a pretty big driver, too. Yeah, that also is a pretty big impact, I would say. For sure. I think top players endorsing decks and pushing them, not like in a meta manipulation way, but just push him because like, yo, I think his deck's broken. Will become less relevant. Well, maybe that's not true. It's like more relevant now. I think it'll become less relevant the better the community gets at the game, of course. Because more people will trust their own opinion more. But the average player will have to get better for that to happen. See towards Dragon Ball Masterclass. But Dragon Ball wasn't like that popular at NAIC. It was still decently popular, I guess. It was still decently popular. I mean, yeah, how popular? The question is like how popular would it have been if Tord didn't do that Masterclass? Less popular, right? Less popular. Appreciate the 50 months there, Jedi Medic. What was the youngest age you ever coached? I don't know the exact age of all. Like, I coached players in the juniors division, but I don't know the exact age of them. So juniors division level players, age players. Any tips for coaching junior players? I had thought about this before. I mean, no, I haven't like really thought about coaching in that way in a long time. I don't really have like I've had a I've had like something I was like working on in the past, like coaching juniors players versus and early seniors players versus like late seniors players and then masters players. Because like late seniors players are basically masters at that point, in the way that they like should develop the way they're thinking about the game. But juniors are definitely a little bit different. But I don't do coaching anymore, so. Am I getting a PS5 Pro? No, probably not. I have a PS5, so I don't see a reason to. This is the first I've heard about a PS5 Pro. Am I coaching any senior citizens getting into the game? No. What do you think will be the next tier 0? I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. What's up, Romero? Did parents ever pay for coaching for kids who had never played at all, and you had to teach them the basics? No, I don't think I ever had that kind of. I never had a session like that. Does Dragon Ball cook? I'll fix your question there. Does Dragon Ball improve with the new A spec that makes the attack cost 1 for, or is a different A spec better? I think that is probably the best A spec to play in Dragon Ball, but I would need to actually test, obviously. It seems like the best one to play. What color do I recommend for sleeves? I mean, they're all the same at the end of the day if you get the same type of sleeves, but I like from Dragon Shield specifically, like tangerines and the magentas. Am I attending Baltimore? No. Why do you like to play Snar so much in major tournaments? I always just play the deck that I think is like gives me the best chance of winning a tournament. Nothing to do with Snorlax. Meanwhile, I still play Warzone. I haven't played Warzone in a while. It's been a long time. Crispin plus Crystal just make Dragon Ball good? Maybe. It definitely makes the deck better. I don't know about good. Where can you find the Juniors Worlds list? You can check out... Actually, it's on Limitless now, I think. Limitless is posting Juniors and Seniors results. Yeah, check Limitless. Check Limitless. Actually, we can go check anyways, because I'm going to go over Limitless. Do you think Zard lists are too cooked right now? Or do they need 40 tech cards for everything? The Fire Lizard up and going? I don't know. I haven't really messed around with Charizard at all recently. I don't know. Can you go to... How do you go to different divisions now? Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's just all on Limitless now. And will be moving forward. The one thing I want to check here was City League results. But look what's winning. The only new deck it looks like that Saddle Crown adds to the format is Dragapult. But Dragapult was also apparently supposed to be good when Dragapult released, and it wasn't. So we'll have to wait and see for sure. Dragapult was doing very well in Japan on release at City Leagues, and then ended up being a terrible deck. So will this be the same story? It could. We'll see. Obviously, Dragapult does get buffed, right? And we see people running the Crystal. Down here, they got the Crispin. So they got one Crispin, whatever. Could be good. This one's got a stone. What are we trying to trap in the active here? That could be a good meme. Hit him with Iono to 1, counter catcher, stone on your Dragapult, trap him. No Defiance Band is weird. Radiant Alakazam is also weird. Hawlucha's like reasonable. Like this list has the Dusknoir and Thornton. They're rocking. Is TM Devo for Mirror now? Are people teching Mirror? Everyone has TM Devo, but the only heavy evolution deck that I'm seeing here, a Charizard as well. I always heard the argument that like you beat Charizard anyways with Dragapult, or you beat them at the same rate without TM Devo. No Defiance Band is weird as well, but I mean this one has like Dusknoir, and then like this is just all whatever. Like it's just Raging Bolt, Snorlax Stall. Like see, there's nothing new. Stellar Crown came out, and literally the only thing it did is make Dragapult good. Cringe. Team Devo good in Raging Bolt? No. Strapagos even good? I've seen zero hype, just discussion. I don't know. It's a good card. Strapagos is a good card. Is it actually going to be good enough? We'll have to wait and see, I guess. No one is running Area Zero. Yeah, on release, yeah, with Stellar Crown 2, Area Zero was everywhere, and now there's no Area Zero decks. Oh wait, this is May, so it's only this up right here. September 7th and September 8th. But this is after the meta's developed for a little bit. You consider online results when just trying to determine the meta for a regional? Not overly. I'd put some weight into it, but not a whole ton. But like, I would say, yeah, online tournament results don't really matter, but like the meta percentages are like indicative of like the meta changing, but not, you don't want to follow the exact percentages from online tournaments. But how long am I streaming today? I don't know, probably 5 or 6 hours. BCI seems to love Pult. They're giving the deck a buff with each new set. Dusknoir Crystal next set brings the Terra Orb. I mean, TBCI has nothing to do with creating cards, but yeah, the creators of the game are putting cards in the game that do make Dragapult a better deck. This is true. I don't know if it has anything to do with them loving Dragapult, but like that can be like, see, the thing is like I'm curious what the card designers like long-term plan is. Where they like, we want to release Dragapult, but we don't want it to be good, but we're gonna give it cards later. Like, what do they come up with like the Dragapult package first, and they're like, we're gonna make this card Dragapult EX, and we want to make a tool card that works with it to synergize with the Arven engine, and Crispin probably seems a little bit more out there. But let's just say that these three cards will come up all together, like Crispin, Dragapult, card, but it's like we don't want to release them in the same set. It's like, okay, let's not release them in the same set though. Terra Orb isn't even that good for it though. Yeah, Terra Orb just can find Terra Pokemon, and Dragapult is a Terra Pokemon, but I would say it's not like a direct. The tool card is like the biggest buff to Dragapult overall, I would say for sure. Maybe Crispin is, but one of the two. They said they have done that in the past, like with Gardevoir. Like they put together all the things they want with the. They put together a concept with a bunch of different ideas, but then they spread them out over multiple sets. Why right now, Alakazam? I don't know. You can ask them. No clue. Well, I mean, the reason to have it in there is so you can... Okay. The reason you play it... Now, is it better? The reason you play Radiant Alakazam is so when you punch with Dragapult, you spread damage to the bench. Maybe you don't quite get a knockout. You put damage on the active. But then it allows you to utilize the damage you put in play to, like, KOs, like, fresh Charmanders and Dreepies that hit the board after that. Stuff like that. So they say you punch a Charizard and you put 6 on a... I don't know, bench Pidgeot EX, and then they bench a Charmander next turn. Now you can Alakazam 20 damage over plus KO with 60 on the Charmander. Or you can use the damage in other ways too. Like if you punch something early game, then you could like gust up a Pheasantipity and move 10 over and then KO the Pheasantipity or something. Stuff like that. It allows you to manipulate the damage that you haven't played to actually take bigger knockouts later on in the game or set up checkmate board states. Usually when people ask that question, my assumption is they're asking is like, why would you play this over Charizard? And the answer is Charizard is probably still better, especially if Raging Bolt is this good. But if you don't actually know why, like there is pros to playing Alakazam, but the pros of Radiant Charizard seem like they probably usually outweigh it. But I was looking through these lists. There's like no one with Radiant Charizard in here. This list doesn't even have a. This one doesn't even have a thing. Yeah, it looks like they're all Alakazam or no. It's Alakazam or no Radiant. I'm not sure how I feel about no Radiant. When you could at least play Alakazam. They don't play Briar neither. Really? Is there no Briar in these lists? Oh, there's one Briar. Some of them are not playing the Briar though. You're right. This one doesn't have Briar. It was like 1 of 5, right? Yeah, 1 of 5 have Briar. Honestly, Briar might not be that good when there's so many 2 prizes in play to go after. Like, maybe Briar just doesn't make any sense to run. To be honest, I could see that, like Briar not being good. How's it beat Raging Bolt though? What? Briar seems good in Duskline mainly, right? I mean, it's better in those decks. I mean, maybe single prize decks have a chance if no one's playing Briar. Maybe there's some hope. Wouldn't Radzard just be better if Raging Bolt is good? I mean, that's my thought process, yeah. But that's what I would assume. If Raging Bolt is popular, but you can still beat them. Like, you just play the don't draw prize cards game, like punch a Raging Bolt, spread damage, bring up the Pheasantipity, punch it plus Iono, but don't KO it. Like counter catcher Iono, bring up Pheasantipity, punch it for 200, spread, and then next turn like draw four prize cards or something. Like Dragapult's game plan against Bolt can be to draw 6 prize cards and never take a knockout to turn on Pheasantipity. But doesn't mean Radzard wouldn't. I mean, Radzard definitely. I would assume like if you had to pick between the two. If you pick between Radzard or Alakazam, Radzard should increase your win rate against Bolt. But the question is by how much? Like, does it actually matter? This is a wild build right here. It's a Xatu build. Yeah, Prime Catcher instead. Temple of Sinnoh. Nah, trolling. Oh, wait, no, this is the older builds. I went too far back. That's like that's an old format. I was like, wait, what the heck is going on here? They might possibly still been trolling, but because they were playing Bolt in the old format, so they probably were still trolling, but it's more reasonable trolling. Only 2 Drago winners. Oh, these are already coming in from today, right? Yeah. Nothing crazy. Thornton, Terraball. Wait, Terraball. Oh, it finds Dragapult. That's interesting. Is that worth it? It finds Dragapult and Ogerpon? That's probably not worth it. 4th Nestball has got to be better than this card. No way. It is called Terraball, right? Isn't it just called Terraball? I can click on it. Yeah, literally Terraball. I think one of is good. I don't know about in replacement of a nest ball though. Maybe on top of a nest ball, but we see they only have 3 nest ball here, so I mean finding Ogerpons is like one of the biggest things you're trying to find early on, so oh, Terra Orb. Wait, what did it say when I clicked on it? Oh, it did say Terra Orb. It's called Terra Ball. Terra Orb. Drago's dead. I mean, it doesn't seem like it. Still winning over here. We'll have to wait and see, though. It seems like it'll probably survive. We'll see, though. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's take a look at these. What else was popping up in these? Oh. Hey, okay. Alkionor up here as well. That's a deck I need to play around with. Ceruledge. I always call it Armarouge, but Ceruledge is out here. The one thing we're gonna make a list for this deck actually here coming up. One thing I'm curious about this deck is like, should it play? Oh, there we go. How many Earthen Vessels should he play? My assumption is 4, but there's 4 in this list. Are we on average at a City League tournament? I think they're all capped at 64. Yeah, I think they're literally like all capped at 64. But I forget where I've seen that number before. Or they don't have to be capped at 64, but they just are capped at 60. Like, they're just 64. Yeah, City Leagues are just 64 players, I think, like, pretty much every single time. Who's this? Oh, it's just Moon. Okay. Pretty boring. Pretty boring. Palkia Owl. Oh, it's okay. It's just... There are some Area Zero decks in here. A little bit. But none of them are winning. We're only looking at the people who are winning. Yeah. So who are your deck list videos aimed to? I think it is so much better when you talk about different options in a deck than just dropping a list in a video. What do you mean? What videos? Like the IRL deck profile ones? I don't really think about stuff with like aims of whoever wants to watch them. Is how I never like think about content that way. But what are you comparing? I'm not sure what you're comparing. One you've seen in TikTok? Oh, well, the TikTok ones are just trying to get the deck. TikToks just don't last. TikToks are a minute. I literally can't talk about the list. There's no time to talk about the list. So it's just like putting the list out there and then directing people to the video on my YouTube channel. That's literally all those are for. It's like a preview of the deck. And then if you want to learn more about the deck, you go check out the YouTube video. But yeah, it's just, yeah, that's all it is. You just don't have time. There's no time in the TikToks to talk about decks. That's why. TikTok is anti-yapping. Yeah, literally. They don't let you yap. But it's best of one Swish, right? So the difference between winning and top 16 is just variance, right? I mean, you could make that argument for literally every game in the Pokemon TCG ever. There is more variance in the outcome of these tournaments, yes. There is more, yes. But, like, that's a bad argument. The winning players and winning decks are, on average, piloted. The players better. On average, the player is better and the list is better, on average, right? Or the deck is better. Still, even like a best-of-1 tournament. The more rounds you add, you go from best-of-1 to best-of-3, best-of-3 to best-of-5, you reduce the variance, but there's always a level of variance. But the things that go further, the people who go further generally played better, and their decks are generally better, right? Like, I can't show up to one of these tournaments with, oh, someone give me a bad deck with Palafin. Like, I'm probably not going to make top 16 with Palafin, right? I could. Probably not going to win with Palafin, but it's nothing to do with variance. You know what I'm saying? Everything to do with just playing a bad deck. At that point, I could play perfect with Palafin, right? I could probably pilot Palafin pretty well, right? I would say I know what I'm doing with Palafin, but I'm probably not going to still go very far. Why is everyone cutting 4 shoes and Raging Bolts? Because they think it... Well, I mean, so the simple answer to that... So the simple answer is... That's a bad question. Because the answer is always just because they think the deck works. Like, no one is like... Let's say you take 2 people with Raging Bolt lists. One player has 4 Pokegear and 0 Trekking Shoes. And the other player has 4 Trekking Shoes and 0 Pokegear. Neither of those players are playing that list of the deck with the intention of trying to lose more games of Pokemon. Both of them are like, hey, I think this gives me the highest win percentage with Raging Bolt. One of them plays 4 Pokegear, one of them plays 4 Trekking Shoes. Neither of them are like, yo, I think this actually lowers my win percentage, and I think I have a less chance of doing well by playing Pokegears, or the other person says, I think I have a less chance of doing well by playing Trekking Shoes. So the question isn't like, why are people cutting 4 shoes and Raging Bolts? It's not a very good question, because the answer is always because they think the deck is better without it, or with it, depending on what card you're asking the question about. The question you want to ask, specifically, I assume because you're in my stream, would be, hey, Azul, do you think 4 Trekking Shoes is better than not Trekking Shoes? My answer would be, I could see Trekking Shoes being the correct way to play Raging Bolt, but I'm not too sure because I haven't tested with Raging Bolt at all recently. So depending on what else you're trying to fit into the deck in the current format, I don't know if you have space for Trekking Shoes, but Trekking Shoes are theoretically a 4 of you'd want to include in every deck if there isn't any better cards to put into there. But yeah, the answer to your question is always just because, well, the people who are playing shoes or not playing shoes think it's better to play shoes or not play shoes. There isn't really like that's always going to be the answer to those things. And Another answer could be meta specific, where it's like some metas you need more tech cards, so you have less room for shoes, and you can be more consistent and straightforward. But some metas are you need the tech cards if you want to increase your win rate, right? But it's all around the idea. It's all around the idea of trying to increase our win percentage, right? No one, like everyone is like building their decks and changing their decks with the idea of increasing win percentage, not decreasing win percentage. So we all have the same goal, but because of how in-depth the Pokemon TCG is and how much there is to truly test and try out, we don't always come to the same conclusions, right? That's why when 10 Raging Ball players show up to, like let's say 50 people play Raging Bolt at 50 people play Raging Bolt at Baltimore. Let's say none of them are in the same testing group or anything like that. They're likely gonna all be playing. They're like maybe 2 or 3 people will be playing the exact same 60, but most people, like the 60s, will be varied across the board, right? Because the time and effort they've all put into the deck has led them to different conclusions on what seems to give them the highest win rate, right? But we all have that goal in mind. Is Acrobike or Trek and Choose better in their respective formats? Acrobike. Acrobike is just the better card, like neutrally. Across the board. There's no reason you would never play Trek and Choose over Acrobike if you had the option of both. So the answer is yes, but then expanding on that further, it's just, yeah, just the better card. If you're going to Baltimore this weekend, what would you play? Drago. Choose guarantees a card. Gear can whiff. That doesn't further the explanation of what is better though, Falcon. You're just like describing what the cards do. Describing what the cards do doesn't further our understanding of what is optimal. All you're doing is describing what the cards do. And something whiffing doesn't inherently mean it's worse. Flipping coins isn't inherently bad. People being scared of Lugia solely based on the fact that, oh, I don't like flipping coins for my Aroma or Mesagoza, has nothing to do with how powerful Lugia is, or what your expected outcome of playing Lugia at a tournament is, or expected win rate. Like, that's just you using like an alternate, what is even the correct way to describe that? It's like irrelevant. It's irrelevant to like think about Lugia in that way, as like being afraid of coin flips. Yeah, like being like, well, I like Trek and Choose because I always get a card, whereas like Pokegear, I could whiff a card. I mean, Choose technically makes a 56 card deck. Gear does not. Once again, Falcon, you're doing the same thing. You're just describing how the cards function in the deck, but you're not. This doesn't give us a conclusion. This doesn't give us a conclusion on which one's better. You're just saying what the cards do. It doesn't do anything for us, though. That does nothing to like help us decide which one to play. I agree, it's the better card, but I think Trek and Choose was played more, possibly meaning it was better in its meta. Trek and Choose hasn't been played that much. Acrobike, there was one point where Acrobike was in almost every single deck, wasn't it? Or am I trolling? I feel like Acrobike was almost in every single deck at one point. Is there a command to know what music is playing? Yeah, just put exclamation point song. Would you rather have a guarantee than a coin flip? It doesn't matter. The guarantee versus the coin flip is not a good argument on maximizing win percentage. That's just not how it works. Flipping, like playing something that guarantees something and playing something that flips a coin to hopefully get something. That's not where you just like be like, oh, would you rather guarantee something or would you rather flip a coin for something? And you're like, oh, well, I'd rather guarantee something. We don't just stop there. We're not trying to maximize win percentage if we're stopping there. What about Gutsy Pickaxe, though? Broken card. You can't even mess up by accident and discard the card. See, the problem with Trek and Choose is you look at the card, and then if you mess up and choose to discard it when you actually shouldn't have discarded it, then you could lose because of that. But the Gutsy Pickaxe, you have to take the card. So you don't have a choice, right? You don't have a choice, which means you can't mess up. You can't misplay with Gutsy Pickaxe. It's just a playstyle choice. Some prefer the draw while others like the high supporter chance. Both are valid. Nope, playstyle doesn't exist, Stucky. One of those is no, both are not valid. One is optimal. It's either like, does it say you have to choose between 4 Pokegear or 4 Trek and Choose? Does it say you have to choose between 4 Pokegear or 4 Trek and Choose? One of those maximizes your win rate, and one of them hurts your win rate. There's no, it's not a playstyle choice. It's not a, oh, I like this, I like that. One of them maximizes your win percentage. Now you could make the argument that I like to play to what would even be like the way to describe that, or like the term to use to remedy my misunderstanding of statistics. I play a superior deck list on purpose, knowing it hurts my potential win percentage simply because I don't understand. I choose to do that. I guess you could make that argument and be like, that's what those people are choosing to do. They are knowingly, because they don't understand the potential outcomes, they are knowingly hurting their win percentage on purpose. But I don't think anyone is trying to do that. I think if people generally thought Pokegear were better, they would play Pokegear. Now, I think some people, due to the outcomes of cards, does make that drive their decision choice, where it's like, I play Check and Choose over Pokegear because the feeling of it always doing something versus the feeling of Pokegear whiffing. They're like, oh, Pokegear, but they're not doing it because they think, I don't think at the end of the day they're doing it because they think truly Check and Choose is worse than Pokegear, but they choose Check and Choose over Pokegear because Check and Choose always does something and Pokegear could whiff, just based on their experience and letting their emotions drive their decision making. They are choosing to play Check and Choose, but also still thinking it's the better choice. Like the emotional response that they get to whiffing Pokegear in a match of Pokemon might drive them to playing Check and Choose instead of Pokegear, but they also think they are making the right choice by putting Check and Choose in. They're not like, I just whiffed this Pokegear, and I know Pokegear is better than Check and Choose, but I'm still going to go to Check and Choose anyways. They're like, I whiffed this Pokegear, Pokegears suck, Check and Choose have to be better, now I'm going to go over to Check and Choose over Pokegear. You're saying comfort pick? No, I don't think it's a comfort pick. I don't think people are knowingly making a comfort pick decision either. I think they are still making the choice that they think will lead them to a higher win percentage. But then I guess you could say the data would be skewed in terms of, or like, you can't just take what people do as people trying to for sure, like, then if you look at deck lists and you're like, oh, people are cutting Pokegears from Raging Bolt, but I don't know, in my testing, it gives me the higher win percentage. Should I trust what the people are doing, or should I trust my own information? And are people just being emotionally driven to making these deck decision choices? And then the data doesn't back up that as people are moving away from Pokegears and more towards Check and Choose, they aren't doing it because it gives them a higher win percentage. They're doing it because it makes them feel when they're playing the deck. And then your data is skewed. Well, it would still be people thinking they're doing the thing that gives them the highest win percentage, but it wouldn't actually be leading towards that. Like, the community would actively be deck building in a way that's like negative towards their win percentage. Never cut the Pokegear? Confirmed. When you put it like that, yeah, I definitely said it wrong. Yeah. Once again, I've said this like the last couple of streams as well, but playstyle does not exist in the Pokemon TCG. If we're concerned with just maximizing win percentage, which I'm just like, I don't want to like clarify that every single time, because obviously that's should be from deck building to what we do in a game, right? From our preparation and the 60 cards we end up bringing to a tournament, where we bring up those 60 cards because we think for the archetype we chose to play that those 60 cards give us the highest expected win percentage. And then the actions we choose to take in games, we are also making those actions with the idea that making these actions gives us the highest expected win percentage in that game that we're currently playing with the actions we're taking. So with all that, assuming that that is the goal for everyone, there's no such thing as playstyle. There is deck preference. Playstyle exists. There are some players that would never play control, but that's not playstyle. That's deck preference. That's deck preference. The only thing I would like say with that is like there is like a theoretical best deck to play at every single tournament, but we're not going to assume that everyone's gravitating towards that. We're going to cut it at once you've locked in an archetype, there's a best way to play that archetype, and then playing the actual play at the tournament, there's like a best play to make in every single action. So playstyle doesn't exist, but deck preference does exist. But we're not going to analyze past deck preference. Yeah, we're not going to analyze past deck preference. You explained this last stream? Yeah, I know, but there's probably some new people here. I think people confuse preference with style. Yeah, I mean, you could say the style of deck I generally like to play aggressive styles of decks, and the word style gets used there, but it still doesn't, play style still does not exist. That doesn't mean play style exists. That just means the style of decks you like to play are aggressive decks, but there's still no play style. Awesome collab with Simo. Oh, I didn't even know it came out yet. I appreciate it, Gregory. Yeah, it was fun to do. It's fun to do for sure. Like different chest openings. Yeah, exactly. Like you can do different chest openings, or you can be like a master of a certain chest opening. But like in the Pokemon TCG, it's either correct to open the Cleffa or to open the Charmant. Like if you have, like if you're playing the Pokemon TCG in a meta in a format, like there's not like two different kind of Regidrago players. Some Regidrago players like to open Ogerpon. Other Regidrago players like to open Regidrago. Like if you have the choice, like if player A and player B both open Ogerpon and Regidrago in the opening hand, there's not two choices there. There is one choice. It is either correct based on the format, based on the meta, based on whether or not you're going first or second, and the composition of your hand to open the Ogerpon or the Regidrago. One of those is correct. It's not equally correct to open one over the other. It's based on, I guess you could even say it's based on the main thing that it would be based on is whether you're going first or second and the composition of your hand, as well as the current format. Like based on whether you're going first or second and the potential of what your opponent can do if they're going first or second, one of those Pokemon is better to open with. It's not like I'm an Ogerpon opener, I'm a Regidrago opener. Like there's not you can't choose between those two equally. There's not an equal choice. And then before someone says it, because someone might say it, not everyone always says this, it could be a possibility that it is a true 50-50 to open one over the other, but that the chance that happens is like almost zero. Like, I think it's very possible in your whole existence playing the Pokemon TCG. No, there are some like end game 50-50s. Mid game, early game 50-50s almost never exist. There are like end game 50-50s where it's like you have an equal chance to see a boss's orders as you do to research into game if they Iono you. So discarding the boss, or I'm trying to think of a situation. They definitely come up before. End game scenarios, there definitely are equal 50-50s. Like, trying to like think of one though. Yeah, I can't think of one off the top of my head. But end game, there are equal 50-50s that you can actually like math out and be like, oh, this is equally a 50-50 to do A or B. But mid game, early game, the chance for there to be a 50-50 is like 0. If we get into like the decimal percentages. Correct, but objectively there's usually one correct choice in hindsight. Yeah, but hindsight doesn't matter. Wait, what do you mean by hindsight, Mamba? Clarify what you mean. I think you're just, I mean, what you're saying is maybe true, but it's also just irrelevant. That's like saying, like if we come to the determination that boss KO in our opponent's bench Pokemon is correct. Let's say our opponent went knockout, has a 1-card hand, they went knockout, now they have a 3-card hand, and it's like either we Iono them down to 1, but then we don't win the game for like 2 more turns, or we boss KO something off of their bench, and for them to win on their next turn, they need a combination of the perfect 4 cards. So they would need 2 of them off the prize cards. The Iono to 1 last turn has to be one of them, and then their top deck has to be one of them as well. It's probably correct to boss KO so we can win next turn, and then our opponent has the perfect 4 cards. It doesn't matter. Oh, you're trying to another message? Oh, okay, never mind. Playstyle is a compilation of the misplays we make. Yeah, I liked that explanation. That's what we came to the other day on the stream. That's what we came to the other day. Yeah, playstyle is literally just how you choose to misplay. All the misplays you make compile into your playstyle. But in closed deck lists, the best choice can be unknown. Like it is better to open Klefki. It's hard to know without knowing your opponent's deck. Was responding to this message. Oh, okay. It doesn't matter. There's still a correct play based on what you're playing. If you're going first or second, the composition of the current meta, what the deck lists in the current meta play for cards. There's still it's either correct to open a Klefki or not. And all that information is available. It's just how you choose to utilize that information will help you achieve the optimal line of play, or get closer to it the more information you have and you use. You were saying you can't have a playstyle for a deck because each deck needs to play a certain way or you will fail with it. That's how people lose. They brick or play the deck poorly. Yeah, that's good enough. You can still make the right play and have a bad result and vice versa. Yeah, is making the correct choice sometimes not correct in hindsight? No, the correct choice is always the correct choice. If the correct choice was incorrect in hindsight, then you misplayed. Then you didn't make the correct choice. The correct choice can never not be the correct choice in the Pokemon TCG. If you're in a situation where you have a research and it allows you to dig through your deck to find a certain play, or you could boss, and KO a certain Pokemon off your opponent's bench, one of those choices is correct. Let's say you go for the research play, but you whiff the energy to pull off the research play. Like you're researching with the hopes of hitting an energy to pull off a different attack than what you'd be able to do if you just play boss return. If you whiff the energy, it doesn't make the boss play correct unless the boss play was always correct. The research play is still the correct play, you just whiffed that time. So let's say the research play is 100% the correct play. Like, we do the math, it's the correct play to do the research. You play the research, you whiff, it doesn't make the boss play the correct play. The research play was just correct, you just whiffed. Why are they not playing Briar? I mean, they just don't think it's worth it. Briar's like better in a one prize meta as well, and it seems to be a pretty two prize based format, or meta, excuse me. Briar's better when one prizes are running around. If there's not a lot of one prizes, then Briar's not very good, actually, I don't think. When's live back up and running? Usually like 2 or 3 hours from now. Does Japan have the Terra Orb yet? Yeah, they have a Terra Orb, yeah. Is Stellar out today on live? No. Thursday. It's always Thursday. Always Thursday before the set releases. Isn't a weird cat and mouse thing? Isn't it a weird cat and mouse thing though with Briar though, where if one prizer are more popular, it's correct, but if it's popular as a conclusion, people start removing their one prizers? Well, I don't really think it's one prizers in decks, to be honest, Curry. I think it's one prizers, like one prize decks specifically, because like you take the Charizard deck, right? Like this deck plays Radiant Charizard, so you'd be like, oh well, because Charizard plays Radiant Charizard, Briar should be worth it, maybe. But it's like there's so many two prizes on their board. I don't need to KO a Radiant. I don't need a Briar to KO Radiant Charizard to win the game. Also, another thing with Briar is, and so this is something a lot of people who have probably been talking about Briar and thinking about Briar, myself included, probably don't like. It's one thing to say a card is good and to theorize how a card could work. Oh, boom, Charizard goes, Iono you to 2, attack with Radzard. They go down to 2 prize cards. They can win next turn, and then you go, cool, I have 2 prize cards left. Draw, play Briar, knock out the Radiant Charizard. But like if they're Ionoing you and all that kind of stuff, like, oh, can you even get there? Also, what does Charizard KO to like limit your access to Briar potentially, right? Actually playing games with the card might lead to like different conclusions, right? Like we can theorize that in our heads, but then when we actually play the game, it's like, oh, I literally can't do this combo. I can't do it. They attack with their Radzard at the end of the game, but it's so much more easy for me to just boss KO a Rotom every time. Or that could be the conclusion, right? It's just like literally every time I get to the situation where I could play Briar, I could also just play boss and KO their Rotom or Lumineon or Pheasantipity off the bench or Pidgeot EX, and it's just like, why am I playing Briar, a super situational card, when I could play +1 boss or +1 counter catcher, right? So those always just become maybe the better cards. They have to be at 2 prize cards remaining for you to be able to play Briar. We did this last time with Zerosix and control decks. Turns out it's a flop. I always knew Zerosix was going to be bad. I was like, what? That doesn't do enough. It's like, I think Zerosix is more of a win condition against stall than anything, but even then, it's like not actually a win condition. Initial supporters are usually pretty rough. There's a reason that only Roxanne sees consistent play and not Adamant or Hassel. Yeah. You can pop Dusknoir to enable Briar, no? Yeah, you can, but it doesn't make it the card good. Like, that is a thing, yeah. You can, yeah. Unless you're literally just asking that. But that's like one thing that a lot you need to have on board, right? You need to have an attacker that can actually take a knockout. You need to have the access to the Briar, you need to have an attacker that can attack something specifically while playing Briar and while having Dusknoir set up. There might just be too many things to put together to make it work. Briar kind of feels like Thorn, to be honest, as a tech card comes up, but not always 100% stable. Yeah. It does feel a little bit like it is a Thorn card. That's a good way to put it, Ducky. It is basically Thorn. And I've always thought Thorn sucked. My opinion on Briar has definitely changed as we've gotten closer to release. I think Briar's not that good. But I think the really negative thing about Briar is how it limits one prize decks and like the one prize strategy, even in stuff like Lugia. Like Chinchino is so much worse because of Briar's existence. It's like, oh, I'm gonna play this one prize game as my Lugia deck, and your opponent's like, ah, Briar, and you're like, well, I guess I lose. Like, so I think Briar neutrally as a card, Thornton doesn't suck. You're right, Thornton doesn't suck. It's truly awful. So I think Briar, as a general card to consistently play, isn't probably that good. But the way it can kind of limit one prizers, that's what sucks. The idea of it, like how it interacts with one prize decks, or like Lugia trying to like turn into a one prize deck, right? That's what Lugia does in a lot of matchups. Is it's like, I use my Lugia V-Star early, that's cool, and then eventually I become a Chinchino deck, put a Legacy Energy somewhere, prize exchanges in my favor. But now it's like Briar can completely flip that and be like, nope, and you're like, well, this sucks. Briar allows Zard to get 4 prizes in one turn eventually, but the play requires a lot of pieces together, and not even Pidgeot EX quick search can guarantee to find them all. Yeah, so that's one of those things is like, in theory, it's possible, but we have to actually play it to see if it actually happens. That's like the big question still. Thorn is not broken in Zard though. This is what I mean. Why does Zard deck tech to hell now? Oh, why is the Zard deck tech to hell? Thorn's like decent in Zard because you're trying to trade Rad Zard. Yeah, Thorn overall is like a pretty bad card. Like, it's not that good of a card. I just like messing with people because some people, for some reason, people have like a love for Thornton. Thornton is good in Zard though. I think Thornton's good in Zard. Because chaining Rad Zard is like so important. Like current format, I don't know about Style Crown format, but yeah, the idea of chaining Rad Zard and like removing your, like you can remove your Rotom from play and get another Rad Zard and play in the same turn is like pretty good, right? You can completely remove your liabilities, stuff like that. It's a cool design. Thornton, yeah, Thornton's cool. Like, I'm glad it exists in the format. It's better to have something like Thornton in the format and then not, but is that an Arctina? Hey, let's get it. Tatsu? Dude, Tatsu Tina? Yo, I'm kind of down though, to be honest. This can't be. How often are you getting the Tatsu in your active? This seems terrible, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. The Tatsu seems terrible. I kind of like it. Instead of just setting up another B-Barrel, I'm not sure about that. When does this set drop? Today? No, Thursday. You see John Roberts' 4 Tatsu Dragapult list? 4 Tatsu? That is terrible. Wait, John Roberts? Does John Roberts still play the TCG? Played in a couple of online tournaments. There's a Limitless online tourney. He had Sandshrew in his deck too. Bro, he's overcooking. Although he was always, he always did cook. That sounds hella overcooked though. Dude, 4 Tatsu. Oh, it's a Lance build. 4 Tatsu is still wild though. But it does play 3 lands. So that makes a little bit more sense. What's the best ace spec for Roaring Moon and why is it Secret Box? I don't know, it's hard to go against Prime, but Secret Box does be setting you up. The thing is though, like Secret Box falls off really fast in decks like Roaring Moon. Like if you don't find Secret Box turn 1, turn 2, then it's like eh. You already like have gone through so much of your deck, it's basically, you can basically set up your deck however you want and it should be good enough to just win the game. That's like the problem with Secret Box, for sure. In Roaring Moon, after turn 2 or turn 3, like if you didn't find it by then, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Did you know the Finnish goat, Esa Juntunen, is coming back after 10-year break? No, I've never heard of Esa. Isa? I guess I know that it's happening now, but yeah. Brandon, by any chance you cooking Perfect Mixer Kingdra EX? We could. I didn't plan on it, but now I'm kind of down, to be honest. So you used to run one of the big blog sites in the early 2010s? Wait, which one? That's when I just was getting into the game, so I didn't know about any of the Online, besides like Pokegym was the only thing I was aware of. Wouldn't Ancient Boozer be better instead of Secret Box? Wait, in what? Oh, wait, I don't know if you're talking about me. Oh, like playing a tool in, if you're gonna play the thing, you probably just don't play a tool, to be honest. I mean, it gets you the item, a powerful item card gets you Pokestop and Sada, right? That should be good enough. You ran the deck out? That sounds familiar. I don't remember it. Helps the one baby moon to reach 160. Oh, geez, Hypro, trust me. Now you're capping. You recommend Torzard in the current meta? The only deck I recommend in the current meta is Regidrago. There's some other decks that are fine. I'm gonna have, from now on moving forward, when like talking about decks, I'm gonna have 3 category of decks. It's gonna be what I recommend, what is fine, and what I would say I wouldn't play. Torzard is like fine. The only deck I recommend is Drago. Like if we're trying to win, like if you're just trying to play a deck, I think Torzard's fine. So like it depends on what you're trying to do. If you're asking me what should I bring to my next major tournament, should I bring Torzard? The next major tournament for Torzard would be Baltimore. I would say no. I would say it's fine. The only deck I wouldn't recommend it though. How do you feel about Secret Box after Noctowl gets released? I don't know, because shouldn't Noctowl just get you? Why would you go Noctowl for Secret Box plus another trainer? Should put together any possible combo, but do you need that many cards? Shouldn't Noctowl just get you your combo? Like, how many trainer cards do you need? What kind of combo are you trying to pull off? I think that's a waste of your ace spec at that point to play Secret Box alongside Noctowl. But I could see like some deck needing like a 6-card combo turn 2, then maybe. You think there's Zard lists that are just accepting the Drago board wipe and cutting all forms of bench protection are coping for Baltimore? Are they just coping? Well, the big play that people are going to try and like set up is they're going to try and attach to Radzar turn 1 is like the play you want to try and get, but I figure Drago's still going to be like 18+%. That's what I think as well, Curry, around 18. Are they coping? Are Zard players coping for cutting mana fee? Baltimore is this weekend, yes. I think giving like a Drago another easy line of play is just probably incorrect. I think probably, yeah. I think probably Curry. Like, yeah, like it's like it feels like bait. It feels like bait. It's like, oh, I'm not gonna play Manaphy in my Drago list to bait the Drago players into using Kiram, and then I'm gonna beat them because they make the mistake of using Kiram when they shouldn't use Kiram. But like, if you don't play Manaphy and the Drago player is just like, all right, spread, and then Kiram for 6 prize cards, and like they don't draw a prize card at all, like how do you win? Like, as soon as you fill your board without putting down Manaphy, or they're just like, attack with Dragon Ball, spread damage around. Or like, imagine you put like a bunch of stuff in play and there's like, all right, double Kiram you. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it seems like incorrect. Like, it's like, yeah. Like, it's going for the early Kiram play. If like a Zard player plays Manaphy and they whiff Manaphy, it's not always correct to go for the Kiram play. But the idea of not playing Manaphy to like bait the Drago player into going for the early Kiram play, or just hoping they don't get it, still feels incorrect. I don't know, so many lines of play open up for Drago if you don't have Manaphy, or if they know you don't have Manaphy. They can like punch twice with Dragapult and then Kiram like draw 6 prize cards or something ridiculous. Like, yeah, I would say it's probably, but I mean, Zard players are desperate right now. They're desperate to try and just do anything to beat Drago, even if it's baiting the Drago player into using Kiram when they shouldn't use Kiram, and then being like, haha, I owned you to 3 on turn 2, and your active Drago has no energy on it. But if the Drago player just draws above average, then you can't win that scenario anyways, because they board wipe you, and then they didn't use Legacy Star, and now you just lose, right? So that's like another thing with the situation as well. If the Drago player just draws above average, they also just body you in the situation where they don't have to Legacy to do the setup. Is Haxor's scope in Drago, or is the Temple just better? Seems like hitting 230 early seems a lot better than being forced to find Gust and use Pult, or use Lost Impact and lose energy. Lost Impact is fine for the situations. No, Haxor's is just bad. Haxor's is just bad. Just attack with Tina. It's like, if you're attacking with Tina, it's like, attacking with Tina is a super efficient attack generally on most board states, because you have excess energy built on your bench Ogre Pawns anyways. Like, it's not that big of a deal to do it for 2 prize cards. I wouldn't directly compare it to Temple and just say Temple is just better, because I don't think you would play them. You don't really play them for the same reasons. Although like Haxorus, if you are going to play it, is theoretically good against Lugia. Yeah, Tina's just more than enough, and I would just still play the Temple, I think, anyways. But against One in a Cup, and he said he just accepted that the bench spot was wasted in that matchup because it gets boss cologned at some point. Seems strange to me because you also make other fringe matchups worse, Chi-Pao, Lost Box, etc. Yeah. Also, that's just not true. The boss plus cologne play, putting that pressure on your opponent to like, the boss plus cologne play does not just eventually happen. Charizard puts on a decent amount of pressure, and if you don't have guaranteed access to the Kieran play when you want it, then the Charizard player will eventually just pressure you through prize card draws. Like, also, yeah, the boss plus clone play just doesn't, and also like Charizard can stabilize to the point where Kyurem doesn't matter as much, right? Like you put Manaphy in play, Candy Pidgeot, Candy Charizard, your board gets out of Kyurem range pretty early. But even then, having the Manaphy for a later situation can be a big deal as well. Yeah, the boss plus clone play doesn't really happen that aggressively. I appreciate the 56 months there, Omar. Is it ever correct to not run 2 Dragapult and Regidrago? Who did that? Someone did that at Worlds, right? Was it the Australians? Yeah, the Australians only played 1 Dragapult. I don't know. Dragapult's like your best attacker. You use it in the most amount of matchups. It seems a little iffy. It seems a little iffy for sure. I would have to test with it. It's definitely nice to have always as like a, like even in situations where you want to attack with like, let's say a Gudra or a Tina. If you end up with just a Dragapult and you're just gonna like, okay, this is still fine. Then maybe this is fine. Maybe you'd cut a Dragapult for a Terra Orb. Like that would maybe be a reasonable trade-off. Is like, all right, I'm gonna go down to 1 Dragapult, but it's for like a Terra Orb. I could see that. 2 Fire is wild. I think 2 Fire is actually correct. I think triple recovery card, 3 recovery cards plus 2 Fire is correct. I don't know what the 3 recovery cards should be though. It's some mix of obviously Night Stretcher, Superior, Super Rod, but they cut Dragapult when a lot of other players cut Gudra. That is an interesting trade-off. 8 Grass though. I think 7-2. I think I would try 7-2. That would I would try 7-2 3 recovery. 7-2 plus 3 recovery cards. I think you can get away with that. I think you can get away with 7-2 3 recovery. Oh. How do I click off this? Oh. Can we cook a glass trumpet Chi-Pao list? I already have. It's already on my YouTube channel. Category, where would you put Mooney X in for Baltimore? It suits my it suits my play style better than Drago. Moon. Moon's fine. I put in the fine category. Need Jamming Tower though? I don't know. I don't know if Jamming Tower makes that big of a difference in the Ancient Box matchup. Or the question is like, what difference does it make? Would be my question, to be honest. Yeah, that would be my question. Because I'm not sure if it like increases the matchup win percentage by that much, or something like that. It might, but unsure. But that's my question I have for the matchup before I would play it, to be honest. Before I would include Jamming Tower, my question would be, does it make a big difference? What's the first event with Stellar Crown legal? The next major tournament after, I don't know what it is Baltimore. So Dortmund. Dortmund's the first tournament with major with Stellar Crown legal. That'll be a pretty hype tournament. I'm actually really excited to like. I wonder if the Lima special event will actually have a stream. I'm really excited to restream more of these tournaments now. Jamming Tower seems good to other matchups as well. It's like okay. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, like, obviously, like, you could play it down against Charizard, and they might not be able to use their Force Heal Stone, which could be a big game changer in the moment, but, like, the only matchup you're getting consistent value out of it against, I think, is Ancient Box. So that's, like, that should be the driving force for the card inclusion, for sure. You try to get into Dortmund? No, I'm not going to anything until LAIC or Sacramento. I didn't even try. Have you got confirmation that we get Sylveon and Ceruledge? No, we get Sylveon and Ceruledge in Surging Sparks, not Stellar Crown. We have that confirmation. I guess yes. That's when we get it. In Baltimore format for Zard, do you think running the 2 Char EX is optimal versus the past standard 3? The upper standing Zard decks at Worlds all had 2 EX versus 3 except for Pedro's 28th spot. I have no clue, to be honest, Matthew. I haven't tested Charizard in a while. Do you think Cinderace EX is good, or am I coping? I don't think it'll be great, no. It'd be cool still. Like when I say good, when I say I don't think it'll be good, like it doesn't mean like I will still personally play with the deck and make a list for it on PTCG Live, but I don't think like the deck isn't good in terms of like tournaments, right? It's not going to do well at majors, I don't think. But that's fine. But yeah, whenever I say I think a deck is bad or won't be good, I'm talking about like at major tournaments specifically. Is Dortmund the same weekend as Champions League? Will we watch both? Oh, is it? That's a good question. Because that's one thing that Robin doesn't have on here, actually. But we can go over to a different site, PTCG Legends. Tokyo Champions League is September 22nd. Dude, I could do September 22nd. Oh, no, it's different. It's a different weekend. It is a different weekend. It's the weekend before. Dude, that's a lot of Pokemon. Holy smokes. I was about to say, we could literally, theoretically, if a Champions League is on the same weekend as a European regional, I could stream the Champions League starting at like 5 p.m. my time into the European event, into Champions League Day 2, into the European event Day 2. I'll do a 48-hour stream. Were Surging Sparks and Stellar Crown supposed to be together, or were Shrouded and Stellar? None of them were supposed to be together. The sets what they are is what they're supposed to be. There wasn't like a mix-up and they were like supposed to be more combined cards. That would literally be a 48-hour stream. By the way, doesn't the Japan tournament start first? Yeah, it'd be Japan into Europe, into Japan, into Europe. Japan starts on Fridays at 5 p.m. West Coast time, or about then. And then the European regionals start on Saturday at like 3 or 4 a.m. or something like that. You think Murata will be a fun pick for Dortmund? For Dortmund, I have no clue. I haven't tested the new format. Don't know if it's any good. If you truly enjoy Miraidon that much, it'll always be a fun pick. But if the deck's just bad in the format, it'll be a miserable pick. There's no way I'd ever do a stream that long. I'd have to find some breaks to like sleep. What about Palkia? I don't know. I haven't tested the format yet. What format will Toronto Regionals in December be in? Surging Sparks format, right? In December? It'll be in Surging Sparks. So Surging Sparks comes out here. Yeah, Surging Sparks is legal for SAC, so it'll be Surging Sparks format. Also on Galvantula, EX item lock for 180 damage seems good, but no one in Japan is playing it. I think it's got potential, but yeah, early results from Japan show it's not having very much success. I think it's got the potential. They'll probably change it. Always IC as new format, so let him IC maybe. I don't think they will, Pedro. I don't think they're changing anything. It's going to be the same thing for EUIC as well. EUIC is, there's no chance there's a major set release for EUIC. EUIC is going to be, because EUIC is right here. Here. This will be after the special set in January, but the next major set release is going to be at the end of March, probably. So this will be the first major with the trainer set. This will be the first major tournament with the trainer set, probably. Unless it's like early March, and then Stockholm could be the first tournament with the major set release. But no, EUIC, I don't think EUIC or LIC are going to line up with major set release. I don't think they're going to change they're not going to change, unless they change the release dates. They're not going to change the release date for Stellar Crown. They can't. Or for Surging Sparks, they can't. There's no way. It's too close to it. They're not going to change the rules either. They're not going to change it from 2 weeks to 1 week. They're not going to do that. And they shouldn't do that. Like they shouldn't do that either. But I'm sure that's intentional. I don't think they plan for the ICs to line up with major set releases this year. Although I think it's actually, I've thought about this more actually since me and Chip talked about it on the podcast. I think that's so bad. I think it's so cool and such a big deal for the events to line up with the new set releases. I think that's huge. I think it really like takes away from the tournaments to not be lined up with major set releases anymore like they have. I think it takes away from the tournaments by a lot. I think it was really cool. I think it was really big. For some kind of set release to line up with the ICs, the biggest tournaments of the year, besides Worlds, of course. So I think it's a pretty big L. Hopefully they fix that next season. Hopefully that changes next season by either adding a 4th IZ to like flush out the schedule a little bit more or whatever. Just line up the ICs with the major set releases. I think it's like a super big L. So do you think IC should be the first or last event of a format? I think IC should be the first event of a major set release format. The first event of a major set release format, like they have been every year leading up to this point. When is rotation happening? End of March, beginning of April. Whenever that set releases, whenever the March set drops, whether that be the beginning of April, end of March, is when rotation happens. Maybe UIC turns to the rotation format tournament? No, it won't. Rotation happens with that major set release. Rotation happens with the March major set release. We're following Japan. That's what Japan's going to do, so that's what we're going to do. And that's the way it should be. UIC shouldn't be different for some reason in between that. Like, we should follow that release schedule. Argument could be made that they are more prestigious and want to establish meta for them. Nah, that's not an argument. That's not a good argument. The tournament's more hype, and people understand that new formats give the better players the higher chance. An established meta for them doesn't change anything. It detracts from the hype and the potential for the better players to do better. Why would they want Tord to show up and win another IC, right? Like that's more hype. Watching Tord will come up with his new broken deck and try and win another IC than like, and that's one of the things that probably has led to some of Tord's consistency at ICs. The better players do better in new release formats. Like, everything about it is just better to have it be a new format. There's no good argument. There's no pros. All the pros of doing it the end of format is cap. No, the only argument you could make is the end of the only argument you could make would be it like kind of caps off that format by doing a major tournament at the end of it, but it's just worse. That's the only like pro to doing that, but it's just worse. It is just worse. Am I really not going to Baltimore? You know what? You've changed my mind. I'm going to Baltimore, lucky boy. Appreciate the 24 months. I'd be fine with releases being whatever noted to ICs if Worlds gets its own meta every year. I like the idea of Worlds being only played at Worlds. Would be crazy if we sync with Japan and leave F the same time as Japan, but no new set until March. They're not going to do that. They shouldn't do that as well. We should be playing the exact same formats as Japan, even if we play them at a difference in months. I mean, if you played a deck you master and then you have to change for a big tourney, is not ideal. But that's always going to happen at some point, Blaze, because regionals are still major tournaments too. Yeah, the formats change, metas change. ICs being the beginning of a format is like, it's just so much better for the game. It's just so much better for the game. Also, like another thing on top of that is they're the most watched tournaments too. So if we're talking about, and this is like something that people have brought up recently with the World Championships, is it's a good idea for the World Championships to be the beginning of the next major format, because then the most eyes are on the game at ICs and at Worlds. So if they watch people play the game in a format and they're like, oh, I want to get into the game, they should probably be getting into the game in the exact same format that they just watched happen, right? Whether they see a deck that they like or think is cool, or they pick up some understanding of the format through watching the World Championships or an International Championships. Now when they're trying to get into the game, they can use that information to make the transition easier and more likely for them to stick around and want to play the game. So that is like another reason that IC should be the beginning of a format as well, because then there's a longer time period after the IC where they will be in or be getting into the game with what they just saw, right? So it's kind of like an L for Worlds being the Shroud of Fable format instead of the Stellar Crown format, is because Shroud of Fable has one major tournament after that. Like the format wasn't that long. I guess it was like decently long after Worlds. There was just no major tournaments though. No one's like playing the game anyways, I guess. Rotation should happen after Worlds. You then have a champion of that block and year starts over. I mean, I think for what I just said though, I like the idea of it going together, like just getting people into the game. They want to get into the game that they just watched play happen, right? I mean, I don't hate it for that reason though, to be honest, Matt. But I think the idea of like growing the game, getting new people in the game, they should do it that way. All LATAM regionals are double regional weekends, maybe to discourage outsiders coming to LATAM. No, there was no one thought of that in the thought process of when they were scheduling tournaments. At all. That's not a thought process. No one's trying to discourage outsiders from coming to Latin American tournaments. It's just how the scheduling worked out. The Worlds in April is optimal. No, I mean you probably wouldn't move the Worlds from August. You'd move the rotation days, but I don't think they should. I think Worlds should be the beginning of the new format. Like I think Stellar Crown should have come out before Worlds. And then it's a major set release going into Worlds, and then that's what people are watching, and then that format will be around for a couple months afterwards. What's your deck pick for Baltimore? Reggie Drago. Will you come to my SPE in Spain? Probably not. Probably not going to come to the... I do want to visit Spain. I've never been to Spain before, but I don't know if I want to come out to Spain for SPE. Another one of the reasons that the LATAM regionals may be lined up with well, isn't like the only reason, but TPCI doesn't stream the Latin American regional championships. So like if they double up on weekends of, there's only so many weekends in the year, and I'm sure some weekends are of higher priority across the board for most places in the world, just in general. Maybe it's not true. But yeah, also it doesn't matter when they happen as well. Supposedly no stream for Joinville, like at all. But yeah, TPCI doesn't stream Latin American regional, so them like doubling up, just doesn't matter, right? Because TPCI doesn't stream them anyways. But hopefully eventually we get to the point where TPCI is streaming the Latin American regionals, and then they do split them off those weekends to have them all line up. Whether that's next year or the year after, whatever, but... As a relative novice, why is a new format better than an established format for an elite tournament like ICs and Worlds? Like I said, like I mentioned, the first thing I mentioned was there's a higher chance better players do better, which is like not technically, I guess it's not a overly, you don't have to look at that as a good thing or a bad thing, but I think the better players doing better at the biggest tournaments where there's the most eyes on it, like theoretically is better for the growth of the game. And then also like the newbie aspect of like people who are just like, there's more eyes on ICs and Worlds. So if they're looking at a format that's going to be the next format for the next couple months, it's better for, it makes it easier for them to get into the game playing what they just watched, than all of a sudden being like, oh cool, I just watched this cool deck play on stream, I want to play that deck. And then they go to get into the game the next week and it's like, wait, what the heck, a new set is out and this deck sucks? Wait, what? Why would I play? I don't want to get to this game anymore. Like, so yeah, it's just the most eyes are on ICs and Worlds, so making that transition easier for newbies to get into the game is probably better. But it's also just hype. Like the bigger tournament, like adding more hype to the bigger tournaments is just cool. And it's definitely more hype. The first tournament of a format is more hype than the last tournament in a format. Like the format's played out and it's like, here we go. Everyone's just bringing Reggie Drago again. This is super exciting. Welcome to the Latin American International Championships. Meta is 50% Reggie Drago. That's cool. That's pretty hype. And actually, you could be playing Stellar Crown on PTCG Live right now instead of watching this stream. And then everyone's like, oh shoot, all right, well I'm gonna go play Stellar Crown on PTCG Live then. Goodbye. What do you think about Pocket Terapagos? It seems okay. Getting to watch the best players in the world play with the new cards at one of the biggest tournaments of the year, like that's just like it's just like the pros vastly outweigh. I don't even know if there is a con to that, but the pros of it, the biggest tournaments of the year being in a new format versus the end of a format, there's not even a comparison, I don't think. It's like 100 to 1 in terms of the difference. Do you see the City League deck that won with Lost Zone, Cornerstone, Mask, Okidogi, Mimikyu? I did not know. Will the TCG Live work for your testing, or do you have a more reliable method for testing? I don't test. But I also wouldn't TCG live ladder wouldn't be considered testing, it'd be considered practicing, which is fine. There's like some aspects of testing to get out of it, but if you're really trying to test, you should test by like yourself, playing games against yourself, or that should be part of it. Playing PTCG live ladder can also be part of your practice regimen, but if you're trying to like specifically test, you should test against yourself or test with like a training partner or testing partner. In terms of testing and practice, testing is when you can set a goal behind every single game of Pokemon you play. Practicing is when you just play games of Pokemon and improve at the Pokemon TCG yourself. How do you play against yourself? Get 2 decks and then play them against each other. Did you mean versus a partner on live? Oh, versus a partner on live, it's fine, but simulators are better. Yeah, if you have a testing partner to work with and you're gonna play against them, playing against them on PTCG live is fine, but using a simulator is just better and faster. But it's like not bad. Most players should practice, not test. That is fair, Soda, though. Yeah, the vast majority of players should need to work on practicing instead of testing. If you don't even know how a tech card works in a deck, you can't really test it against a matchup specifically. So you need first to learn how to play your deck before you can start adding tech cards and trying them in certain matchups. Do you think practicing is more relevant than testing? It depends what level of player you are and how. Practicing versus testing. Testing becomes more relevant the better you are at the game or the more experience and knowledge you have of a format. But before that, practice is more important. For the vast majority of players, I would say practice is more important. Raz's schedule for Worlds was like 8 hours of ladder on a daily basis. That is pretty wild. Apparently he played a lot on ladder. Do you have a PTCG simulator recommendation? Honestly, I don't really know which ones are best. I don't really know which ones are. Hopefully Twin Leaf comes out soon. I would say get into the Twin Leaf beta. Probably is the best one, to be honest. Yeah, get into the Twin Leaf beta is probably the best one. I don't know how you go about that, to be honest. I'm sure you can just like go to the Twin Leaf Twitter and it's probably a way to do it from there, but I would imagine that Twin Leaf has to be the best one. I haven't used it in a little while, but is Path 3 EX with Dustner? Have I tried it? Nope. Have you seen Liam Halburn's current ladder ranking? That boy's been grinding. Yeah, I saw that. He's at 3K, 3,000 Arceus rank. Dude, if only we had a leaderboard. Listen, even if they keep... They really should give us a real MMR or ELO system. But even if they keep the win 10, lose 10 system, but at least give us a ladder or leaderboard, then that would be like a vast improvement, right? If they at least gave us that. But they haven't. It would also be nice to have like an actual how soon do you decklist review and critique for the tier 3 Metafy? I plan on doing some today or tomorrow. I'll try and be pretty regular with it, Vinny. Probably like every week to every other week will be the plan. Just kind of as the deck lists get submitted by the players, the people over in the group is going to be the plan. But I plan on doing some today, maybe today, if not for sure tomorrow, because there's a couple in this format to still do. And then moving forward, it'll be like every week, every other week for the deck list submissions over in the Metafy group. What do you think if they give Worlds invites to top PTCG live grinders? No, but there should be a way to like progress towards. There should be a way to progress towards your Worlds invite. There should be a way to progress towards getting your Worlds invite through PTCG Live, but there shouldn't be just like a way to exclusively get it through PTCG Live, I don't think. I started testing opening hands last night online, but trying to play versus myself made my head hurt a bit. Yeah, it can be tough. The number one thing to do is just play games of Pokemon. Play in online tournaments and on PTCG Live ladder. If you're doing it through PTCG Live. Those are probably the number one things to tackle. Like, you need to get, like... That is something I guess I should clarify more when I talk about testing versus practice. You need, like, a baseline to work with. If you don't have a baseline, then doing testing doesn't really matter. You need, like, a baseline of practice. So if you're not playing enough Pokemon to begin with, you can't really do... reasonable testing to begin with anyway. So you need to start by playing a lot on the ladder and then playing a lot of online tournaments. And then from there, once you're doing those two things... then all of a sudden testing becomes relevant and worth it. But up until that point, it's not really that big of a deal to do any kind of testing because you just don't have like a baseline to work with of information and knowledge to actually be able to gain anything from like testing. I ran the numbers and you would have won Baltimore this weekend if you went. Probably. No one's really good who's going to Baltimore, so it would have been a pretty free dub, but I decided to take a step back on this one this weekend. But yeah, the player pool is pretty weak right now, to be honest, so would have been a pretty easy dub. All right. PTCG Live still down. So I was going to work on some decks. And I want to start with a Sylveon deck and a Ceruledge deck, I think. I think we covered most everything. I think we covered most everything. Live will be down for the day. Wait, is it down for the whole day? Wait, no memes? I thought it was coming back today. I mean, it's fine if it doesn't come back today, to be honest. So practicing improves general gameplay. Testing improves situational and matchup knowledge. Yes. There, and you can still gain, like, let's say you... if you do play, like, you can get a, like, let's say you're playing Regidrago. If you play against enough Charizards on ladder while, like, you're practicing, you will get a good idea of the matchup and get better at the matchup. Maybe it's live maintenance is scheduled to end in 4 hours, I think. It usually ends early, though. It usually ends a couple hours early. So it probably isn't going to be all the way until then. It usually ends around, like, 1 p.m. West Coast, it feels like. Yeah, so, like, obviously, through practice, like, let's say you're like, oh, I want to get better at the Charizard matchup. And you could sit there and just play against the Charizard matchup specifically if you have access to those means. But if you just, like, play a lot on PTCG Live Ladder as Regidrago, you'll also get a good idea of the Charizard matchup. But I would still differentiate them between practice and testing, and call them two separate things. For sure. I still call them two separate things. All right, so we got to make a new folder here. So what do you think? POW with water overpower would be good in the next format to open up all the bench bases such as Double B Rail, Fez, Double Backs, and others? Or is that just a silly idea? POW with water Ogre Palm be good in next format to open up. Oh, to be able to play Area Zero. I had no idea what you were saying at first, to be honest. No clue. Would have to test it. Doesn't sound good though. I'd love to have them take the game offline for a full day just to overhaul the code so it isn't so resource intensive. TCG Live acting like a AAA game. Oh, I see what you're saying. Just like take it offline for a little while, do the update, and then put it back online instead of like doing this like live maintenance kind of thing. Or you're asking, you want them to like make bigger upgrades in general. Yeah, with areas, it doesn't sound very good. It could be okay. I just want the super game to not be so resource intensive. That would be nice, yeah. Oh wait, are you saying yeah, it would be nice. There's a lot of things that would be nice. CPU intensive. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. And I want to see, what do we actually get from... What are we getting from this set? Like for the ace spec. So we do get the perfect mixer. Big question with Ceruledge is, do you run Drillbur or no, and how many energy? Well, hey, let's just to get a rough idea for the energy numbers, to be honest. Like what were they doing over in like 16, 17, 20 with the Jets? Okay. So actually, there's one thing I want to do with... Oh, they're also playing the mixer, right? They are playing the mixer. I'm not sure about the mixer in here. I mean, it does... If you hit it, though, you do be hitting it. But you got to be hitting it, right? What if you don't hit it? $18. This one has 18. The other one had, what, 16 plus 4? The 4 Jets are feel a little bit weird, though. Why are we playing 4 Jets? Interesting. The Jets feel weird. The Jets feel weird. I want to do this though. Hold up. I want to put this in here with the Jets. Dude, this thing has to have its moment eventually. Scream, you can use this attack only if you go second and only during your first turn. Your opponent can't play any supporter cards from their hand during the next turn. This is it. This is the moment. I guess like actually, this is one thing I want to do more when I do my deck builds and like force myself to do this is I want to like try all the new card stuff. Like why not? Like why not? Like sure, this might be worse than Prime Catcher, but it's like what else is new in here that we should like force into the deck? I need to do that more when I do my deck building. Is like just force the cards into the deck. Nothing else really, right? Okay. So we should like this is what I'm saying. Like we shouldn't like be like, well, Prime Catcher seems like even if I was like I'm like 90% sure Prime Catcher is better than Mixer, we should do a Mixer build because it's like the cool new card. Helper Bell. Oh, in here? You want me to play a Helper Bell? No, Helper L. I'm down for 2 Squawk. Greninja, obviously. Everything is one retreat except Cerulege, so why do we care about switching? Well, in this build specifically, I'm playing this. We're trying to Scream, so that's a little bit different, but we need to get this into the active to Scream. The baby Cerulege? What does it do? This? Banned. Why do the original deck lists have Jet though? I don't find a reason. I have no clue. Motivate, turn 1 motivate. Maybe that's the. But why would you want to motivate turn 1 though? I'm not sure why. Like if we go back to that list. Yeah, why are we trying to get something into the active? I guess it lets us. I don't understand why do they have the Jet energy? Why does this one have 10 metal energy? What? Why does it have 10 metal? Especially when you can fuel the damage. Yeah, but why would you play an energy you can't utilize? That's the question. It's like, why would you play this? Oh, there's Adamant in here, bruh. We're not doing an Adamant build. But yeah, no. The reason you play the Jet energy. Oh no, the reason you wouldn't play Jet energy because why would you like your attack requires basic fire energy. What happens when you get Iono to need a basic fire and you draw a Jet, right? Like that's like the yeah, that's the reasoning to not play Jet. Yeah, the Jets are a little weird for sure. I guess what the Jet allows you to do. Okay, actually, this is what the Jet allows you to do, right? Does it? Okay, this is the only situation I can see happening. Here, I'll even do it right through a play hand. Let me get some. What are the things called? What is this basic called? Oh, it's more cadets, char cadets. This is the only situation I can see with the Jet energy. Well, besides we have Screamtail in our deck. So like, let's say we do this happen. Let's say this happens. Let's say we open this. If we open Squawkabilly and then I bench these guys. Now I could attach a fire to retreat the Squawkabilly, but if I do that, they could gust my Squawkabilly and pass, and then my Squawkabilly is still stuck. Wait, no, that still doesn't even work. That doesn't even make a difference. If I go attach fire, retreat Squawkabilly to this thing, they could gust Squawkabilly pass. But if I jet this up, it's the same thing. They just bring my Squawkabilly and trap it. No, actually, I just don't even know the reason. But we play Jet to deal with Snorlax. Forgot about that. Oh, it does help us beat Snorlax. True. Okay, yeah. In this situation, I'm using Scream though. Why Adamant? We can just play a 2/2 Noctowl line. Honestly, you might be onto something. It's a switch card that increases damage. Yeah, we don't need to switch. You don't need switch. You don't need a switch. I guess it allows you to. Oh, wait a second. I guess it allows you to like attach it to a bench Pokemon and then hard retreat it off if you can't discard it, I guess. I mean, Pokestop seems broken in here. Open up a single charge, jet some fodder. Yeah, but you could also just hard retreat the thing with a fire energy. That's what I'm saying. Seems mid for that. I'm down for some Carmine. I don't know about 4. What does our bench look like? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 2 bench spaces to, so we should play Fez, right? Is more stretches worthwhile? I mean, I'm gonna start with 2. I mean, we could play more, but I'm gonna start with 2. How many total energy do you need for damage versus the meta? I don't know, to be honest. It's a reasonable question, though. Terra Orb? Terra Orb doesn't seem that good. It seems pretty mid, to be honest. Wouldn't like playing a Force Serrala just be better than a Terra Orb? 50 energy in the discard to do 330 damage, so 18 seems a little short. I mean, we saw a decent amount of us playing the 20 number. We could just do the 20. Noctowl line? I don't think so. We're actually already we're at literally 53 cards. I didn't even realize that. Holy smokes. What were some of these other lists running? Poffins, that's reasonable. This list plays no Nest Ball. This list doesn't play Squawkabilly. Okay, this list is capping. 3 Nest Ball, 3 Ultra, 1 Poffin. Palpads. 2 Research, 2 Karma. This also has the Luminion in here, which I don't hate, to be honest. No Fez. Interesting. No Fez is a little wild. I'm not sure how I feel about no Fez. I don't like the Force Seal Stone in there. Poffin for the Cadets. I mean, yeah, Poffin for the Cadets. But, like, we also... I mean, I wouldn't hate playing a Poffin. But I feel like finding Squawk and Radiant Greninja are super important. I mean, Fez seems so good. How could you not play Fez, right? It feels like impossible to not play Fez. What does our bench look like again? Let's go through this. Is it H? No, not that always. So it's just like... Oh, wait. Active, bench, 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 bench. Oh, wait. Not even. This is what our bench looks like. So we do have a 1 bench. If we go second and use Screamtail, we'll go down 1 bench. Would Blood Moon EX help late game here? No. It'd be better to just be able to set up a Sarah Legend late game. I think some people are avoiding Fez because of Gravity or Pult. Sorry, we have 4 Jet. We're chilling. Should there be some way to deal with Mimikyu? I don't know. We don't know what the format is. Or I should say, I don't know. We're not teching or building this list for like the idea of specific matchups. We're just trying to make a neutral list. We're not trying to tech it for matchups. Yeah, we're literally just trying to make a neutral list. Any cheese to do with Luminous? I don't think so. Does Screamtail help you, or does it give you +1 turn to play the game? I'm not sure actually what question you're trying to ask there, because giving yourself +1 turn to play the game does help you. So I'm not sure what you're trying to ask there. Maybe Armor should help deal with Mimic. We're not teching for anything situation. Ursaluna EX? No. We'd probably just rather play more weight, like more Night Treasures or something instead of like an Ursaluna. Just set up our Sarah Ledges more aggressively. Is there a cool baby Sarah Ledge or Armarouge? There's some Armarouges. But we're not concerned with Mimikyu. If someone mentions Mimikyu one more time, I'm gonna start banning, bro. I can only explain why we're concerned ourselves with Mimikyu so often or so many times. Any one price options working here? I mean, if there's an Armarouge, the thing is everything like takes so much energy, right? Oops. 3 energy, 2 energy. Nothing great. And we can play. Well, we don't want to play Radiant Charger because we want to play Radiant Greninja. How does it beat Aegislash? Start by going 1-0 in the tournament. Boom. We beat all of them. If we go first to Drillbur and you can use a different ace spec. I wouldn't use a different ace spec, but I don't hate the idea of Drillburs. But we don't have bench space for 2 Drillburs. We can play 1 Drillbur. Wait, what does Drillbur's ability say again, though? The problem with Drillbur is it has to come from hand, right? When you play this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench during your turn, you may search your deck for 3 basic fighting energies and discard them. That's the problem. It has to come from your hand. Maybe just a canceling clone? Why? Well, what I want the canceling clone for? Starlight, any basic energy? It's any energy. It's plus 30 plus 20 for each energy in our discard pile. Here's to ensure research to try and hit Carmine going first. I think I'd rather just play Illuminium. We have a bench space open right now. You got 4 Ultra Ball, 2 Stretcher. Drill Dew seems pretty consistent. I'm down to throw it in there, to be honest. Bascu Legion? No. Bascu Elgin. Clone Hubs of Thorn so you can squawk. Decent save. What does Screamtail do? Its first attack says if we go second, our opponent can't play a supporter during the next turn for 1 colorless energy. So theoretically, we're going to choose to go first with this deck, but if we lose the coin flip and our opponent goes first, then we can turn 1 Scream. So how many fighting do you play? Like, not a 5 maybe? Like we did 1 Drillbur. Yeah, like 5 fighting. Because we want there to be 3 in there when we use this, right? Yeah, I don't know. There's the math exists out there for sure of like how many fighting energy we should play. Thorax, it shall not be named. Iron Thorns. I think it's close enough. I think I gotta hit you with a timeout on that one. Shall not. We all know what you're talking about when we say shall not be named. Yeah, that warrants a timeout. Just any energy according to the translation on Limitless. And I think, well, the fact that there's list playing 4 jet energy, I think we know it's any energy. Over in Japan, it translates to basic energy, but they're still playing 4 jet. Let's just, I don't know. There probably is a number out there that exists for this. 4. I think it's more than 4 because like prize card opening or drawing to this early plus prize card variance means we probably want like more than 4 for sure. 5 or 6. I could see 6. Let's go with 19 energy to begin with here. Try 1/1 Darkrai V-Star line to reuse the A spec. I don't hate that, but it's a little bit slow. Would eat into our Pokemon search cards pretty aggressively. The second attack do? I don't even know. What does it do again? 280 for a fire psychic and a metal. If we're playing Squawkabilly, I don't really want to play Luminion. But should I play Carmines if I'm... If we're looking at this list plays Carmine, but also plays Luminion, which makes more sense. There's also a Pokegear heavy build as well. 2 Palpad. Interesting. I mean, you are playing through your deck pretty aggressively with this list. Plays Briar. I'm not going to put Briar in the deck yet. Let's look at a couple other lists, see if we can get some more inspiration here. Yo, they got the Skilbur. Let's go. Catchers, 4 Night Stretcher. Jeez, all right. See what it is? They have Cleffa in here, but Screamtail is definitely cooler. Screamtail's, they still have, Carmine feels weird to play without playing. Carmine feels weird to play if you're not playing Luminian, right? That feels a little weird. Like, how often are we going to see the Carmine turn 1? Legacy is interesting. The Legacy is pretty cool. The Legacy is pretty cool, actually. There's another list right here, though. Got an Azumarill in here. Wouldn't quad Pokegear be better since you use Pokestop? I mean, you risk losing them to Pokestop. Well, no, Pokegears you get off Pokestop. Discarding your hand turn 1 with Regal Stance. Oh, with the Zamazenta. Yeah, Zamazenta was wait, in what deck though? Oh, Zamazenta in here with Regal Stance. Let's see. Yeah, appreciate the 2 months there. Tran. Is it this? No. Once on your turn, you may discard your hand and draw 5 cards if you use the ability your turn ends. This one has no Fez. This one also has no Fez. Why no Pheasantipity? Maybe we can give up on the Pheasantskipity. Honestly, that sounds cooler than plain Pheasantipity, so. So we're looking at active bench. Like turn 1, are we trying to go Squawk Zam? Turn 1, if we go first, we go Squawk Zam, and if we go second, we go Squawk Screamtail? Not playing Fez is just throwing. It feels that way, but Fez is kind of stupid, so I would be down to cut Fez. I'd be down to cut it. Play all the cool cards. This Zamazenta is ugly, though. There's a better one, right? This one. Honestly, both Zamazentas are kind of ugly. I like this one a little bit more. Play the Zam V-Star as well. All of your Pokemon take 100 less damage from attacks. Wait, what? Wait, during your next turn, you may use this ability. During your opponent's next turn, all of your Pokemon take 100 less damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. Wait, what? Is that real? Could we just have a turn where we're super tanky and win the prize trade because of it? Is that like... One thing I also wanted to look, were people playing... oh, it's another list here actually as well. I like that Zamazenta, to be honest. That's kind of cool. We could just have a turn where we out-tank them, right? All right. I like the Zam now. I like the Zam for sure. All right, let's go through our hand again here. Then we always want Zam in play. So we're like, open, bench, this. But then we still sometimes want Screamtail. But if we go first, we have an extra bench space to work with it. But if we go second, we don't have an extra bench space to work with because we want Screamtail. So this is what our bench would look like then, right? Put Metal Energy in to use both attacks. I guess we would probably play some, to be honest, right? Got 2 retreat costs, which is kind of annoying, but that means we have to just play Jets, right? We have to play the heavy Jet count. Okay. The Zam is cool. We're kind of assuming we squawk every single game, but maybe I shouldn't be assuming that. Especially now that we have this in the deck as well. Maybe go down to 1 squawk. But now it seems like we don't have bench space for Drillbur, right? Like Drillbur seems like we don't have bench space for it anymore, right? If we go first, because the Zamazenta always wants to come into play now. We get to the V-Star, we use the V-Star power, we gain a turn because our opponent can't take a knockout on a turn. Okay. So Drillbur's just got to get cut, right? No Burr? Drillbur better than Screamtail? Nah, we're locked in on the Screamtail. Screamtail's broken. Is Scream really necessary? Yes. Necessary, definitely necessary. We're going Burless. I don't know, we probably play like 4 metal. Just in case to be able to attack with it, I guess. We're gonna go with 19 energy here. So now I have 2 spots open. I think Drillbur is cooler than Zam. No shot. Drillbur's also like awkward. It's like Zam is way less awkward than. Why the Zam and why the Screamtail? The Zam to use its V-Star power to make us really tanky for a turn, to hopefully make it so our opponent can't draw a prize card to make a comeback in the prize exchange, and then Screamtail to slow our opponent down if we go second. I was seeing some lists with the Cleffa though. The Cleffa I think is pretty good as well, because then if we go second, we can just push Cleffa turn 1 and just draw with Cleffa. Maybe there's even like an argument to play like a heavier Poffin build and just have like a full 1 prize board turn 1. Oh, this build has mist energy too because of the Zamazenta. Interesting. I'm not sure I like that. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. Doesn't seem terrible though. Let me go through this one more time. And then we're saying sometimes Squawkabilly, right? So we have 2 bench spaces open. One of them is going to become Squawkabilly. Playing Luminian still isn't terrible. If we're playing Squawk, we could like Luminian for Carmine and Squawkabilly on the same turn. Playing Carmine without Luminian does seem, once again, seems kind of weird. I mean, this list plays 3 Carmine, 3 Research, no Luminian, but they have such a higher chance of seeing Carmine turn 1 that you can afford to do that. This list plays 4 Luminous Energy. Only 2 Vessel, but this has 21 energy. I feel like just playing the Vessels is probably too high value to like aggressively thin out your deck though. This list has 0 Vessel. Dude, how are we finding our energy with this build? What? 0 Vessel? No shot. I feel like it's too high value to be able to like get through our deck that much more aggressively. The Luminous Energy were interesting, but if we're playing a high Vessel count, then we want a high basic energy count as well. Just draw the energies, obvious. Oh, true. Okay. I've been waiting to use the Screamtail. I've been waiting for the opportunity to use the Screamtail. I'm just gonna rock the 1 Buddy Poffin for now. And we could still play the Cleffa in this build alongside the Screamtail, but I'm just gonna assume we're gonna use Screamtail going second more often. Countercatcher? Probably not. Probably not worth. I still have the Carmines in here, but I kind of just want to cut the Carmines. I feel like if I have the Carmines, I should play Luminian. But what was it? My bench was 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I have 2 bench spaces open. It could be like 5, 6 with Luminian. Maybe we should just play the Lum. For a lot of these lists playing Iono, this list has 1 Iono. Iono would combo pretty well with Zamazenta as well, I guess. Iono. If we're playing Lum, Iono becomes better because we can find it. Like an Iono Zam turn sounds kind of cool, to be honest, as well. We should probably do maybe this Lum plus Iono then. Something like that. Do you ever consider Explorer's Guidance here? No. Card's terrible. Ooh. No. You made me think about it for a second, though. You're making me think about it. Is the plan that Screamtail dies at some point in the game? Nope. You just put it in the active for one turn. They can't play a supporter. Hopefully slows them down. Then you retreat it, start attacking with Sarah Ledge, and chain Sarah Ledges from there. For Baltimore, is E-Hammer or Sinnoh better than Zard? I like Hammer because of Arvin. I would say probably Sinnoh because people are starting to play Jamming Towers and Reggie Drago, so them shutting off your Force Shield sounds really annoying, so having an extra out for that would be nice. Heavy Ball to find the Screamtail, Radinge, or Squawk? Nah. I don't think so. The deck's too aggressive. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, the time to use those cards is like, the only thing that the Heavy Ball would be really good for would be like the Radiant Greninja. It'd be like okay for that, but I even live without it. Like, having our Heavy Ball turn one for the Screamtail or Squawk probably not going to come up that often where to like line up that way. If that makes sense. It could, I guess it could come up, but just saying a sub 200 HP 2-prizer is kind of a big liability. I mean, sure, I guess, but we're to have a couple of those. We have Squawk that might come into play. Luminion, Zamazenta will be on the bench, and it's not like Sarah Large is huge either. Gonna be hard using 3 Sarah Large in a game with only 2 Stretcher and all the discarding. I disagree. I don't think it'll be that difficult to pull off, to be honest. Also, like, we have all these other Pokemon that we're using to like set up and get going anyways. Our opponents are probably gonna chase one of those at some point, so we might only need 2 Sarah Large to win games. Why did most decks cut loss vacuum? Because it's worse now. It's just not as good anymore. Not enough cards that need to be vacuumed to actually like win games. It's the same thing as any other reason that a card is ever cut, though. It's like it becomes your win rate increases by cutting that for another card, or just like neutrally more consistency. So like take Charizard as an example, like playing, I don't know, let's just say you went from a list with, let's say you took a list of Charizard. Vacuum is a situational card, whereas like a 4th Charizard EX is not situational. So if you don't need, if there's nothing to vacuum consistently, then just playing a 4th Charizard EX would be better. Or a lot of people started playing like 2 stadiums in Charizard specifically. So the only thing that became worth bumping was stadiums instead of tool cards. So you may as well just play another stadium yourself. So you have more outs of bumping their stadiums. And then you get the value of the stadium and not just removing the stadium. So you get like the value of your own stadium as well. Bro, Hero's Cape in here? Nah. I mean, Zamazenta is our Hero's Cape. I've seen Bolts going back to Bravery Charms plus Ancient Box, so maybe Vacuum is good in Zard. I mean, it could be. It could be good. It could be good to run it. It could be correct to run again. I don't know. I haven't tested Zard or worked on Zard in a while. So, do you think with all the Zards playing Hero's Cape again, that Vacuum should come back in some decks? I mean, if it makes a big difference in the matchup to be able to get rid of Zard's Hero's Cape, and you think Zard is going to be popular enough? The answer is just always at a certain point. Yes, it is correct. At a certain point of Hero Capes being in the format, it would be correct to play a Vacuum in like Raging Bolt. Like if every Zard is playing Hero's Cape and every Reggie Drago is playing Hero's Cape, at some point it's like, okay, you should play a Vacuum. The answer to that question is always yes. So it's like, oh, specifically right now, I guess your question was more specific though. It wasn't actually that broad. Right now, should decks play Vacuum because Zard plays Hero Cape? Well, no, your question is still pretty broad. Come back in some decks. I don't know. Some decks maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's still a pretty broad question. You think with all the Zards playing Hero's Cape that Vacuum should come back in some decks? Some decks maybe. Yeah, sure. Depends on the deck. But also depends on how popular Zard is and how popular Cape is, which is something I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. At a certain point, yes. I don't know if we're at that point. I'm not keeping up to date with the current meta that much, current format. I feel like Collapse could be good because people are going to run Area 0 a lot and Palkia is shaping up to be popular. You mean just in general or in this deck specifically? What do do you think of the Palkia line with 4/5 water energy in the deck over the Zam metals? In this deck? Nah, it seems pretty terrible. It's not that bad because it would give us access to Ninja as an attacker. Moonlight Shuriken. Now you're making me think about it. Honestly, not terrible. What do you think of Palkia line with 5 to 45 water energy in the deck over the Zamazenta metals? Zamazenta is cooler. The idea of Zamazenta is cooler, but Greninja could be the correct thing to run, I guess. Sure, yeah. We work on Glamora EX for the Area 0 format. I don't even know where I'd start with that deck, to be honest. Deck should probably play Vacuum because of the new stadium. I mean, maybe. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, literally no one is like, if you look over in Japan, though, literally none of these decks are Area 0 decks. Like, every single deck that has won City Leagues so far in Japan, 0 of them have Area 0. So, Area 0's existence doesn't seem to demand Vacuum's inclusion. I include a mandatory of copy of Vacuum in every single deck I make for PTCG Live. So RSK was such a feels bad to see. I mean, it's just a bad way to deck build. I don't know, you're just deck building incorrectly. Single prize decks, single prize attacker in deck or nah? I mean, I'm not like stressed about putting one in there right now. Nothing seems like inherently broken as like a single prize Pokemon to include, so I'm not stressed about putting one in there right now. If there was something that seemed like just too good to not include, then I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll include this. But no, nothing feels like that right now. What decks are you gonna play first for Stellar Crown? No clue. Are turtle decks just overhyped then? I don't know. I don't think they're really overhyped. I mean, there's the new cards coming about. It's more exciting to look at and think about the new cards than not. I wouldn't say they're overhyped. People are just trying to get their ideas out there for them. I think people questioning how hyped things are is over asked. I get too many questions of people like, oh, is this overhyped? Is that overhyped? It's like that gets asked way too much. Yeah, that's overthought about. Is something overhyped? I feel like the old turtle. I feel like the turtle can't be this bad. I know. All we've seen is our Japan results, but man, I don't know. The card seems good. Yeah, I think it seems pretty good too. Hyping things up is overhyped. True. Only one I could think of was Basket Legion. Yeah, I don't want to play another 1/1. It would fit. We could have bench for states for something like a Basket Legion for sure. We could have bench for sure. Based on the chart, seems like Raging Bolt is the most popular, and is Raging Box really the only answer to counter? No. There's a lot of other ways to beat Raging Bolt. One of the problems is that Raging Bolt now has Briar. Are people playing it though? No Briar. No Briar. There's a Briar. Okay, but not everyone's playing it. It's not like a staple. Oh, all right. Two of 4. 3 of 4. Hold up. 3 of 6. Raging Bolts are playing the Briar. Hang on, we got more. We're at 4 of 6. Why is this one Ogerpon Raging Bolt instead of Raging Bolt Ogerpon? And it's still 4/4. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, for some reason, the Raging Bolt is placed second in this one. What? Briar. So it's what? 5 of 7. Briar. 6 of 8. Crispin. You're banned. This is another Noctowl build. I think the Noctowl build should have Briar because they have better ways to find it. It seems like over 50% of them play Briar. Over 50%, which hurts like one prize decks for sure. Like, even like an Ancient Box, the matchup gets like a lot tougher as Ancient Box in that matchup. Already beats Bolt. I don't even know, but with Briar now, I don't even know. That's like a pretty big swing, to be honest. I mean, you may be still favored, but I don't know. It's so annoying that that card exists. Honestly, I don't like that Briar exists. I think it'll like make the overall game a lot more boring than it would have been. I don't know. Zard still seems fine in the Bolt. Yeah, it definitely still seems like it's pretty good for sure. Also, like Ogerpon KOing and a Radzard at the end of the game is pretty tough. Like you need a lot of energy. Azul, if you could be known for a single card that you've played historically, what would you want it to be? For example, like everyone mentions Tord with Zoroark. I don't know. Could be known for a single card that you played historically. Flying Pikachu? Yeah, let's go with Flying Pikachu. Any theories on if Miraidon moves up in the pecking order with the new additions? Nope. No thoughts on that. Gravity plus Stamp plus Gust Fez plus KO Squawk with Screamtail seems pretty strong into Malta's Guardy. I don't even know if you want to KO the Squawk though, right? Because then they get to draw with... I do see what you're saying though. Giving it 2 or 3 cost is pretty annoying. But then they get to draw with Fez. Oh yeah, sure. I'm like thinking like really in depth about the strategy of that play. Like, do we want to let them draw with Fez? But yeah, sure. I see what you're saying. Yeah, just trapping anything against Raging Bolt that they would normally retreat for 1 energy and be able to still attack on the turn is good. But Guardy is just bad, right? Guardy has to be just bad. Maybe it's okay. Bolt seems pretty good into Zard now. The 1 prizer you take early is good instead of bad. Wait, why is the 1 prizer you take early now good instead of bad? It still gives them the 2/2/2 prize trade. It doesn't make a difference. You think Farigiraf Area 0 Underdepths deck could be good? No, I don't think so. Most Bolt plays 2 switch card, right? Yeah, 2 switch card and a prime. I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. Baby Guard has comeback with the Clefable EX. The fuck do you spell that? This? No. Wait, what? The answer is no. I'm not going to dive too much deeper into this. Lily's Clefable? Oh, the trainer Pokemon? What does that even do? One more damage for each bench Pokemon. The weakness of your opponent's Dragon Pokemon in play is now Colossus. Oh, Psychic. Well, this is like after rotation. Who knows if this thing's going to be good? Yeah, who knows? This is literally 2 formats and a rotation away. Anything is... You can put a maybe... You can attach literally a maybe to anything with something that far away. Yeah. Actually, it's 3 formats away. Stellar Crown, Surging Sparks, Trainer Pokemon. It's 3 formats away plus a rotation. You can attach a maybe to anything that far out. Maybe Charizard will be the BDIF. Maybe Zoroark will be bad. Thought this was a December set? No. March. Assuming it's in the first trainer set. I think that's what they usually do though, Curry, right? Like the stuff they leak at Worlds, I'm pretty sure is always in the first set. Like they're not leaking stuff from 2 sets away, right? Are they? No, it's usually always all in the first set. Like all the ancient Pokemon. Well, that's not true. The ancient Pokemon they showed, the ancient and future Pokemon they showed. Oh, didn't that all come out in the first set? No, maybe it always does come out in the first set. Which aspect do you think is the most optimal in Zard? Is SCR Stellar Crown? In the Stellar Crown format? I don't know. I haven't tested the format. I haven't tested Charizard in the format. I don't know, how do you guys want me to answer those questions? Like Jack asked me what aspect do you think is the most optimal in Charizard in the Stellar Crown format? I can either answer I don't know, I haven't tested the format, or I could say probably Unfair Stamp or Heroescape. I think it's better to say nothing because I just don't have like I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion, but it probably is Unfair Stamp or Heroescape, right? I guess Prime Catcher could be good as well. Like Prime Catcher could be good. See that now I'm just like going down like I don't know. There's 3 like I could name every aspect that's been good in Charizard in the past. The ladder. I don't know. Not Great Tree. Great Tree. It could be Great Tree actually. The Great Tree's a reasonable shout too. See, yeah, it's better I just say I don't know, right? Because like now that the further we go down this, it's like hey, any of the 4 that seem like good in the deck, those could be the optimal one. Yeah, it's better for me to just say I don't know, right? Actually, it's objectively dangerous laser. Yo, that damage boost though. I prefer I haven't tested. Yeah, I feel like it's also like being, well, I'm not being dishonest if I told you the ones that I think could be good, but like I have like no if I had put some time into with Charizard or thinking about Charizard, then I'd probably have an opinion. Like I'd have an opinion where I'd feel more comfortable like giving an actual answer. But as well as someone who tells us we are wrong so often, you aren't allowed the I don't know answer. You're only wrong when I know the answer though. Give an answer so when they lose they can blame you. Easy. Yeah. One thing I will say though, with like especially since I've like put the Metafy group together and everything, like I feel like people think I know more about Pokemon than I actually do. Well, like fundamentally the Pokemon TCG game, I know a lot more than probably a lot of people realize, but like the understanding of like every single deck and everything, I just don't, like, this is not something I have the knowledge on. Now if I like made less content and like did more try hard testing and playing, then I probably could know everything about like every single deck, or enough to the point where like you'd be able to get like a decent amount of information from me. I just don't have the time to do everything. All right, is this the 60 cards? This is it, right? I don't hate the, whoever mentioned the Palkia thing, I don't hate that. I called you out initially, I was like, no, that's garbage. But actually, I actually don't think it's terrible. The idea of, it's like the same thing as Golden Go, right? Just put a 1/1 Palkia there, and then we have access to a Greninja. I mean, Palkia as an early game attacker in this deck probably isn't very good, because we'll probably do it as much with Ceruledge turn 2 as we would do with Palkia anyways, because the deck's gonna turbo through and get energy in this card pile pretty fast. But it would give us access to Moonlight Shuriken, which is like pretty good. Brother, you don't understand it. At a cup, one of my opponents said, Azul said this deck is good right now, so I play it. Yeah, whenever I try and like answer stuff and give, I want people to think like, it's fine to like take some of what I say as just like fact. Just take me at my word on some of the stuff as like fact. But I want people to be critically thinking as much as possible with the answers I give, and that's why I give such long-winded answers to stuff when people like ask questions, because like I don't want you to just like if you ask me a question as to why something's better, I don't want to just like tell you why something's, or tell you something is better. I want to tell you why something is better, ideally, because yeah, it's more about you being able to apply that information to future questions, and not just walk away at the answer for the question and then not be able to answer the next question you have of a similar scenario. Wanting people to think is the mistake there. Might be onto something. All right. I think I like the 60 here. That or our playstyle can somehow justify it. Careful. I ban you. Twitch chat can't think anyway. Is it okay that Jet Energy is your only way to switch? It should be, yeah. There should be enough switch cards, switch outs. What are you thinking like specifically, Fred? Where are we gonna come up? What do you think there's like a situation where we'll come up short from being able to move stuff? I don't even know if I want to run the Metal Energy, to be honest. Like, are we ever attacking with this thing? Next round, this Pokemon can't attack. What does this one do? This attack does 30 more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. I feel like these things are never coming up, right? These attacks are never happening. But it doesn't hurt to include them either. It really doesn't hurt for us to include a couple Metal Energy, I don't think. Well, like whiffing the turn 1 Fire Energy attachment could be annoying, actually, though, if we go first. Or maybe it should just be Fires. Maybe it should just be like that. I still somehow think that Azul is at fault for the popularity of Ancient Box. No, the popularity of Ancient Box was happening way before I started like delving into Ancient Box. And even then, when people ask me about Ancient Box, I still tell people I think the deck is fine. I think for the Baltimore format, the deck is fine. Nothing special. Not what I think it's being made out to be by like the popularity of it turning into. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend someone play Ancient Box at Baltimore if they're like picking between decks. If that's what you've been practicing the last 2 weeks, that probably should be the deck you should be playing. But the only deck that I would recommend anyone play at Baltimore would be Drago. So. Manual attach on Zamas, that just seems pretty unlikely. I was thinking more so in the situation where it's like, what if our opponent gusts this up to try and deck us out? Now we can go attach metal. We can like threaten eventually attacking with it, and they have to KO it. Let's just try without it. Let's just try without that possibility. I was also thinking about going down. Now that we have Lumen, should we play 2 Carmine or just 1? Should we go down to 1 Carmine? I'm almost thinking we should just go down to 1 Carmine. But maybe this is still fine. There's no way Zamazenta is correct. Probably not, but it's a cooler way to build the deck for sure, right? So we got to start somewhere. We got to start with the cool ways. If we don't start with the cool ways and then we only go to the what we think is the optimal way, then we'll never try the cool ways, and we'll have less fun playing Pokemon, and then we'll quit and go play I don't know, Hearthstone or something. We got to think about our preemptive mental health in the Pokemon TCG to make sure we're playing it long term. At that point, play Lilligant and research away the energy. Yo, wait, are you no, wait. Wait, you could be cooking here. It's got 1 retreat cost too. Oh, the point of the Zam is also the ability, to be honest. The point of playing the Zamazenta V is like this. Like, we can go like turn 1 Squawk Zam. Like, that's part of the reason. But I don't, this is actually kind of cool. I think the aggressive draw power of Regal Stance is probably better. Yeah, it's not even about the Zamazenta V-Star as much. It's about the Zamazenta V. But hey, we could play some Grass Energy, some Fuel for some Ultra Balls, or just research it all away. No Dribbler fighting. We don't have bench space, right? Let's go through this one more time. Oh, maybe we do. Is that all we have? I'm missing someone, right? No, I guess not really. Like, and then there's going to be a combination of these on the bench as well. Maybe we Squawk. If we go second, we want to try and Screamtail, but we might not. Luminian as well. And Screamtail might be bad, and it should maybe just be a Cleffa as well. What was the card you recommended? Was it Drillbur Fighting? We could theoretically still have room for Drillbur Fightings. Should we get Skillbur involved still? We technically still have room for him. Let's say we Squawked. We have room for Drillbur. Let's say we went second and we went like Screamtail. Maybe Zam didn't get into play. We could still do Drillbur. Let's see, we would want Zam at some point. We can't do this board plus, like, this board plus Drillbur can never happen. Huh. Interesting. If we go first, we're more likely to have room for the Drillbur. If we go second, we're less likely. But we're not always going to be able to pull off Screamtail anyway, so maybe the Drillbur should just exist in the deck. Simisear V-Star as just an extra Saraledge, though. Simisear, let me read this. This guy? This attack does 30 damage for each energy in your discard pile. So after the, what, 4th energy, Ember Star is doing more damage than Abyssal Blaze. But we need... So it's gonna be like a closer. Oh, but like if we have to KO like back-to-back Charizard EXs or something, then we need this one to KO the first one, and this one KOing the second one means this would just KO the second one anyways, right? How about Zoroark V-Star ability? Zoroark V-Star Force ability? But Regal Stance turn 1 is the Zoroark V-Star's ability, but then we also get access to Shield Star. So the Zamazenta is just better, I think. Just an excuse to play the Alt-Art Simisear V-Star? Sure. I mean, yeah, sure. Saraledge has plenty of damage to close the game. That's what I think, so yeah. Listen, I'm just throwing ideas out since everything is on the table. Okay. No, listen. We're responding to them. We're going through it. Checking them off the list. Can't you play Area 0 to build your bench with Drillbur, Luminian, etc., then dump the liabilities when it gets bumped? Yes, you could, but that's like a lot of stuff to set up, I think. I think this is just going to be better. Like, this will just be a more consistent way to play the deck. But I do kind of want to get the Drillbur in here now. The more I thought about our bench access, like what we have available for bench space, I kind of want to get the Drillbur involved. Got to be at least 5 or 6, 5 to 6. Let's go with 6. But 90, I will cut 1 Carbine for the drill bear. Not gonna lie, I didn't know what ZamV did. Yeah. The only reason we're playing the Zamazenta V Star is because the Zamazenta V is pretty good with the Regal stance. It's the only. So it's like, okay, well, if we're playing this, we don't have a V Star power. We may as well play the V Star. Okay, optimal 60 locked. Can't be beaten. Won't be beaten. Yeah, Iono plus Zamazenta sounds kind of sick at the end of the game, to be honest. All right, it's time for me to go get my lunch, to be honest. So I'm gonna leave this here. The next deck we're gonna work on is, I think it's got to be Sylveon. Wait, I don't want. What's the better way to look at it? Perspective set list. Set list. Proxies. Yeah, we'll do Sylveon next. Hydrapple? I've already done Hydrapple. Eggs? This card just looks miserably bad, to be honest. Flip coin, if heads, your opponent's active basic Pokemon is knocked out. If tail, choose one of your opponent's benched. But this card just looks so bad. It does have 300 HP, though. It's got 300. It's got to be terrible, though. What page is this? Just go to Justin Basil, the What's Next tab. It's bad, but fun. I don't know. At a certain point, you lose too many games and it no longer becomes fun. You can use it with Drago. Yeah, but it's still terrible. It's still terrible. Is the Azumarill action going? Oh, true. Wait, what set does the Azumarill come out in? Is it in this set? Oh, it's not under the proxies, though. Oh, it is a set. We could do an Azumarill deck, yeah. But Eggs lets us play Super Energy Search. True, it does give us a reason to play Super Energy Search. True. Put it to use. I'm surprised Archelodon isn't seen play in Japan. It's not out in Japan yet. The only things that Japan has from Surging Sparks is Ceruledge and Sylveon. That's it. They have Ceruledge and Sylveon. Those are the only things they have. They don't have anything else. And the Terra Ball. And the Terra Ball, yeah. And the Terra Ball. Don't you play Azumarill with Sylveon? I don't know, do you? Is that the combo? Archelodon with Dialga V-Star? No, that's cap. That's trolling. I'm trying out Eggs Teal Mask, and it's alright. Egg Mask. Alright. Are we leaving this here? This is good enough. It's good enough. I gotta tweet it out though to get the Twitter clout real fast. Twitter clout is important. It is important. Wait, so in November we finally catch up to Japan format again, like Paradox Rift? Actually, yeah, kind of. Yeah, for a couple months, Jack. Once we get, because we're gonna get, so here, this site is sick, actually, by the way. For anyone who doesn't know about Justin Basil's site, justinbasil.com, it's pretty sick. So Japan will get Supercharged Breaker October 18th, and then they will get, what am I behind here? Yeah, they're getting Paradise Dragona. Literally, what we're getting Stellar Crown, they're gonna get Paradise Dragona, which is half of Surging Sparks. They'll get the other half of Surging Sparks on October 18th in Supercharged Breaker. And then we'll get access to both of these sets in Surging Sparks, and Surging Sparks comes out on November 18th, which is like 3 weeks after. So we're gonna get Surging Sparks 3 weeks after they get Surging Sparks, but then we'll be in the same format until they get Battle Partners in January. So November, December, like 3 months. We'll be in the same format for like 2.5, 3 months, and then they'll get Battle Partners in January. And this is where things suck, because then we're gonna be stuck in Surging Sparks format all the way until March, which probably the end of March, which is when we get the Battle Trainers set. We don't get it until March or end of March. So we're gonna have like a 4.5, 5 month Surging Sparks format, and Japan is gonna have Battle Partners 2 months ish before us. Now we don't know the exact release date for March, but consistently it's been the end of March, beginning of April. 4 months for a format. It's going to be more like 5 because we're getting Surging Sparks at the beginning of November, and then this set is probably going to be the end of March, probably. But we don't actually know the specific date for the March set release. This is also when rotation will happen as well. Rotation will also happen on this day, on this set release. Will happen with this set release. So it could be the beginning of March, which would be pretty sick. Like if this is March, like the first weekend or second weekend of March, that'd be pretty sick. But the last 2 years, it's been the end of March, beginning of April, which that sucks. So that means it's like a 5 month format, more like. But we'll see. All right, saved. We have to make a new one now. New Pokemon deck, Sylveon. Probably at least 3. Probably around 3. All right, I'm gonna go get my lunch real fast. I'm gonna go get that. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna jump into building a Sylveon build here. I'll be right back. Let's talk about buttered sausage. What is buttered sausage? Is it just sausage in, like in butter? What am I eating? Basically it's like crustless quiche. With breakfast stuff in it. So it's like egg whites. Dude, what? Just You mean an omelet? Yeah, sure, like a baked omelet. I say quiche because I bake it in the oven, but favorite alcoholic drink? I don't really have one. I don't drink very often. Some kind of mixed drink. All right. So we need the broken EV. Why are they doing this 4 months without a set at the start of the year? They could have stretched it more so we don't have a new meta every month now. Wait, we don't have a new... Wait, what are you saying? Phantomite. We don't have a new format every year. Oh, the dates... So these are different... This is for Japan. This is when Japan gets stuff. This is when we get stuff. Like, if you're talking about when I was talking about these are two sets that Japan is going to get at these two time frames that we're going to get combined into our Surging Spark set. We're not getting all of those sets. We're only getting one. We're getting Surging Sparks, which is a combination of the two sets. You have a routine you do before regionals, or just send it? In terms of preparation, yes. Your mindset of thinking about future sets more now because you found joy in it, or because of content reasons? I mean, building decks is kind of cool. I'm still not trying to like discuss or talk about matchups or anything like that. Like when chat asks me questions about, oh, what about how do you deal with Mimikyu? Like literally, when we were just building this deck, people were like, "Oh, how do you deal with Mimikyu? How do you deal?" Like, I don't care about Mimikyu. I don't know about, is Mimikyu a thing we have to be able to KO with our Serial Edge deck? I don't know, and I know you don't know, even though you think we need an answer for Mimikyu. So like, making a deck like that, I still enjoy this process of just like making a deck, like a neutral, or just making a neutral Serial Edge deck. Like, all right, how can we make a build of Serial Edge? But I'm not trying to like, oh, you need vacuum for this. Well, we need to be able to KO Mimikyu, so we have to get this tech card and that tech. Like, I'm not trying to go through that process. For sure. You appreciate the 41 once there will be. But overall, like, making decks is chill. It's a mix of, it's definitely a mix of like good content overall, I feel like, and like I enjoy doing it still. Yeah, good content and I enjoy doing it. Basically a stock list before text. Yeah, like we're trying to make, okay, this is the card pool we have access to. We're making a deck around Serral GX. We're making the Serral GX archetype. How do we make a powerful build of that deck? Because I don't know the meta. I don't know what the popular decks are. I don't know what tech cards are going to be good against the popular decks. Neither do you. There's like, there's no point like worrying about stuff we don't know, you know? For Zard, Paul, what cards do I need to win the matchup most of times? That's too broad of a question. That's not a good question. You have to ask me a different question. Try again. Against Snorlax? You lose. Yeah, against Snorlax, you lose. Back it up. Go next. What's the goal of this Sylveon card? Just to bench disrupt and install out resources? I don't know. We're gonna try and abuse both the attacks, but I don't know like what our strategy is gonna actually look like too much. I mean, like Serral Legit strategy is obvious. Yeah, you could build this in a couple different ways. Well, that's always gonna be part of it, right? Part of this deck strategy is always just gonna be, it is like a resource. It's not like a control deck, but it is like resource disruptive, right? Like we're putting their Pokemon back in their deck probably as much as we possibly can, while still having to KO their remaining attacker in play. So yeah. I see what you're saying now more. At first I was like, I have no clue, but I haven't played the deck. But that is going to be, yeah. The answer to your question is yes. I thought you were asking like a little bit more in-depth questions I wouldn't have an answer to, but I guess I do have an answer to that. There's some decent tech stage 1 evolutions too. Let's see. How can I just like look that up somehow? Bundle broken in here. Bundle's okay. The problem is they're just gonna send up their other. They're gonna have 2 attackers send up and send up their other attacker. We counter. We might have to rely heavily on counter catcher. Are you still helping your testing team for Baltimore? A little bit, but nothing too extensive. I'm giving them any thoughts I have, and if they have any like questions, kind of just in general, then I like give my input. But I'm definitely a little bit more removed from the process than I am at previous events. Also, I won't be there like the night before to go over final preparations. I just search up Eon? No. What do these all do? These both suck, right? What would you say? Leafeon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon were the ones I saw. Glaceon and Pay on the meta. I mean, that one sucks, right? Is there any? There's not. Is there new ones coming out? There's not, right? So your deck list for Bolt in your Discord? No, I don't have any lists for Bolt. Everything I don't like work on. I rarely. That's not true. I don't like. Maybe this is something I should do more, especially with like my Metafy group. And if I did do this, it would be in my Metafy group. But I don't like. Well, I'm not going to Baltimore, so that would. But even if I was going to Baltimore, like 2 weeks before Baltimore, I wouldn't like work on every single archetype and come up with like an updated list for every single archetype, because I don't feel confident just like putting deck lists for every kind of archetype out there unless I put some time and effort into them. Like what I say or put out with them is not going to be more valuable than what other people put out there who put more time into it. Like if I spend time on a deck and I play it on stream, play an online tournament, then I'll like put that list out there with that idea. But, and I'm sure like I could look at every single archetype in the format going into Baltimore and come up with a deck list for each of them, but I wouldn't be like super confident in any of them. So I feel like it's a waste for me to put those lists out to begin with. Maybe me versus the average player making like a a Lugia list, my list on average might be better than the average players, but it's not going to be better than like another, you know, above average players, like a good players list that they put time and effort and put out there. So like, I feel like it's just kind of muddies the waters for me to put out lists if I haven't put that extra time into the archetype, because my understanding of the archetype is going to be less so than other players. So I only like putting out information on stuff that I feel like I have a more solid foundational grounding in, or whatever, like where I feel like I'm putting out like a higher quality of content, I guess. Not where it's just better than the average players, but it's rivaling what any other good player, or I think it's better than what other good players are putting out there. So I'm not just gonna spew out like I said, I could just use Baltimore as an example. 2 weeks before Baltimore, I could look at every single archetype and come up with a list for every single archetype, you know, putting some thought process into it, but like not really grinding games with the deck in the way I do sometimes on stream. And I could like be like, disclaimer, my knowledge with these decks is limited. Maybe I like I'm more knowledgeable with these decks, yada yada. So, you know, I'm definitely missing parts of the deck currently. I could do that, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like necessary. It doesn't seem like there's like a lack of information out there for just kind of archetypes across the board, but if that is something someone really wants to see, if that is something people would really want to see from me, I would definitely consider doing it. It'd be something that I put in my Metafy group specifically, but yeah, I just don't have enough, like there literally just is not enough time to be of a certain caliber with every single deck and have that much information on every single deck. So who in the community do you look up to for their deck building skills? I'm no one, I don't think. No one. So how would you build Blocklax for Baltimore? Probably start with 4 Snorlax. Good luck. 4 Snorlax, 2. I would play 2 Mimikyu and 2 Ogerpon, and then I would test the Mist Energy. See, like that right there is a perfect example. Is in Blocklax, the Mist Energy I would want to put more testing into. I couldn't even tell you for sure if I think Mist Energy is correct or incorrect in Blocklax right now. I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't tell you. And I wouldn't want to put out a list with or without it because I don't know which one's better. But Falcon asking me that question, what I would tell you is where I would start with or where I'd go from would be like, I would play Blocklax and I would test it with Mist Energy to see if it's worth it. So I could tell you that much at least. But you can get that information from me by just coming into my stream and asking me that question, right? What is Mist for? Moon. You can beat Moon if they don't get the baby Moon down because you can go Mimikyu Mist. It's good against Dragapult. Excuse me, Regidrago. Because you can go Cape Mist your benched Rotom. And then they can never one-hit KO it. If you don't have the Mist, they can spread to it with Dragapult and then eventually knock it out. You can put your Mist on a Mimikyu. So that way Mew can't copy Mimikyu's attack and then damage you. They still have Cologne and Sinnoh though, of course. So like they can go Sinnoh, attack it with Mew, but you'll have a Bravery Charm on there, so they won't one-hit KO it. They just have to bump their stadium back with an Artisan. And then the other thing was bump it back, Mist. They can still Cologne Drago one-hit KO you, but what are the pros and cons of playing Bolt for Baltimore? I don't know. I'll tell you this: Bolt falls under my fine. Bolt falls under the fine category for me. I have three categories of decks. It's either I would recommend, fine, or I would not I would say you shouldn't play. For Bolts, the pros and cons. The pro is it can beat enough stuff. The con is that it's not Regidrago. The con is it's not Regidrago. The pro is the deck is okay. It's fine right now. You'd have to like give me something to compare it to though. Like the pros and cons of playing like Bolt versus like playing Roaring Moon. I'm just saying like Bolt in general. Like the biggest con is gonna be it's not Regidrago, or it's not a deck that I think is better than it, right? Bolt versus Lugia, it's a lot more linear. It's a lot more linear. You have a better Regidrago matchup, but a worse matchup spread overall compared to something like Lugia. Pros of playing Lugia, wider matchup spread. Cons is a little bit less. I don't really like factor consistency in as like that's not a con to play a deck. Lugia has a good enough win rate. It's like we're not concerned with its consistency. Yeah, we're not concerned with its consistency. Also, like these type of questions, I'm not gonna put too much thought into in the moment in chat, but these are the kind of questions that if you want to ask me them and you want like a more informed answer, and then that's what my like Metafy group is for. Because like thinking about everything in the moment and like right now while I'm streaming, I'm just not gonna give you as thorough of an answer, or maybe even an answer, or it'll be short and sweet and just be like, well, it's not Regidrago, so that's why I wouldn't play it. Would Guardy be a good pick? No. Guardy is like one of the few decks I would recommend people do not play at Baltimore. Yo, appreciate the 2 months there. Foosh. We barely cooked any of this list at all. We need trumpets. We need what else? What do we need? Well, we need energy. We need psychics, lightning's water. We need vessels. How absurd is Lugia as a card / archetype given its win rate over its lifespan despite its brick rate? Less of an issue with amazing Lugia and more of an issue now. So you're saying if it was like, if it had average consistency of a good deck, how absurd of a card / archetype is it? If we like make up for that? Probably a draw engine like Bib, Noctowl engine, Bib engine. I think they did a bit more than Noctowl. There's an Eevee that evolves when you evolve another Eevee. Wait, is there actually? No, there's not. You're lying. Are you talking about this Eevee? When's Slow Crown releasing on live? Thursday. There's an Eevee that evolves when you evolve another Eevee. Bottom yellow border. This? Wait, what the heck? This is still legal? Why is there so many legal EVs? Dude, I just like looked over at this and I was like, oh, there's no way any of these are legal. There's so many EVs. There's like, these have to be rotated. This is actually legal. All right, my bad. You weren't lying. You weren't lying. So wait, this seems worth playing then. What does this one say? You can evolve during your first turn or the turn it was put. So you should play like a, is it like a 3-1 split? Like one of these? That's a good meme, to be honest. That's a good meme. So we go push this one up in the active, evolve it. Then it allows us to evolve this one as well. I'm not sure if it's like broken though. It's okay. Like this is okay. Very okay. Super tree cost. 2G sounds better. No, because getting this one in the active on the first turn is super important. We got to get this in the active. See, that's the problem. That's how it works. So we're trying to attack turn 1 with Sylveon. We're trying to go turn 1 attack. Oh wait, that helps me like think about this deck way better. Yeah, we're trying to attack turn 1 with Sylveon. So you put this one in the active, you evolve it, then you could access to your trumpets, and then you trumpet accelerate energy to your EVs, and then you evolve your EVs to Sylveon. So this one actually might just be bad, to be honest. No, it's never a 2-2. It can't be a 2-2 because we need 2 of these in play at all times. Put one in the active. Well, no, I guess we could play other Terra Pokemon. But why would we play other Terra Pokemon when we have a Terra Pokemon that can evolve into play turn 1? Honestly, the more I think about it, the worse this is. I think this is terrible. I'm cutting it. I like the idea of it, though. I don't think we should also play 4 of these because evolving is so important. Because we are trying to attack turn 1 for sure. Choose your opponent's bench Pokemon and shuffle those Pokemon. Wait, if we go second with this deck and like turn 1... It's interesting. You need a basic Terra to play Trumpet in the first place? No, you just need a Terra Pokemon. Should you play another Terra so you can Trumpet to Eevee? Well, the point is you put Eevee in the active, you evolve it to Sylveon, and then you Trumpet to your benched Eevees, and then you evolve those to Sylveon. That way we don't need to play another Terra Pokemon. Now, we could play another Terra Pokemon. We could play another Terra Pokemon to, like, get access to the Trumpet before we'd evolve, but I don't know. But you can't Trumpet to Sylveon? Falcon, I just explained it. I'm gonna... You know, no, Falcon, explain to me how it works, or I'm gonna ban you. Or no, I won't ban you. I'll time you out. Explain to me how this combination works, or I'm gonna time you out. Makes it hard to attack turn 1. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's it. You're done. Think you're switching out the active to get that turn 1 attack? This is true, but we probably have to switch anyways, right? Well, that's not true. We could just get a lot of Trumpets. So do we need E-switches then? No, we don't need E-switches. We could play E-switches. We can just like build up the other one manually though. Man, I don't know why. I don't know why, but I was feeling pretty... And over the weekend, I was feeling... just pretty drained in general. That's one of the reasons I didn't stream. I mean, there was other stuff I need to get done with, like, the content stuff and doing, like, those IRL deck profile videos and figuring out my system for that. It's actually, like, the shorts for the IRL deck profiles, I've actually done really, really well. Specifically on TikTok. Like, I was getting, like, 40K view on those. So I was, like, figuring out my process for that over the weekend. That's what I was doing. Getting that all nailed down. I have a lot of energy today, though, which is good. I don't know why. Like, yeah, over the weekend, I just had no energy. Not sure what it was. Did an EX to move all the damage off of Sylveon? Genius. You're hired. Gonna run Noctowl on this? I don't think so. I'm trying to be a turn 1 deck. I definitely want to try and do this turn 1. Like, turn 1, go second. Turn 1, attack. Fan Rotom for Eevees? That's another bench clogger, though. I mean, I guess if we're playing the stadium, we could make it work. We could play Area 0. We don't want our opponent to have access to Area 0, right? What's our initial bench look like here? It's going to be like... Active, bench, 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 bench. Trumpet energy to the Eevees. Switch Eevee into the active, evolve to Sylveon, attack, right? Should you play Prime? Not sure. You don't need Area 0 because everyone else is. But that's the thing, no one's playing Area 0. Can you try Ho-Oh V Terapagos? Deck actually is cooking. Better be cooking. I feel like with the tree cost, you'll want some switches. No, we definitely want like 4 switch, I think. Because we need to get Eevee into the active, and then we need to get out of the active. Could play Sylveon with Blissey EX and Glass Trumpet. That just feels like super unnecessary, though. Like, we have the EVs. Play Collapse so you can drop them from 8 bench to 2 and get rid of your squad. Dude, I mean, but no one's playing Area 0, though. No one's playing Area 0. I can still see it. I think we want Pokestops, to be honest. I'm trying to attack turn 1. I'm trying to make a turn 1 build. That might not be the best way to play the deck, to be honest. I like the idea of a turn 1. I like the idea of a turn 1 build. Choose second, turn 1 attack. Prime? Carmine? No, because we're choosing second. So we don't want Carmine. We want researches. Prime seems good because we are choosing second. Like, be aggressive, right? Crispin? No, it's too slow. It's too slow. Wait, maybe it's not too slow. No, it's too slow. Vessels and Ultra Balls? We got Vessels. Oh, we need Pokemon Search. Good call. Good call. Maybe some Terra Orbs? Need energy switches, right? No. We don't need energy switches. Is this the 4 Terra Orb deck? I don't think 4. You're not doing the Glamora? No, I'm trying to do like a fast build, like a attack turn 1 build. Is the idea. Why would you need Terra Orb when you just push EV active and evolve? You still have to evolve it from your hand. It doesn't like get the evolution. You put it in the active and it can evolve. Yeah, it's not energy evolution. It just can evolve if it's in the active spot on the first turn. Play Shoes and Morpeko. Oh, the Morpeko that checks the top deck? No. Morpeko's not an aggressive card. It's just a... I mean, it's like... Nah, it's not aggressive. Carmine? No. We're going second. We're choosing second. Pokegear? I could see Pokegears. We only have 5 spots left. Dude, wait, what the heck? We only have 5 spots left. That went by fast. Could we ever play less energy? No, because we still need to naturally drawn to them, right? Iron Bundle to put the active on the bench? Sure. Okay. I like the Iron Bundle. We are aggressive. Luminion versus Pokegears. We also need Boss. Actually going down to like this. It definitely, like, the more I build this out, I think the slower build of this deck is probably better, but let's make the turbo build. I'm locked in on the turbo build at this point. Why Boss over catchers? I don't think we need catchers. I think Boss is fine. We're out for the Penguin. We had some Night Treasures. We should be fine. Oh yeah, we already have 2 Night Treasures right here. Maybe we can get away with just like 1 Night Treasure. Turbo Sylveon seems weird to me. I feel like a disruptive build is the way. Counter catcher, stamp, delete bench. It definitely could be, but I'm locked in on the. We're locked in on the turbo build right now. I'm not gonna unturbo. We can do another build for Sylveon later, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Although I did want to work on a. I did want to work on a Dragapult build tomorrow. Stellar Crown Dragapult. So we might do that. Alright. We have four deck spaces open right now. Our bench looks like 3 EV. We're Ninja Squawk. We probably do 2 Squawk just because we're going to use it every single game. We see the prime sub there. Akon. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of hype. We got plenty of Sprite. Any tools? I don't think so. Is the Heroescape overkill? Well, I think we just want the Prime Catcher. Is it active for energy plus Crispin? No, we're all in on the... We're trumpeting. Got 3 spots left. The Terra Crystal Tool. Not in this build, no. We could play a Palpad. Palpad, Iono. So we're gonna go turn 1. Each of your opponent's bench Pokemon and shuffle those Pokemon and all cards attached into their deck. And then we do 160, and then what? Reduce attacks used by the defending Pokemon do 100 less damage. Why no Helper Bell? Yo, I'm down. We'll put a Helper Bell in here. Oh no. Oh, it is. Okay. Sure, 1 Helper Bell. I'm down. Man, this deck's got to be terrible though, right? Like, this is definitely not the way to play the deck. But it feels super hard to do this without a 0 retreat mon. Why does a 0 retreat mon? I don't think a 0 retreat mon interacts with the deck the way you think it does. What do you think this deck strives at doing? I don't know. If you don't hit trumpets, what do you even do? I mean, if you dead draw with any deck, what do you do? It's your goddamn trumpets. We could play, actually, all right, there is like an argument to actually play some energy switch, actually, right? Because you could move it from the one EV to the other EV. Like 1 energy switch. Let's go 1 Squawk. Feels like some Loomis energy, easy energy requirements. No, it's too clunky. It's too awkward. Can't find them. Who knows when we'll draw into them. Definitely bad in this build. Appreciate that Prime sub there. Tubes Goober. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all the cookies, but we got plenty of fettuccine. What about the supporter that searches for 2 different energies? Attach one and then the other hand, or is that just not the set? That is this set, but it's not with this build. This build is turbo. This build, we're going with the turbo builds here. There's definitely argument for other builds to look different. 100%. We're going turbo with this build though. Energy switch almost acts like an extra copy of Glass Trumpet. Yeah. That's what I was thinking as well. Honestly, there is an argument for some orbs. Because they're like a more efficient card. You can only find Sylveon, but like a 1 of orb wouldn't be bad. Definitely wouldn't be bad. I'm not to kind of like leave this as is though for right now. Teleport Abra? Or what? And once again, that doesn't interact with the deck. Like, okay, no, it doesn't do anything. What's the bell do? On our first turn going second, we can search our deck for a supporter. Appreciate the Prime sub there, Grim. Welcome to the pack. We're all out of oil, but we got plenty of pans. I'm gonna try a Turbo Glass Trumpet Terrapagos deck similar to this. Turbo Glass Trumpet Terrapagos deck similar to this. Oh, okay. For some reason, I don't know what I like missed part of what you were saying. Second Squawk, maybe? I mean, maybe. You think Miraidon becomes much better with the set? I have no clue. How do you turbo Terrapagos when it's anti-turbo has it built to its attack? Well, the point of playing the Glass Trumps would be for the secondary attack. I think Miraidon becomes much better with this set. Have you looked at a Drago build for Sparks yet? For Sparks? No. For Stellar Crown? No. But we but we are going to. Is this week the hand disruption, or would you say you set up before getting hand disrupted is the idea? Well, yeah, we're trying to attack turn 1. I have no clue. I mean, yeah, we're trying to attack turn 1, which means we're not getting hand disrupted yet, but also like the deck doesn't care about hand disruption too much because we're just like playing our whole hand out. What do you think stands out the most for Sparks? As of right now, what stands out the most? I assume you're talking about like new decks. I mean, the things that stand out the most to me from Sparks, Archlodon for sure. For some reason, I thought you meant Stellar Crown. Yeah, from Sparks, definitely Archlodon. Everything else seems kind of mid. Why no Crystal? I'm going with Prime. Oops, no, I'm not. Also, we're playing an aggressive Pokestop build. Playing like Arvins or something, then the other thing makes sense. Played as a couple turns with the Sylveon deck? No shot. I don't want to know that this deck is bad. I want to pretend this deck is good until I play with it on PTCG Live months from now and then realize it's bad. Okay. We're going to make a Dragapult list now. We're going to put all the cool new cards in it. It's called Crystal? Yeah. More so in general, not to acknowledge the new stuff. Not to acknowledge the new stuff, but Archlodon looks sick. Oh yeah, definitely Archlodon. I'm from Sparks, we just don't know that much about it yet, but Archlodon. I heard somewhere that after Sparks that it's for 6 months. Is that true? More like 4.5 to 5 months. Fuche. Yeah, 4.5 to 5 months. And there is a special set release in the middle of that time period, but the average special set does very little to affect the new format, to affect the format slash meta. So. A good chance that like it doesn't shake up too much, but we'll see. Maybe there's gonna be some cool stuff in it. Who knows? Actually, is there anything like on that? What's next? Do we know anything that's coming out of this special set? Because this would be it, right? Surging Sparks, yeah. We just have a. Oh, we have nothing about any of this. Well, that's a lot of EXs. What the heck? Oh no, wait, these aren't EXs. These are EXs. No, that is it. It stops here. Mimikyu EX, Xerneas EX, Tapu Koko EX, Pikachu EX, Kyogre EX. Retro EX, Blaziken EX. Dude, these all have to suck though, right? This is the special set, by the way, that we're gonna get. This special set comes out in January after Surging Sparks, before the trainer set, but most of the time, special sets don't shake things up very much at all. Yeah, special sets rarely do. Like, Shroud of Fable, I think, is from like a scale of 1 to 10 of how much a special set affects the meta. Shroud of Fable was like a 10, and then most of the time it's a 5, right? I'm trying to think about like other special sets in the one of the special. Pokemon Go didn't really change that much at all. We got cards, but it didn't mean it changes anything. Crown Zenith was like a 1. Yeah, Crown Zenith was like a 1. Pokemon Go set was like a 5. Paldean Fates. What did we get from Paldean Fates? I'm also talking about like in the immediate as well. Like Pokestop's like a pretty popular card in the current format, but I'm talking about on immediate release. 151 was a 1. Yeah, 151 we got what? Like Call for Family Pidgeot or Pidgey? Yeah, most of them are like pretty bad. Like most special sets don't do anything like at all. Shroud of Fable is definitely a like is Shroud of Fable the most impactful special set ever? Is that possible? What is like the secondary most impactful special set ever? There was the Dragon set, right? That had like Victini Prism. That set had some good cards. Radzard made Pogo a 6, and that's about it. But not in the immediate, though. I'm always thinking about in the immediate, like right after the special set comes out, what happens? Because Radzard definitely became a way bigger deal. Radzard wasn't really that big of a deal until we got Charizard. In the immediate, when Pogo dropped, it was like there was the Charizard and Teleon deck, but that's kind of it. 151 had Mew EX. It was a new card, but didn't change that much, right? Well, MeWX was a solid 151. So 151 was definitely not a 1. 151 might have been like a 5. It might have been a 5 when you compare it to like Shrouded Fable. Wasn't AzulGG from a special set? It was, yeah. That one was a 10. People were afraid of MeWX breaking the game with Colorless Lugia. No real game breaking though, right? Shrouded Fable only has like 60 cards too. It was pretty small, yeah. Most impactful special set in the modern era was probably Celebrations. What do we get from Celebrations? We got Celebrations Mew. Is that it? I don't. Yeah, there's got to be more than that though. Flying Pikachu, Kyogre. No, but like on set release though, how impactful was it? Like right after Celebrations came out, the Celebrations format where it was like before the next major set release. What was actually being played from Celebrations? Kyogre, Flying Pikachu. I guess Flying Pikachu was like pretty immediately good, right? And it did. I mean, it won NAIC and Worlds, but I don't know if like, it was that impactful. It was like it existed though. I wouldn't call it. It probably wasn't a 10 though. Probably wasn't a 10. I think Shrouded Fable had more impact on like the format and the meta, or had more impact on the meta, I should say, because obviously it has impact on the format just naturally because it's a new set release. Had more impact on the meta. Wins an IC with the card and calls it mid. It just didn't impact the meta that much. It was kind of funny how it worked out though. Like I won NAIC and then it just wins Worlds because no one respects the deck at all. And it's kind of funny. I'll get away with 2 of these. I didn't even add the Pidgey. Okay, we got him now. Couple Dracloaks. So yeah, the next special set coming out, I would love it for it to be a Shrouded Fable. Like this special set that we're getting, this one right here, which is right here, that we're getting in January. I would love it to be Shrouded Fable level of impact, but it probably won't be. So we're gearing up for a long Surging Sparks format, most likely. But it might not be that long. Like if the March set comes out at the beginning of March, then it's you know, it's only like 4 months. If it comes out at the end of March, it's basically like 5 months. That's the big question, is just when does this set release? And how impactful is this? Okay. Got the Dreeps. So this definitely wants to be, now that we have like this in the, this wants to be like a turn to attacking deck for sure, right? 100%. Is there a format that you wish had lasted longer? Not that I can think of. I think there has been a format that I wish lasted longer. Wait. What was the set that we got before NAIC? Dude, the set releases are so weird, man. Actually, it's making me like think about the game a little bit more now. Where can I like visualize this best? There's gonna be two tournaments in that format. There's 2 tournaments in the Twilight Masquerade format. Okay, so we did just talk about this earlier. I do think that the biggest tournaments of the year, the ICs plus Worlds, which is 4 events, should all line up with a new major set release. Personally, NAIC I guess like is kind of weird though. NAIC is kind of weird though because it like you only get 1 tournament in the format, which kind of feels bad, but I feel like it's correct for it to do it that way. Like you look at Temple Forces, and like the first one was EUIC, and then look at all these major events that happened after that. Well, these SPEs here, 51 players. This is, I want to call this a major tournament, but you get my point. There's a lot of major tournaments that happened after EUIC. Let me look at Paradox Rift, same thing, right? Yeah, but there's LAIC, and then look at all these majors after. So like you get so much out of the format in that sense. But I do think it's correct. I think the big tournaments of the year should kick off the next major format. Yeah, the biggest tournaments, the big tournaments throughout the year should kick off the next major format. NAIC just feels kind of bad because it's one, I guess in this situation, 2 tournaments, so it feels kind of bad. Would you prefer us use a release schedule like Japan, where we give the smaller sets every 4 to 5 weeks instead of a big combined release every 3 months with a couple small releases interspersed? I don't really have a preference, to be honest, Curry. Like between like, should we go to Japan's model of release schedule or should we stay with ours? Yeah, I actually don't really have a preference. I would just like to see us be more closely lined up with Japan. Like if Japan is gonna get these 2 sets in this release schedule, then they should give us Surging Sparks when they get Supercharged Breaker, at the very least. It should line up like that. And when they get Battle Partners in January, we should also get our effective Battle Partner set in January as well, and then also rotate with them. I don't think we have, like, yeah, we don't have to have a Paradise Dragona set and a Supercharged Breaker set. Although if they did switch us over to be exactly like Japan, I'm not against that. Yeah, I'm not against that. That is like a lot to release though. Like, I'm thinking about a little more. I almost kind of like do like the 4 major set releases we get a little bit more, to be honest. But it needs to be like divvied up more evenly. Like Surging Sparks being 5 months. Like Surging Spark, the time between Surging Sparks, and the March set release, like if it is at the end of March, is like 5 months effectively, right? But the time between Stellar Crown and Surging Sparks is less than 2 months. Like it just needs to be divvied up better. Like how are we going from less than 2 months to almost 5 months? Like that's just like, why can't we just have like 3 months each format or something like that, and then like line up major tournaments around the set releases so there's no major tournament on the weekend of the set release, stuff like that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. The amount of sets that Japan puts out is a lot and a little bit overwhelming, and makes them all mean a little bit less and be a little bit less relevant. But in terms of like content and then people being excited for the game more consistent, but I feel like the burnout would come with that a little bit as well. Just so many sets releasing so fast would definitely leads to some kind of burnout for sure. So I feel like the one thing that is good about like the TPCI release schedule of like 4 major sets is it like reduces burnout and like fatigue, like new format fatigue. It gives you plenty of time to like explore the format a little bit more. So I think there would be a decent amount of negative stuff that comes with switching to like the 9 to 10 sets that Japan releases every single year, for not that much positive trade-off. The current big negative from the 4 major set, the TPCI structure though, is just the timings are so poor. Like I said, we're going between Stellar Crown and Surging Sparks is less than 2 months, but then Surging Sparks to the January set, the trainer set, is like gonna be almost 5 months, right? Like that needs to be fixed. That needs to be adjusted. And I think that's like the perfect system, is if we followed a little bit closer to Japan's release schedule, had about equal time in between our major set releases, and then still do the 4 major sets. I think that'd be like optimal. I think that would be optimal. How do you feel if they release a set globally with no list of the cards in it, not even the ETBs? I think it's just silly. Yeah, people want to be able to pre-order cards and stuff like competitions and stuff and get ahead of that. It would just hurt the competitor side of things. The collector side of things, it would be like make things way more exciting and interesting, but competitor side, yeah, it was hurt. I assume that's what you mean by that. Who cares about how many sets there are? Why can't we be on the same release as Japan? It's 2024. That's the reason. The amount of sets definitely does matter in terms of just like people wanting to keep up with competition. Like it impacts competitors so much more to have to like get new cards 9 to 10 times a year as opposed to like 4, maybe 5, depending on how good the special sets are, right? Not in terms of like cost, right? Because there would be like the sets would be smaller, so you'd need less cards. So money wise, but just like keeping up with everything and everything like that. There's a lot more on the players to keep up with, which maybe isn't like that big of a negative, but yeah, like new product fatigue I think would definitely be a real thing. So I almost like the amount of major set releases or the way sets get released from TPCI, but like the timing of them is just timing of them in terms of how much time is in between each major set, and then also in comparison to when Japan gets the sets feels really, really off. But if they like nail that down and got that more locked in and consistent, then I think it would be like perfect. I think it'd be like perfect for sure. Used to be 3 months between major sets like clockwork, February, May, August, and March. COVID started messing with the timelines. From memory, Battle Style slipped to March, which pushed Chilling Reign to June. They got back close to normal with the last 4 sets of Sword and Shield, but the delayed release of Scarlet and Violet base set wrecked everything, and it's not been close to fix since. It just feels weird. How can you not just catch up with it? That's what I just don't understand, to be honest. Like, how can they not just like take a hit for a quarter and like catch up? Like, it just feels so weird that that's not like a possibility. Just like, oh, we're gonna take a hit this quarter, but then we're gonna be on track from there. Like, maybe they are slowly edging towards that. I don't really know. I haven't like tracked every single date of every single major set release and seen like the shift. Are we moving towards or away from something? I'm not sure. I'm so sad LAC is going to be in a stale format. I loved how they consistently kept ICs on a fresh format last season. Yeah, that's what we were talking about at the beginning of the stream in Sauna. Was like, that's just going to be such an L. Like, this is also kind of an L. Like, NAIC being the first major tournament of a new format and effectively the last major tournament of a new format is also kind of an L. But I think it's like just best. It's just better for the game, for people getting into the game. They watch the stream, they're like, oh my gosh, look at this cool deck that just won NAIC. I want to go make and play with that deck. But if they go get into the game, like, wait, what? A new set's already out and this deck's not even good anymore? That sucks, right? So, but then you look at like, oops, it's the same format. But then we go like further back, you know, you go to the Temporal Forces. It's like LAIC or UIC kicks off the new format. There's a ton of major tournaments, you know, months of gameplay to be played post UIC. The ICs are going to be definitely a lot less special this season. Not like in terms of prestige, but in terms of just like what they offered as like a, you know, the whole scope of everything. Because now the new set's going to be out. Like, I'll be like, I don't think I'm going to go to LAIC. That's where I'm currently sitting right now. I don't think I'm going to go to LAIC. Because I want to stay home. I want to play with the new set. The new set's going to be out. And then I could just stay home, play with that, and then restream LAIC instead. I'm pretty much set on not going to LAIC because of that. I actually just got my email the other day. I didn't get a stipend, but I got like the priority registration for LAIC. I didn't even know I made it into that. But I'm probably not gonna register. My favorite metagame of all time? The next metagame. Okay, we got a lot to do here still. Definitely an Arven build. Definitely a Poffin build. Definitely Crispin. It's just one, right? That should be all the energy acceleration we need. Why is there 4 different... What is going on here, Robin? Why is there 4 Crispins? SVLN number 18. SVLS number 18. SV7 number 97. And then we got SVK number 30, of course. Is Stellar Crown releasing early on live? I mean, no. It's on Thursday. It releases Thursday. But that's not early. That's standard for set releases. And then not earn an invite the next season. Hey, I'm still going to go to EUIC and NAIC. I can get my invite there. It's a top 4. Is there any merit to a Dracloak heavy build with TM Evo? I was thinking, should we just play a TM Evo in here anyways because we have Dracloak? Or are we going to go on for... Oh, no. Are we going to use Cleffa turn 1 no matter what? I still want to play... Not playing 4 Sealstone seems incorrect, but I don't really want to play Rotom. Maybe we just do like the Luminion thing, though, where you just play the Luminion plus the Forest. I don't really want to run Fez. I don't like the idea of there being like a liability on my bench like Fez, but maybe I'm like undervaluing how broken Fezandipity is. And like in the more aggressive matchups, it might just be correct to have Fez, right? We could do the whole squad, right? Because we could do Lum, and then we could just do... Because like we are going to choose second with this deck, right? Just to set up, but if they choose first, then we maybe just want to play Rotom to be able to use it on the first turn, right? One of Carmine? No. Is 2-Pult enough? No clue. If the deck really is that much more consistent, maybe we don't need a 1-prizer in the Charizard, right? Possibly. Yeah, maybe we don't do the Team Evo. Maybe you're right, actually. Why TCG Live always go down for so long? I mean, they're doing the update for the next major set release. It's not bad for them to do, like, for the site to go down sometimes. Try drawing Chi in this deck? No, this thing is too broken. There's no way we're not playing this. What's up, Thumb? Yeah, I mean, for major set releases, it going down isn't like unreasonable. Vessel? Yeah, we need at least one Vessel, right? Is like 3/3 enough? Or is that not enough? So do you think this deck you're building is going to be facing as much Bolt over here as in Japan? Bolt will probably be a fairly popular deck, yes. As much? No, I mean, I don't know. As much, I don't know. Bolt will be popular, though. Giant Tree is for the Xatu build believers. One tree. I don't want to play Rotom. I don't want to play Rotom, but then going first is so bad. If we go first, maybe we're fine though. How many Nest Ball do I even want to play? I don't really want to play that many Nest Ball, if any, right? Maybe like 1. Even we could get away with 0 though. We don't need a way to get Fez. Yeah. Do I need Manaphy in this deck? I guess a way to aggressively find Fez is pretty good, right? Like, Ultra One for Fez sounds miserable. The ROM just draw good. That's kind of what I'm like leaning towards, to be honest. Like, if we were gonna choose second, but if we go first, just hopefully we stabilize over 2 more turns. Gravity Stone for the endgame checkmate is cool. Yeah, we may as well get the stone in there, right? It's cool. Wait. Wait. Okay. Gravity Orb. Manaphy? I don't want to play Manaphy. You need Manaphy for Drago and for Greninja Palkia. I mean, it's Palkia. I don't know if Palkia's gonna be. We'll put the Manaphy in. We'll put it in. Yeah, Boston Counter Catcher. I'm not sure of the count of each of them. We'll go with a 2-1. More energy or Vessel? Azul hates Manaphy? I hate Manaphy, man. Duskull line? We could. Radzard? We should play some kind of... Yeah, we should play Radzard or Alakazam, right? Radzard seems like broken, but like I don't know if Dragapult's consistent enough, we can just go like back to back to back Dragapults. Maybe we don't need it. That's what I'm kind of like thinking. Like if we can just go Dragapult, 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 like we don't need. Also, hold up. I feel like I want a rescue board in here. Because like I don't want to whiff it. I don't want to. If I'm trying to get to Cleffa turn 1, I don't want to have to go attach retreat, right? And hang on, if we're adding a rescue board. Night Stretcher? Honestly, Night Stretcher seems better than the third Dragapult for sure, but I don't know if I want a Night Stretcher. Tatsu, like if we're gonna use the rescue board turn 1 though, it's not gonna always end up on Tatsu. I probably don't need to play Tatsu. Yeah, probably not correct. Devo? I don't know the matchups enough. Halucha? I'm down for Halucha. Halucha's chill, but it would be the question should first be well. Let's do the Charizard. But then I need to play a switch card if I'm playing Charizard is the only thing. I don't really want to play a switch card. That's what I'm kind of like leaning towards, like no switch card. But then I can't play Radiant Alakazam either. If I play Radiant Alakazam, I also need to play a switch card. Let's do the Duskull. Let's do the Dust line. 3 Nest, 3 Ultra? No. Kieran? Maybe. I was talking about a Defiance thing earlier, right? Maybe this card matters less though if we have the Dusknoir line in there as well. Right, Sam, you can at least board attach in a pinch. Yeah. Defiance is good. Defiance banned. It does seem good. Why not Neo Upper Energy? Because this is just better. It's just more consistent to be able to pull off this card. Better card. Better card, better ingredients. When Pidgeotto to use your opponent's Great Tree is funny, that not gonna lie. Nah. That sort of makes Defiance better also, right? It could, yeah. Rising 2 Bolt. I'm gonna ban you. Problem with Crystal is you can not use Defiance. The consistency trade-off can't. The consistency trade-off though like makes that not a problem. I would assume. No Bib. I was thinking about if we do Bib though, we probably don't have room for Dusknoir. I'd probably cut Dusknoir if I was gonna go Bib, right? That's why I feel about it currently anyways. Like if I'm gonna go Bib, I would cut Dusknoir, I think for sure. I'm down for 2 Vessel as well, to be honest. I'm okay with 2 Vessel. Rising Vessel sounds miserable, to be honest. I guess Crispin nullifies that a little bit for sure. But the thing is, if we play Bib as well, we have to play some kind of switch cards. Like, I'm trying to just like avoid playing switch cards. It's different in Charizard as well, because even if you only play like 1 switch card in Charizard, you can also like Charizard accelerate energy to retreat stuff. Palpad? No. Probably 2 counter catcher though. Do you ever play Swing and Heavy Ball in this deck? I was actually thinking about that. Heavy Ball seems okay. It seems okay. Because like setting up more Dreepies. Oh wait, the reason you don't play B-Barrel is because like you have Dracloaks to be your B-Barrel or to be like extra draw power. 1 Kieran to reach for 230 on the first attack? No, that's never getting set up. If anything, we'd play a Defiance ban and like play for a Crispin or attach or something. Temple? I don't know what the meta format's gonna be like. I'm not gonna play tech cards yet. No tech cards. No tech cards. All right, that's not 100% true. We do have Manaphy in here, which is technically a tech card, but Manaphy is more of a universal tech card than the average tech card. So, what deck is winning this upcoming weekend? Probably Drago. Stretcher. Stretcher. I think 1 Super Odd's enough. I don't think we need more recovery than that, to be honest. Isn't Gemstone technically a tech card? No, it's like a little bit more universal than that. Oops. Like this, there's no matchup I'm thinking about specifically for the gemstone. It's just like, oh, we can trap something in the at the end of the game plus Iona. There's no matchup I'm thinking about specifically for it. Probably need more than one Crispin in there. No, I don't think so. One Crispin should be enough. Isn't 50 HP Pidgey worse because of Dusclops? That is fair. Nah, screw it. We're good. Radzard or Radzam? I don't want to play something that has a heavy retreat cost that I'm trying to avoid. I also just don't want the Dusknoir line, to be honest. I honestly want to cut the Dusknoir line. Screw Dusknoir. No, Dusknoir is so good. All right, we'll add it back. Halucha? Honestly, I am down for Halucha. If we don't play... Let's just try... I'm down for that. I'm down for Halucha if we are not playing... Wait, why am I down for this? Yeah, I'm down for it. I don't know why I'm down for it, but I'm down for it. Featherball? I'm down for a Featherball or a Terra Orb. Although, which one? Oh, Featherball would be better because it can get Cleffa, right? But Terra Orb are more likely to get value out of the later the game goes because of Dragapult? Or maybe it should be a Terra Orb. Because we can always Poffin for the Cleffa. I'm down for one Terra Orb. Orb is in Sparks. Oh, true. We can't play Terra Orb. All right, one Featherball. One Featherball. Featherball. What does Terra Orb do? Just search your deck for a Terra Pokemon. Is it Stellar Crown or Sparks? Stellar Crown. We're doing this for Stellar Crown. Stellar Crown. Stellar Crown build. A Night Searcher would also be, like, if I'm going to the 2 Dragapult, a Night Searcher wouldn't be bad because it can, like, find our Dragapult, right? No Radiant? Oh, I don't want to, Alakazam, I don't want to play any of them because they have too high of retreat costs. I'm not trying to play Switch cards in here. I don't want to play Switch cards. Switch cards are lame. And everything has, all those things have high retreat costs. That's the problem with all those cards. Radiant Alakazam, 2 retreat costs. Radiant Charizard, 3 retreat costs. It's just too much. I don't want to play a Switch. Only one recovery is sketchy? No, I don't think so. It's like, okay. Radiant Charjabug? Holy smokes. Why do you play Gravity Stone? For like late game kind of catch Iono shenanigans. Dude, he's got 2 retreat costs. Get out of here. What the heck? And Kieran? Nah. Giotto? Nah. If you don't hit trumpets, what do you even do? Oh, wait, that's like from the YouTube chat dump. Wait, someone say something in YouTube real fast. Did my chat break? I don't think it did. Silene? Nah. Roseanne's back up for a spec back? Nah. Too slow. We put it back and then how do we get it? How do we find the Roseanne's? We had to quick search for it. If you're getting if you're putting cards on the bottom with Cloak, clearly should run some Kofu. True. Stack up the bottom. Stretcher? I'm not against Stretcher, but board and no Tatsu? The board is just like not gonna always be able to be available to put on Tatsu. That's the problem. Does the Stellar Sylveon have a release date? Yeah, it's coming out in Surging Sparks. Surging Sparks comes out November 8th. Lucha feels kind of weird to play with the... I just don't like the Dusknoir line that much, to be honest. I just don't like the Dusknoir line that much. But maybe I'm, like, incorrect in my analysis of how good it possibly is going to be. What I like about this list is 4 Arven and 4 Tool. We're always getting something extra off our Arven. Stretcher instead of Nestball? I could see it. I like the idea of Nest Ball to get the Dippity, but that's about all it does. Is Collapse just there to get rid of Luminian? I've been thinking Headquarters in Pult feels better. Yeah, it's just to remove liabilities. Just good liability remover. Rotom? Nah. Rotom stonks down. Honestly, I'm kind of down to cut the Nest Ball for... no, I don't know if I need the extra Pokemon recovery yet. But like, extra Pokemon Search is never a bad thing. So I'm going to stick with the Pokemon Search. Defiance Band? Definitely could be a consideration. Yeah, that could definitely be a consideration. The band, Defiance Band. I don't know what I cut for it, though. Man, I really don't like the Dusknoir line, though. I don't know why I dislike the Dusknoir line so much. Screw him, bro. More tool cards. Let's enable our Arvins as much as possible. Options. Arvin options. Get Night Stretcher involved. Now we're talking. Now we're really cooking here, folks. All right, what's next? What's next? We have one spot open now. Special line without TM Devo is cap? No, you're cap. Perhaps it does sound insane though with Area 0 around. I don't think it's but you need more than one though. They're gonna be able to reset around one of your stadiums, but is there enough tool cards to warrant a vacuum right now? Probably not, right? 2 rescue board? Nah. The one thing I was thinking though, like with all these like high impactful supporters, it does make me think like Tatsugiri. Like if Tatsugiri hits, but just maybe that's like actually hurts the viability of Tatsugiri, right? Because like if we're on a turn where we like need Crispin, the chance that the Tatsugiri finds Crispin is like super low, and then it's like we invested all this stuff like the bench space, the tool onto the Tatsugiri. Way of still have to go quick search for it anyways. Yeah, I don't know. 101 line of Dusknoir? No Dusknoir, no Dusknoir. No, in this deck you definitely would play a 1-1-1 or 1-1-1 because Dusclops comboed with like the damage spread of Dragapult is just there's so much damage to manipulate on board. Rotom, so you increase your odds of a turn 2 attack when going first. Nah. 2 Nest Ball for Fez and Luminian. You do not want to Nest Ball for Luminian. I guess we do have the room for Rotom right now. Radzam or Radzard? No, I don't play any switch cards. I don't want to play them. Collapse might be unplayable sometimes, since you'll be removing your opponent's chance to remove liabilities from Pult. Sure, it's fine though, I think. Are we committing to Cleffa turn 1 or Team Evo on the menu? Nah, Cleffa. Team Evo is off the menu. Maybe it's just like another Nest Ball, to be honest. Devo or Mawile? I don't see why Mawile ever gets involved. Devo's not a terrible card, but I don't know what I would want it against, so I'm not gonna put it in yet. This has a 0% chance win rate against Snorlax. I'm timing you out for that comment. You can't just be making those kind of comments like that. Turo? Nah. If we played Turo, we would play Radzard or Raiden Alakazam as well. Devo surely for Mirror. I don't know if it matters in Mirror. I'd have to actually play the Mirror. Temple of Sinnoh. I don't know how popular Lugia is. We're not playing tech cards. I'm not trying to tech. I want to consider Devo an overly tech card because it does synergize with what Dragon Ball tries to do so much. No Rotom? Not currently. Last slot could be a third Pult. Could be. Well, we are committed to Cleffa when we go second, but like Rotom is still theoretically good because we're forced to go first, right? Because we are going to choose second, but if we're forced to go first, then like using Rotom wasn't bad. Obviously. What does our bench even look like? 1 Pidgey, triple Dragapult lineup. Ideally, that's 4. And then some combination of support Pokemon, 5, 6. We wouldn't even hate 4 Dreepy in play, possibly, right? Because then we can leave our Dracloak set up. 3 Dracloak? Honestly, I don't hate the idea of a 3rd Dracloak. We're going to candy out a Pidgeot. We're going to candy out our first Dragapult. That's 2 Dragapult set up. Town Store? No. Heavy Ball? I don't hate Heavy Ball. Oh, we might just play Rotom, to be honest. We should maybe just play Rotom. We could play a Heavy Ball. Let's do a Heavy Ball. I'm down to like make that the 60th card. A lot of decks will want to go second, I believe. That would increase the value of Rotom for sure. Why would you play the Sparkling Crystal over Neo Upper Energy? Because it's easier, like it's easier to like find it's easier to find like your it's easier to get this online and activated to attack with a Dragon Ball than it is Neo Upper Energy. Because to find Neo Upper Energy, we have to Force Shield Stone or have to Quick Search. But we can Arvin for the crystal and any other item to go with it. So it's just going to increase the possibility of a turn 2 attacking Dragapult almost for sure. Like I'm pretty convinced that this increases the odds of attacking turn 2 with Dragapult. Or even just like getting a Dragapult set up and attacking. I guess like turn 3, turn 4, once we've had Quick Search established, going Quick Search for Neo Upper Energy isn't that costly. But getting an aggressive Dragapult online, this is definitely going to increase our odds of getting an aggressive Dragapult set up. I think Neo Upper Energy is the more powerful card, but it's the less consistent card. Stadium build with Colress's Tenacity plus Neo Upper Energy is the way. Yeah, if you're trying to go like 0-4 in a tournament, I guess. If your goal is to go 0-9, if you're into losing. Colress's Tenacity sucks as a supporter. Can Crystal be recovered with backup? It can be, but we have to finding the backup and then finding the card we get off the backup like is so much specific search intensive that it's like not good, I don't think. Lance. I don't hate Lance, but it would have to be like Lumineon for Lance on a turn. Seems mid. Yeah. The problem with Roseanne is you have to like find the Roseanne and then find the card you recovered off Roseanne. It's like back-to-back cherry picking from the deck. It's like not something that I can easily do. Like we have Quick Search that could find the Roseanne, but then what are we using to find the tool? Are we Ultra Balling for Lumineon to find Roseanne, to play Roseanne, to then use Pidgeot to find the card? Why don't we? That's where Crispin comes in. Actually, yeah, what the heck am I thinking? Why would we ever Roseanne's backup when we can just Crispin? Crispin does the exact same thing as Roseanne's backup, but we don't have to then find the card we put back into the deck with the Roseanne's backup. Pray with Dracloak? Genius. You're hired. I didn't think about that at first, to be honest. And that would actually make more sense to play more Dracloaks, right? This is Roseanne's over weeks with Neo Upper comes up less than you think. Well, Roseanne for Neo Upper I think is a little bit different. Because that's different. That's like before we have the tool card, and that's before we have Crispin. But Crispin is literally whatever Roseanne did in one card, right? Because we're probably gonna have the basic energy in the deck, right? And if we're saying we sometimes need to combo Crispin with Super Rod, that's the same thing as comboing Roseanne's backup with then finding the card we recover with Roseanne's backup, right? The actual card that makes Roseanne's backup terrible is Crispin. It's not even this, or the idea of it being bad. Crispin just makes the idea of Roseanne's terrible, because why would you not just use Crispin as your supporter for turn instead of using Roseanne's? Styling with Draclo could be better than Roseanne. Silene with Draclo could be better than Roseanne. Ooh, I mean, that combo's not bad, actually. I don't hate the idea of that combo. But Crispin is once again still just probably better, right? Yeah. Can you explain why you're playing 2 Vessel? Finding energy is important. It just doesn't make sense to me with all of the other cards you have available in the deck, especially with only 2 Pult. It just helps find energy and finds 2 energy. Also, like, we're trying to, and Arven is like our most powerful supporter in the early game, so being able to access our energy through Arven is important, and important enough probably to the point where if we prize our 1 Earthen Vessel, we could just like lose a ton of games because of that. Like prizing Earthen Vessel just sucks. So playing the second Earthen Vessel is simply to reduce the prizing factor. Going Arven for Vessel for energy seems pretty good. What do the other cards have to do with Vessel? Why wouldn't you run Vessel? The deck's main weakness is its energy cost. Oh yeah, yeah. I guess like, where are you drawing the conclusion that Vessel becomes bad because the other cards are playing? What is your conclusion of that? Does it make sense to me with all the other cards you're running? Yeah, where's your conclusion on that? How are you drawing that conclusion? I'm sure you've explained this, but why Gravity Stone? Just trap something at the end of the game. We can Gust Up Pheasantipity, do 200 damage to it, not KO it. It has 2 retreat costs now. Then next turn, Gust Up something else and KO Pheasantipity plus the other Pokemon. We can also lose when Crispin is prized, right? Yeah, but Crispin's not the only other way for us to play the game. Crispin, like, we have other things that do what Crispin does. This, attaching for turn, yada, yada, yada. Attach for turn plus attach for turn plus tool card. And then our Dragapult's not always getting 1-hit KO'd. You could also KO 2 Pokemon. You're banned. Third counter catcher over second boss. Honestly, I was just thinking about that, Curry, as I was explaining. As I was explaining the endgame combo, I was like, maybe we just are always planning to like drop prize cards and then take big multi-prize turns. So maybe we should just play more counter catchers, less boss. Maybe 2 counter catcher, 1 boss is still fine, but maybe it should just be more Ionos. Maybe it should just be like 3 gust effects. But then maybe it should be like this. If we're always willing to stay behind, just play more Ionos. I kind of like that, to be honest. Does this deck benefit from a Radzard? A Radzard would be good, yeah. But we don't play any switch cards. I don't want to play any switch cards. Especially because you want Briars that support it for turn. Oh, that's also true. We could get Briar involved. I feel like Palpad Diva would be good in here. No, Palpad's terrible. I genuinely think that Palpad is just like super mid in these kind of decks. It's just so much, man. The Palpad is just so much. It depends on how aggressive the format is, I guess. Like, that's like the big thing is like if the format's really slow, then playing Palpad, if you're playing a bunch of slow stage 2 mirrors, yeah, playing a bunch of slow stage 2 mirrors, then like Palpad's probably fine. But in more aggressive formats, Palpad's just too slow. You just never how do you ever find time to use that thing? I guess you're drawing a ton of cards with Pheasantipity though. Maybe that makes up for it. How much cards we see with Pheasantipity maybe makes up for it, but I think Devo could definitely be good. I think Palpad is just mid. Just not a Palpad enjoyer. Featherball would be better than Terra Orb. No, Terra Orb's better, but Terra Orb is not in Stellar Crown. I'm building this deck with Stellar Crown in mind. Palpad is good though. I mean yeah, there's a lot of good cards. What does that even that doesn't mean it's correct. Like Dragapult EX is also good, but I don't play 4 of those. I know I play 0 Palpad to begin with, but I'm not disagreeing with you. But that's not an argument for Palpad in the deck. I understand if I'm wrong. I just need the explanation to understand your angle of it. Yeah, just the constant access to energy is important. Pricing an Earthen Vessel just sounds miserable, basically, is where I'm coming from with double Earthen Vessel. It's possible, especially with Crispin in the deck, that maybe 1 is correct, or maybe it should be 2 Crispin in 1 Vessel. I don't really want to use Crispin that much. I think 1 Crispin is probably enough. But maybe because we do have the Crispin in here, we can go down to like 1 Earthen Vessel. Also depends if you need supporters late for your build. Also, in those situations, a lot of the time, like, sometimes people play Palpad in decks where the only thing you ever recover is boss's orders, but you never need, like, it's like the deck plays 2 boss's orders, and, like, sometimes it needs a 3rd boss's orders to win games. But the only everything you Palpad for is boss's orders. You probably should just play a 3rd boss's orders instead of the Palpad. I think Vessel is more important than Crispin since you can Arven for Vessel Crystal. Yeah, but Vessel is also... the thing to think about with Vessel is, like, it falls off faster, right? Like, after your first Vessel, the second Vessel is way worse. But after your first Crispin, the second Crispin is not as bad as the second Vessel. But the first Vessel is more important than the first Crispin, probably, more often. So prizing the Vessel feels terrible. But it might not be to the point where the second Crispin isn't better than the second Vessel. I think it wants a 3rd Pult. I think I'd rather have, like... Well, that's why I put the Night Stretcher in, Curry. To have, like, an aggressive way to find the Dragon Pult. So I don't have to Ultra Ball for it. I could just naturally draw into the Night Stretcher or, like, Arven for Night Stretcher. And then I'm trying to, like, minimize Ultra Ball. As much as possible. Honestly, we could maybe get to the point where you play, like, 1 Feather Ball, 1 Terra Orb, and only, like, 2 Ultra Ball. Obviously, the Ultra Balls combo with the Minion pretty well. Also, the Fez from Draw supports Ultra Balls pretty well as well. Pretty well as well. But yeah. Yeah, instead of the 3rd Dragon Ball, I put the Night Stretcher in. But I think there should be a Terra Orb in here when Terra Orb drops for sure. Feather Ball is only for Pidgeot. Yeah. And Cleffa. You can find Cleffa as well. Don't you think that playing Energy Search is better than Vessel? What do you need 2 energy for? 1 for this turn and 1 for next turn. I could see though. Yeah, 1 for this turn, 1 for next turn. I could see playing one Vessel, one Energy Search though, I guess. No Radzard? Nope. 2 energy is better than 1. Yeah, 2 energy is better than 1. But I could see playing 1 Energy Search, 1 Vessel for that exact combination of not wanting to discard anything from our hand, but still getting the value of finding the energy. What do you think the Shroud of Fable BDIF is? Dragapult, or excuse me, Regidrago. I keep saying Dragapult when I mean Regidrago. It is the best Dragapult deck, I guess. I just want to use the Azul cookie emote. Get the Lance in there. No, Lance has got to be capped too slow. It's not Arven. And because of the crystal tool, it's like, yeah, Arven's just too good. We were playing Energy Search before that one card. Wait, what one card? Wait, is there a different card out there that's better? Rad Alakazam? No, I don't want to play any switch cards. You have to play switch cards if you play Alakazam. Or Turo or something. Just some way to pivot. I don't want to play a pivot card. Although I guess technically Crispin could be a pivot card, right? Is that good enough? Yeah, technically Crispin is a pivot card. It's a pretty expensive pivot card, but it is. Letter of Encouragement? Yo, Letter of Encouragement could go crazy. But it takes too many energy out of our deck. Well, it only hurts Crispin a little bit, I guess. Actually, that hurts Crispin a lot. We don't want to take too many energy out of our deck. Is there a third Dracloak? No, it's just 2. I mean, Dust Storm's not like that overwhelmingly popular, but it's possible we should be playing the 60 HP Pidgeot. I don't know, Call for Family is pretty chill though. Do you think the meta is shifting to the point the less EX you have in play and one prize Pokemon with high damage output is kind of the way to go as Ancient Box is rising? No. Current format is really EX heavy. Ancient Box is a pretty mid deck, and once we get Briar, one prize decks will become even worse. Yeah, they will become worse. They will become worse. And no, the meta isn't shifting to some like one prize takeover. Just not finna explode when people realize how busted it is. Nah, mid card. I kind of like double Crispin. I don't hate it, but you don't really want to Crispin back-to-back turns. If we're not playing Iono ever, we're probably losing anyways. If we're sitting there and using Crispin every single turn, we've already probably lost the game, right? Like our opponent's just sitting there. Like imagine you sitting playing against Raging Ball and you're like, attack, and they're like 1 KO, and you're like, oh, Crispin. They're like 1 KO, and you're like, Crispin. Then you just lost, right? So we have to hope to like find some other, either then we need Radzard at that point, or we have to like find some other turn to like slow things down, I feel like. Yeah, we have to like find another turn to like slow things down at some point. Or we're just gonna get ran over. Or we just need to play Radzard. At that point, we maybe just need to play Radzard. Which is definitely possible. We maybe should be playing Radzard. Definitely possible. You should only need 1 Crispin since you have the Terra tool. Yeah, I guess like the one argument you could make is like the games where you prize the 1 Crispin or the Terra tool, you need the 2nd Crispin, right? That's the argument you could make. For sure. Or you could argue for like Silene just for the versatility of it, and then Silene recovers your Terra tool. You still need the energy to attach return, which Crispin does both. But like for the variance of not having energy in your deck, I guess, around the Crispin, that could be annoying, but I guess we have a Super Rod to hopefully recover around that. Feels bad I enjoy single prize decks. Ursaluna Valiant is my favorite. Yeah, single prize decks aren't that good. Ancient Box is like the only... Is Ancient Box really the only decent single prize deck? There's like not really anything else, right? And even then, single prize decks gets worse once Briar actually comes out. I guess currently for like a build like this, we don't have Dusknoir, so we can't play into our Briar, but maybe that's important for us to play the Dusknoir to play into our Briar. No. If they want to go on odd prize cards, we can probably take advantage of that enough anyways. Sablezard is kind of good. Sablezard is like okay. It's not that good though. It's just okay. I'd have to like test it to change my opinion on it. Like that's one deck where I could feel it might be better than it might actually be good, but I'm pretty sure Sablezard is just bad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just bad. Hey, let me see if PTCG Live is back online yet. Might still be down. I feel like it's usually back by 1. It's still down though. It is still down. All right, I guess we keep cooking. What's the next deck to cook then? Okay, for this list specifically, I think they said 4. Well, yeah, but it's usually online sooner than 4. Azumarill? Palkia Dusknoir? We'll probably play Palkia Dusknoir tomorrow. We could do Azumarill though. I'm down to do that. Cook Galvantula to beat Raging Bolt? I've already done that. My Galvantula list is the best Galvantula list to ever be cooked. You could cook Raging Bolt without Prime Catcher because I am broke. I mean, just put an unfair statement there, probably. Wrong Pidgey? Nope, that's right, Pidgey. There's any Pokemon that became viable with Crispin that would only work on Lost Zone Engine? I have no clue. Probably not. Crispin and Lost Zone Engine sounds terrible. Just play a Mirage Gate. Wait, are you saying, oh, that only worked in the Lost Zone Engine, now Crispin makes them viable outside of the Lost Zone Engine? I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, we should 7 months later, Pokemari. Cook Toadstool with Area 0 and Noctowl Glass Trumpet. Oh, shoot. Are you cooking? I don't know how I feel about Noctowl in there, but... Yo, I kind of want to do that now. That's a good idea. What do you think the best target for counter gain could be when it's out? I have no clue. I'm not thinking that far ahead right now. Could there be a future box that people are sleeping on? I mean, yeah, there could be. Could Crispin make it better? No, Crispin just is terrible in... Oh, future box. I thought you said Lost Zone box. Could there be a future box? Could there be a future box deck that people are sleeping on? No. Could Crispin make it better? No. You need a colorless, and Noctowls are probably best. Oh, true. You do need a colorless Pokemon. Yeah. Your whole thing is to attack turn 2, then cards like Counter Catcher and Defiance Band make less sense. I disagree. Well, Counter Catcher, I think you're wrong. Like, we're trying to attack turn 2, doesn't mean we're trying to draw a prize card turn 2. Like, Dragon Ball just inherently doesn't draw a prize card turn 2 because the thing has more than 200 HP. We're attacking turn 2 after choosing second, and our opponent already having 2 turns to play the game. So they're probably drawing the first prize card, which enables Counter Catcher and Defiance Band. And then on top of that, even if we are the first attack in the game, there's a good chance we just don't even draw a prize card because we're only doing 200 damage. What's future box missing? I have no clue. I don't think about the game like that. What's future box missing? What can make it work? I don't know. I don't think about the game in terms of what ifs. We try to cook a Ceruledge deck next. I already did that. It's on my Twitter if you want to see it. Although, to be honest, the more I'm thinking about it, I'm kind of coming around on like cutting Defiance Band. Because it's like a little bit slow. What about an EXP share? Wait, maybe we're cooking actually with that. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now I've really cooked. Crispin and Arctina did some work. Maybe. Why the retreat zone? To lock stuff at the end of the game to take 4 prize combo turns. What about NTV? You're fired. Bro, why is there an obsession with NTV recently? Oh, dude, y'all are obsessed with the Gravity Stone. The Gravity Stone is in there to trap stuff in the active, and then and then like take 4 prize turns. Like bring up an Ogerpon, Iona it to 1, Counter Catcher, Gravity Stone on an Ogerpon, attack for 200 damage, don't KO it, spread damage to the bench, bring up something else, KO 4 prizes. Because Ogerpon is weak to fire. Bro, some of the explanations I've been hearing for Entei in some decks, I'm like, just attack him with your other Pokemon. No, the Entei's got to be capping. It's capping and trolling. No shot it's correct. It does KO an Ogerpon that has a Hero's Cape. Sorry, Troy looks like live is back with a new update. I don't think so. I think I just tried to open it and didn't open. Maybe I'm trolling it. Let me try again. Yeah, it's not up yet. It lets you update, but it doesn't. You can't actually get into the thing right now. I know, Stellar. I know. I'm telling you, though. Capping. Armor Rouge with Basin combo. How many NTV? If you say the wrong number of NTV, you're banned. Why are you not playing Team Devo? I just don't know how relevant it's going to be in the next format. Also, if I play Team Devo, I probably would want to go with... maybe not, but maybe with Regidrago or Dusknoir. Jeez. Maybe with Dusknoir. Not sure, though. Are you streaming when PTCG Live opens or ending soon? I'm going to stream until around 6. If PTCG Live comes online, we'll do some PTCG Live stuff, but if not, then we're not. Did you use RDX would be a top deck when the card first came out? Did I think Zardiax would be a top deck when the card first came out? Before it came out, yes. After it came out, I thought it was like pretty mid. And then, yeah, obviously it was good. Why not Rotom V? I'm just going to try and make it work without it. Choose second, use Cleffa. GG. Did I know Zardiax would be a top tier deck when it first came out? Oh, did I know? Well, when it first came out, I thought it was going to be good. Yeah, when it was first coming out, I thought it was going to be good. And then after it came out, I thought it was pretty mid. But then obviously it was pretty good. Without any format change. It was just good. It was good the whole time. Why Pidgeot over Noctowl? Pidgeot's just better. 1-1 Dusclops to balance out the prizes. I mean, we could play it. I just don't have Dusknoir line here currently. We could add one, but I'm not focused on Dusknoir. We all remember the Azul Zard list with Victini. Wait, what Victini did I have in there? Oh, this one, right? Yeah, for 220. Turn 2, 220. Let's go. I actually used it too. I KO'd like Arceus V's turn 2 with Victory Flame. I was literally cooking with it. NTV is amazing if you can start with it. The one card draw is crucial early, and 230 is just right. Allowing Mons to one turn KO, turn 2 you can attack with it. Either taking a prize or setting up for dives later. Nah, Entei sucks. Literally awful card, terrible card. Literally, this is like the whole community is on this Entei propaganda. Not just in this deck, but in too many decks. This is propaganda. What do you think the main benefit of playing Dragon Ball versus Regidrago? Is it mostly just the HP? HP and less liabilities in play, right? You're not playing like the Squawkabilly and you don't need to like play Squawkabilly and like use it to set up, and then also Ogrepons, right? We don't have like 2 or 3 Ogrepons on our bench. So just like, yeah, big HP with less liabilities, taking advantage of like that combination. Yeah. I feel like we're missing something. I feel like we have like enough bench space for like more Pokemon. Hang on, like if I just click playtest. Well, I guess it depends on like what we actually end up putting in play, right? Because like theoretically, ideally our board looks like something like this, right? Like this is like theoretically all we need, but at least some support Pokemon's gonna have to come in play. Ideally, if we don't Luminion, it wouldn't be that. I don't know, like maybe those, but like theoretically these could get involved as well. Maybe Hawlucha. Like is this like not a good enough combination of other cards that could potentially get in play? Because it almost feels like we could play like a 1-1 B-Barrel or something. But then the switch card problem gets into play. I don't know. I feel like we could almost like play like, I don't know. There's 2 in the combination of these 5. It feels like there wants to be like one more Pokemon that like fills these roles, like that is similar to these. I don't know what it would be. I mean, getting the 4th Dreepy down, I guess, is also good though, right? That's why we play the heavy balls to like emphasize getting down Dreeps, so we can set up Dracloaks or have the option of Dracloaks. Dracloak equals B-Barrel. Yeah, so I guess just like play more Dracloak then. I mean, 2 Dracloak is still probably good enough, right? Wait, what Mawile? If you tell me a stupid Mawile, I'm timing you out. What Mawile are you saying, Paul? What Mawile do you want me to add? I like that anti-propaganda because I want to play its alt art. I have, but I agree with you that it sucks. Right now, Alakazam. I don't really want to play Alakazam because I don't have a way to move it around. But I guess maybe like between Crispin and the rescue board, maybe we do have enough ways to move around the Alakazam. My problem with reading Alakazam is we don't have enough pivot cards to work with it, but maybe there is enough. Maybe there is just enough. Turo. I don't want to play a switch card though. It's like what I'm trying to actively avoid. Tempting Trap. All right, that's it. I'm timing you out, Paul. Wait, how do I get access to the YouTube chat to time someone out? Why would we need Tempting? Playing Tempting Trap in this deck is like playing Tempting Trap in Raging Bolt. Oh no, I didn't mean to ban you. Undo. I just wanted to time you out. Unhide user on this channel. Put user in timeout. 5 minutes. All right, I'm banned. Zam is fine with rescue board and one energy, one phantom dive, one energy phantom dive. Maybe pull the snipe, broken card, definitely broken card. Point of the gravity zone, trap stuff in the active at the end of the game. Wait, that's not a real suggestion. Lucian? Dude. Y'all are making me lose my mind. Does Shroud of Fable become legal next week? Yes. Shroud of Fable becomes legal next week. No, Stellar Crown doesn't become legal for 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks after the set release. All right. Yeah, we're done with this one. The last thing I'm gonna do with this one though is I am gonna post this deck list over onto my Metafy group. So if you further want to discuss this deck with me, you'll be able to over on the Metafy group. I'm not gonna have like the usual breakdown I'll have on my Metafy group for this deck because I haven't like tested with it at all. So I'm not gonna have like a matchup breakdown like I do with the other deck lists I post over here. But anyone who's interested in my Metafy group, it's a place where I post all my competitive deck lists. Now, the competitive deck lists I'll still play with on stream, and I still make YouTube videos around, so they're still out there. But if you want to be able to ask me questions about them and get my brief breakdown on the matchups for the deck, in terms of its percentages, whether or not you should go first or second, that's available in the lowest tier. You also get access to the AMA channel to literally ask me anything at any point, at any time, about the Pokemon TCG. Then the tier 2, including everything you get access to in tier 1, you also get access to matchup breakdown videos and meta breakdown videos. Meta breakdown videos will be like roughly every 2 to 3 weeks, just depending on if the meta is actually moving at all or not. Like if it's just stagnant meta, I'm not going to make a new meta breakdown video. But I did put one out for Baltimore over there. Before most major tournaments where there's like a decent shift in the meta, I'll put out a meta breakdown video. And then for all the deck lists I post out over here, I will be making I do make matchup breakdown videos for those decks. Only the deck lists that I post over here. If I don't post the deck lists that I post over here are decks that I'm gonna have worked on a decent amount and have played with a decent amount on like stream or played in online tournaments or something like that. So I'll have a decent amount of thoughts on it, and then I'll also post matchup breakdown videos for all of those decks as well on for the tier 2. And if you want a link to the group, just put !point group in either chat, you'll get the link. And then the higher tiers I have available here is a deck list review and critique, which we might be doing some of that today. I've already had some people submit some deck lists for me to take a look at and work on, play around with. So basically this is where you can send me a deck list once a month, and then I will play with it on stream, give my thoughts on it, make changes and adjustments. And then the last tier here is the gameplay review, where you can send me a gameplay once a month and I will review it and send it back to you. And then all the higher tiers include everything from the lower tiers. But yeah, check out the Metafy group if you're interested in any of that. I'll post a Dragapult list over there. I'm not going to have as much to put out there immediately with it. Like, I'm not going to have like a matchup breakdown video on it or anything because I haven't played it in the new format. So I don't have a matchup breakdown to give. But I'll still post the deck list over there in general anyways. So if you want to discuss it further with me, you can. And download that image so I remember to do that later. Okay. Saved. All right, what do we make next? Is there anything else to make in Surging Sparks? Wait a second. Can I move this? Oh, it's kind of broken. That is a Surging Sparks deck. Egg Teal Mask? No. Why would you even play Teal Mask with this? Oh, just so you can get the attack cost, like with E-switches, just get up there and then Tropical Fever? Wait, then how are we taking advantage of the attack, though? Attach any number of basic energies from your hand to your Pokemon any way you like. How are we ever taking advantage of that? It feels like we're not. And if anything, we should just attach to Egg, pass, next turn attach to Egg, evolve, attack, right? And then that accelerates the energy to the next Egg. Hazel, we go over August or September deck list submissions today. If PTCG Live comes back, depending on how long it takes for PTCG Live to come back online coding. But I do plan on it, yeah. If not tomorrow. If not, I will tomorrow. But PTCG Live is down right now. Terra Orb, then attack to power future eggs. That's what I was thinking, right? Yeah, you just like... But you're just doing 150 and setting up more eggs, right? It's just kind of like an egg chain. Make a Blissey Counterbox deck with Trumpet? That's not very inspiring. Archulodon straight and also a Dialga build. Dialga build seems terrible, but it might not be terrible. 0 energy cost hit and run Flygon EX deck with Terra Spark is the play. You may switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon for 130 for 1 fighting. Why would we waste our Ace spec on that if it just costs 1 fighting? Also, what happens if they KO this one? You said attach pass, bro. I got that extra attack in. Attack to power future. Oh no, I was saying attach to execute. We attach to execute, we pass, then we go evolve, attach, attack, right? Oh, but I see what you're saying. We could just play the tool, so even if they Gust KO it. Okay, that's probably the best way to play it. Yeah, you don't even need... What would you even play in this deck, though? Wait, could this be the return of the quad decks? Just quad Executor EX, that's it. Is that a thing? Can we make that a thing? Probably not. This is just not good enough, right? 150 damage is just not good enough. We could go... Dude, it would be like playing a greens deck, except it's an Arven deck. We just go like... Turn 1, Poffin for our executes. Pass. Next turn, Arven for Terra Orb or Vessel plus Tool card. Dude, I miss greens decks. Now this is just making me miss greens decks, to be honest. That's big, 300 HP. It's okay. It's not that big, though, is it? Is there any fighting energy in the Ceruledge deck? I posted a list on Twitter. There was. We did end up with fighting energy with the Drillbur, yeah. Do the worm? What one's the worm? Flygon sucks, unfortunately. It does seem pretty terrible. I don't know. Maybe like a Sonic... what is this word? Peridot? Peridot? Dude, what the fuck is that? What is a Peridot? Ridgerband 330. True. Peridot? Sonic Peridot? I mean, theoretically, like Sonic Peridot, we could do something with that. But if they have Manaphy, obviously we're not doing anything. But like against... How do you get water fighting metal multiple times, though? Yeah. Peridot is a type of jewel? Okay. Type of jewel. Neo Upper to do it once. True. Or we could play the tool card, right? And go attach tool. Can't touch Terra guys ever. That's also true. It can't even hit Terra Pokemon. All right, this guy sucks. Big mid. I don't think there's anything else to build out of it. We can build another Sylveon build, but I don't want to build... I'm not really trying to build 2 Sylveon builds today. We'll build a different Sylveon build a different day. Executor seems terrible. Executor. I've done Archelodon, I've done Ledge. This is obviously like a tech card for Dragon Pokemon, so we're not doing anything with that. Okay. What about this? Is there any other deck in here that is like interesting? Looking for an interesting deck. Is 100 each or 110? It's 100 to each. Cinderace. I've already done Cinderace. Slowbro deck. I've already done a Slowbro deck. I did Galvantula. Perfect Mixer Kingdra. Oh, that's fair. What other decks? Oh, we can make a Kofu deck with Perfect Mixer too, right? Is that what it's called? Perfect Mixer? Yeah, we could do a Kingdra deck with Mixer. I'm kind of down, to be honest. I'm down. The Kingdra's back. Let's go. Any updates to Banette this set? Not sure. I'm not sure about that one. I ended up with no Seedra in the last build, right? Or C. What was the one? Hook. We had Greninja in here, and it felt pretty important. And then we had backs. Now we can just play less of everything, right? Just like 2 backs, right? Could we get away with 2 backs? But if we prize one, that would kind of suck. So maybe it's still 3. Wow, this deck actually really changed up, didn't it? Got a new card in Caracosta. Dude, if this card is bad, I'm banning you. Hold up. I got some bad news for you. We probably need 3 Kingdras still. Yeah, frigid bags. Yeah, dude. Yeah, the Mixer completely changes this deck so much. Like, this is such a powerful... This is crazy. Wait, this deck is so much cooler now that we have the Mixer. Palkia? No, Palkia's terrible in here. Dog card. How many water did I have in here before? What does Mixer do? It just discards 5 cards from your deck. What about that Dreadnought that blocks attacks over 200? Helps you buy some setup turns, maybe? Nah. Old Bill had 9. 9 was a little iffy. Maybe we'll go up to 10 now. Or Arven as well to hard search Mixer? I don't think so. I think the 4 Irida is probably enough. It's so weird now. Like finding Irida is that much more impactful. I'm trying to like think about how this is gonna play out. It almost feels like we can go like all in on Irida now. Just like Irida, like I don't know. Interesting. How much Pokemon search do we even need? We need so little Pokemon search. I don't even think I need to play Ultra Balls, right? What's this do again? Searches for 3? Huh. Cypher or Pokestop? I don't know about Cypher, but Pokestop maybe. The Ionos were still really good in here. No, I'm not doing Arven. Irida and Gears, though, sounds kind of good. What's the percent chance to prize the ace spec? 10. Or roughly 10, right? Oh, it's like 10, I think, right? Why are we revisiting this deck? We got perfect mixer. What do you mean? Is there another water Pokemon you played in this build? I don't think so. We went through that before and there's like nothing worth adding. Oh yeah, we need rare candies. Good call. I think I want 3 of these as well though still, because I still want... I think I want 3 of these still though. You can play the tree? I could, yeah. No Poffins? I need to figure out what Pokemon search we need to play here, to be honest. I don't actually know. We need some kind of Pokemon search. I don't know how much. How much Pokemon search should we play? Probably should play some kind of Pokestop. Capturing Aroma? Nah. We just need this Kingdra, this, and basic Pokemon search. Like, I'm wondering if like we just don't need to play any. Like, what if we only played like Poffins and Nest Balls or something? Like, is it possible we could get away with this? Like 2 Poffin, 2 Nest Ball. Maybe. It pushes 2 months there. Kill 1-1. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. Appreciate the 2 months though. You need Poffin and Ultra? Why do I need Ultra? I don't need Ultra Ball. This is like our whole thing. This thing. Mixer's our whole thing. Oops. I do need to still discard these if they're in my hand, I guess. If I draw into them. But do we have vessels for that? We should probably play some Ultra Balls, I guess. Sure. Maybe like that. Heavy for Greninja? I'm not sure about the heavy ball. Do I need Pokemon Recovery? Maybe just 1 Stretcher, right? 1 Night Stretcher? I'm okay with that. 4 Stretcher? I don't think we need that much Stretcher. 2 Bib? No, the Kingdras are draw power. I can choose to dig. I do kind of like the idea of the shoes, yeah. Maybe like 4 trekking and then some gears as well. Because like, yeah, finding the... Oh, we do need gust effects as well. Counter. Boss. I kind of don't want to play the Pokestops, to be honest. I'm kind of like going against the Pokestops. Why do I want Ultra Ball? So I can like go Irida for Ultra Ball with some stuff to get a Pokemon. Ultra Ball with these in hand. It's possible I'd want like 2 Pokemon. Yeah, it is possible. Sure. Too many supporters? Maybe. We can go back on the Iridas by 1. Probably still need 2 boss, right? Like 1 counter, 2 boss. Full gear. 1 fish, 1 stone. No, I don't think so. We don't have bench space for the fish. That's the problem, is there's no bench space. Maybe we can just live with just Nest Balls, to be honest, because finding Greninja is like super important. And we're gonna open 1 thing. Yeah, we might be able to do just Nest Balls here, to be honest. I'm gonna try that. And then just a couple Ultras. Maybe I don't even need Ultra Balls because these things can work as like my effective Ultra Ball. Maybe just 4 Nest Ball. Maybe I can make that work actually. 2 counters. I could see that. Alone? I don't think so. Only 1 Frigibacks? Because that's all we need. We use Kingdra to set up our Baxcaliburs. And then if they go chase them down, we can reestablish another Baxcalibur through Frigibacks. We mainly want to find Rare so we can Irida for Mixer. That is true, yeah. Seems pretty good still. I got hell items. That's fair. Yeah, we should probably still do some stops. Let's do 2 stops still. I guess we could like include a We maybe need a third vessel still, to be honest. We maybe don't have enough energy search to actually get our big attack off too soon. So we may go like another of those. More Night Stretcher? No, I think one is all we need. Because these ending in the discard pile early on just doesn't matter. Because we recover them with King's Order. Yeah, I think one Night Stretcher is fine. Alright, we'll see. We'll have to like actually play games with this to see how it goes, but... Oh, that is fair, actually, Falcon. Okay, that's a good point. That is actually a good point. We can perfect mixer away more cards and then Night Stretcher them back. It does increase Night Stretcher's value. Okay, okay, I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Wait a second. Okay, well... You're the only one who explained it, so I don't know if there's other people were thinking that. I wasn't thinking that at all. I'm not gonna lie. But now I don't want to give chat too much credit, and they could like all of a sudden take advantage. They didn't explain it though, so we're gonna go ahead and say they didn't know this. So we're gonna give full credit to Falcon here, because other people in chat were saying like more Night Stretcher, but they weren't explaining why more Night Stretcher. But Falcon did just explain the possibility of the mixer plus Night Stretcher combo, but no one else went through their full thought process. So I have to give full credit to Falcon here, and the rest of y'all were just saying for Night Stretcher because you have a Night Stretcher fetish. So it's like different. I never even thought about mixer into stretcher. It's kind of I like that. I like the combo. That combo is actually pretty cool. We can probably still stick with 2 though. I think 2 Night Stretcher is still probably fine. Glazing. I'm still saying Poffin. 1 Poffin is probably good. I don't know. I'll try it with just Nest Balls because like finding Greninja is like the important thing, right? Like turn 1 finding Greninja with Nest Balls is like the important part. What's the process with the stretcher? You can use, if you have stretcher in hand, then you can mixer away like 2 of these plus this and this, and then you stretcher back this Kingdra, and then Rare Candy the Kingdra and recover this and 2 of these or something like that. Yeah, a Poffin in here definitely. The idea of a Poffin is not bad for sure. I'll tell. Like I agree. Like 1 of Poffin might be worth it, but Nest Balls plus what Irida finds us might be enough. Just like finding Radiant Greninja is like the really important thing. So I could see cutting like 1 Nest Ball for 1 Poffin, or playing Poffins on top of the Nest Balls as well. Wait, how do you see your favorited cards? You can oh, right here. Oh, I forgot about that. Favorite. We can just like have deck building staples, right? Be our favorites. So it makes it like easy to build decks. So I can just click over to the favorite tabs and then just drag out all the cards. I don't want to like favorite any of this though. There's bench space for Billy? Not really, no. Because this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we have another bench space for another Horsey. We don't have bench space. What's up with the Force Superior? We don't discard that much energy. But we need the energy. We need to get in the discard pile, and then we need to get into our hand. We can discard energy aggressively with Mixer. And then Pokestop will discard some energy. Radiant Greninja discards energy. If we use Vessels, we can get rid of energy. And then we need Superior Energy to get back. It's more so about just like finding, because this is like a big combo piece, right? We get the Kingdra, we do the Kingdra play. Next turn, we need this to attack. I guess we could maybe go down to 3 of these, because we are taking that extra turn off, right? Yeah. We are taking that extra turn off. We could maybe get away with 3 of these. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. But if I cut it, I think I would go up to 10 water, because 9 water felt a little... Maybe I went from 8 to 9, though. How many does this thing to do like KO anything? We need 7, right? It's 50 plus. We need 6. Then we only have 3 left over. Yeah, 9 water felt a little sus sometimes. So maybe it should be like this, to be honest. I could see that. I could see going down to 3 superior. I'm not against it. The thing is that we are also like in the early game, I was like aggressively using like that first superior to like discard stuff sometimes, though. I don't know. We'll leave it. It seems fine. At this point, the sus card is shoes. No, we're trying to get through the deck and find our Iridas. Finding Iridas is like, this is the deck. The whole deck is Irida. PTCG Live is up. All right. We'll go over to PTCG Live after we're done with this. But I think this list is sufficiently cooked. The mixer build. Are we missing anything? This seems fine. I like where we're at. Dropping a couple Palkia V-Star? No. I gotta stop with the Palkia V-Star propaganda. It's crazy. One of the points of this deck is to abuse our only 2 prizes in play being a 310 HP Pokemon. If I put a Palkia V on my bench, my opponent's just going to Gus and knock it out. And if I recover a Palkia V with my King's Orders, I'm trolling. So it's either they get 2 prize cards at lower value, or I'm trolling. I can't have either of those 2 happen, or we're losing games. Probably there's a better attacker than Palkia in the deck. What about our boy Tatsu? No, there's no bench space. Here, I'll show you. Maybe I should just do this more often so you guys can see what we're working with here. This is what our bench is going to look like. Active, bench, 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 bench. Oops. This is we don't have bench space. This deck doesn't have bench space. Now, if we don't have double backs, it has to be a Frigibax. So if they chase this, we can still candy out another Baxcalibur. There's 0 bench space in the deck. The deck does not have bench space. The only thing you could argue is that Greninja's not worth playing, and that would create a bench space. Terra Water Orc Pond plus Area 0. No, that's terrible. Yeah, there's literally no bench space to work with. Theoretically, it looks like this, though. And then if they KO this, we would put this in play. But it's going to look like this most of the time. Oops. It'll look like this most of the time. Just depends on, like, the matchup and whether we went first or second. I just told you he's Demon Slayer, I know. Or just wait for the opponent to play Area 0 and fill the bench. True. The total amount of decks that have won Cities League so far over in Japan that play Area 0 is 0. We have 1 turn to set up backs since they didn't KO Kingdra. Don't we have 1 turn to set up backs since they didn't KO Kingdra? I'm not sure what you're saying, Falcon. What do you mean if we went for this board state? Oh, wait, not that board state. This board state? We can also do this board state as well, actually. We can actually do this. And if we get this one loaded before they attack, I mean, you don't need Bax and Frigi at the same time. It depends. It depends if like they can threaten our Baxcalibur turn 2, right? If we go first and then we go turn 2 and go like this, and we don't have an accelerated energy with Baxcalibur, and they KO Baxcalibur, then we bench Frigibax and pass. But yeah, so it depends on what threat level their deck represents on the following turn. Because if they have a high threat level, then our board needs to look like this. Oops. Our board needs to look like this. Well, not this. It would have to be like this. Our board needs to look like this, or it needs to look like this. Well, it'll probably look like this. So it just kind of depends. Depends what we're up against and if we go first or second. If we can afford to... Because some board states could even look like this, actually, to be honest. It could look like... I guess that'd be fine. It could look like this, actually. It could look like this. Because we know they can't turn to KO this. So then we load this thing up fully. And then if they Gust KO this thing is still fully loaded. Then we just go bench Frigibax, knockout. And then we candy Kingdra, candy Bax on the next turn. Even though this is dead. Then we push this and bench another Horsey. What chance of whiffing the mixer? Do you need another route to search it out? I mean, if anything, we just play more Pokegears to increase our odds of finding Irida, right? That's probably the way to go. I'd probably rather increase my odds of finding Irida than play like something like Arven. You should have backs for alligator. You have a fully spa attackers. Don't you lose the minute your opponent attaches Devo? True. Alligator? Dude, how the fuck do you spell this thing? Corral. 160. What is it? 120 more. This is garbage. This is just garbage. I think we actually cut one of these though. Actually, we're like working through the board states there because we can afford to prize one of these. Most board states will only allow for one of these anyways. It's just like we have sometimes we'll have a luxury of having two in play. So I open up one space that way. Maybe third Pokestop. But a lot of decks are gonna be playing Pokestop anyways in the format. Am I worried about Kyurem? No, I'm not worrying about like any matchup with this deck. What else do I even want to add now? If I cut that, I do want to cut that. I do want to cut it, but now what am I adding for it? Maybe just an Ultra Ball, to be honest. And then actually, I do kind of want one Poffin. Do I? Not overly, to be honest. Actually, I take it back. I kind of want one Poffin, but not like overly. It's like, it seems okay. One Poffin is probably correct. Melanie? Caracasa to hit 330 for Zard. Wait, is there a new Caracasa coming out in this set? Wait, what am I building this for? I am building it for this set. Oh, we can make Magneton. We should make some Magneton decks. We definitely do some stuff with Magneton. Not today. The Caracasa almost got me banned. This is gonna get someone else banned. Dude, I gotta start banning for Caracasa mentions. Attacks used by this Pokemon do 30 more damage to your opponent's active evolution Pokemon. So you do 180. Caracasa to hit 330 for Zard. I gotta start banning people who mention Caracasa. Luminian? No, Luminian doesn't work. We just went through the bench setup. There's no bench space for Luminian. Would adding Iron Hands work here? Like it does in POW? Theoretically, yeah. You could like add Iron Hands here. You already looked at Casa and muted the dude? Yeah, I didn't actually read it. I just knew it was terrible. But now that I actually read it, I was like, all right, if someone else is gonna mention it, maybe there's something more here than I thought. No, I gotta time out someone for that. I can't just let Omar get away with this. I gotta time out Omar. Yeah, 10-minute timeout. I'm gonna ban you if anything, Echo. The idea with Lumini is that if you whiff the Iridescent mixture, you can't even play the game. Put in the Poke Gear in. Why are you whiffing? Stop whiffing. Well, maybe later, can you explain your Metafy subscription? I just ran through it. Did you watch what I just ran through? Or are you curious about anything else? What else are you curious about? If not, go check out the video on my YouTube channel. What video recently did I mention the Metafy stuff? Maybe I should go through it again because like finding this video is gonna take longer. Sorry, I just disconnected. No, you're good. Go check out my Ancient Box video with Roaring Moody Axe. Go check out that. I go through it in that video, at the beginning of that video. Like literally at the beginning. It's gonna Caracasa if you mention bad cards. Actually, I'm about to talk about my Metafy group here in a second. You should just do it again and clip it so you can have a clean edit. Maybe I should. Honestly, not a bad idea. All right, where did I put this deck? Oh, it should be here, yeah. Question, why aren't more people playing Love Balls to find Pheasant? It's just a dead card. You'd rather just play like another Ultra Ball or an S Ball if there's that available. It's just like not, it's a terrible card. even though other people play Pheasantipity, it's not worth it. The chance that you find the Love Ball by the time you need your own Pheasantipity is probably better to play another Great Ball. Because if you, like, imagine you're playing Raging Ball, you play a Great Ball. Great Ball finds Raging Ball. Now your Nest Balls and Ultra Balls are freed up to find other stuff. Like, Great Ball on average is just going to be better. So if you're not playing the Great Ball, then you shouldn't be playing the Love Ball. For sure. Yeah. Definitely. All right, that's enough cooking for the day. Let me see if PTCG Live is actually working again, or if I was getting trolled again. All right, it is loading. It is loading. It should be in 48 minutes. No, it almost always comes online early. Like, I feel like usually it's on, like, like PTCG Live comes out of maintenance usually around like 1 to 2 p.m. West Coast. It's like later than normal, I feel like, today. Do you think Benet EX and Guard EX deck could work? I mean, it does work. Found a list from an online tourney that won it. It seems very interesting. Could work is not the question you're asking. Not the question you're asking. You're asking me, Azul, do you think the Benet EX Guard EX deck is good? And my answer to you would be, the deck is fine. It's all right. You're not asking me if the deck could work. Every deck can work. And there's always like a minimum and maximum efficiency of every single deck, and the better the list, the more efficient it is. Yada, yada, yada. Do I do anything local? No, I don't go to any local tournaments. I don't have time. I'd rather stream. Okay. So, for PTCG Live today, also, I was going to mention this. Dude streams are coming back next week. Next Thursday, the Dude streams return. I was going to do Dude stream. I was going to start up the Dude stream this week and last week, but then I was like, well, the new set's coming out. So I'd want to do a reset anyways for the Dude stream. So there's no reason to do it this week or last week. I'll just wait till next week. So the Dude streams for this month will be the 17th and the 24th. Oh, no. The 19th and the 26th, excuse me. Yeah, I was like, we may as well wait for the reset. What was the deck I did want to work on? Palkia Dusknoir. Was there a different deck that I mentioned I want to work on? Not today, but like just in general. In this format before the new set comes out. Palkia Dusknoir. That might just be the only one, to be honest. Might just be Palkia Dusknoir. Okay. So what we're going to do next is... So one of the tiers that I offer on my Metafy group is tier 3. I do deck list, review, critique. Description here. You can send me a deck list once a month, and then I will play with that deck list on my stream, give my thoughts, and adjust it as I see fit, as I think it is an improvement to it. So we're going to be doing a little bit of that today. I've got a couple deck lists that people have already submitted for this tier 3. And if you're someone who also has the tier 4 thing, you also get access to the tier 3 thing as well. But yeah, once a month, that's what you get access to with this tier on the Metafy group. So I got some deck lists submitted for that. So we're going to go through those today. Start going through those today. We'll see how far we get to them. And then tomorrow we'll probably play with Palkia Dusknoir. What's so good about Palkia Dusknoir? Like, does it fix numbers? It gives you aggressive access to be able to use Radiant Greninja. So you can go Candy, Dusknoir, KO, Manaphy, attack with Radiant Greninja. Also, Dusknoir plus Radiant Greninja, 130 into 90 does 220, which KOs like stuff like Regidrago or like an Ogerpon that's in the active or something like that. And then Palkia is like a pretty... Palkia, like something like Charizard, is a really self-sufficient attacker, right? Because of its ability. So setting up multiple Palkias to attack with over 2 turns, maybe 3 turns, is really easy to do because of its ability. And then Dusknoir just helps you draw additional prize cards or take like bigger KO, stuff like that. Also, when you blow up the Dusknoir, you get minus 20 attack. Nice short turn back out. Get him back in play. All right. Gotta pull up that first deck list here. Give me 1 second. Actually, all the attacks of the Stellar Crown dudes are named after gemstones. Oh, are they? Is there enough gemstones for enough of those attacks? I mean, the deck plays like what, 4 Duskull? Yeah, you do have to refill your bench. That is true. Honestly, is it like a double MubiX deck? It might be. I could see that. Your bench is gonna get pretty small pretty quick, and then you need to like regain it. Putting down more Dusknors isn't like a terrible, but you might want to do some other stuff. All right, there's a lot to cook here. Oh, first I need a. I need to fix these artworks. Well, got rid of him. I don't mind the one of Iron Thorns. I mean, it's just for the like the Lugia matchup, right? The Miraidon, these for more damage, and then these for more damage. There was 3 of these in here. I feel like 3 is definitely overkill on this, though. I don't know why we'd ever want 3 of these when we have these. I feel like this should go down to 2. Wait, what matchup does this even matter for to do more damage through Iron Valiant? Because as an attacker, it is Psychic type, but why does Psychic typing ever matter? What's weak to Psychic right now? I feel like nothing's weak to Psychic. Unless I'm missing something. Ninja EX, so nothing, right? Like nothing recent, like nothing of note. Nothing noteworthy. Is there 4 switch? 3 switch cards. The pain of switching artworks when you import a deck list. It is real. Honestly, would maybe be like my #1 thing to change on PTCG Live right now is honestly just making it so you have default. You can like favorite artworks, make them your default. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and go through the rest of this because I'm already here. I hate gold cards. Okay, let me think about this for a second. If we're playing Iron Thorns, what does Iron Thorns do for us? So this guy's our heavy hitter with Cyber Drive. I don't know. So if we're going with a future box deck, I just don't understand that. What is the point of playing Iron Valiant? Is there any point of playing Iron Valiant in here? I'm trying to come up with what is the point of playing the Iron Valiant. I feel like there's no point of playing Iron Valiant. Because Iron Crown already does the damage boost that we would get from this. Is it ever possible? It's possible we could have 4 of these in play and then still want an Iron Valiant. I guess Iron Valiant specifically combos with Iron Crown's twin... I'm not even trying to pronounce that thing again. Shottles? I feel like that's the only thing it does, is it combos with the Shottles. It attacks for 200, but this also attacks for 220, right? So it just hits harder. Iron Valiant is still a great attacker. I guess you could make the argument that the Iron Valiant is the better of the 2 attackers. Because it has Tachyon bits to work with as well besides this. But that involves like another card to like do. If anything, we shouldn't play these then, and we should just play the 3 Iron Valiants and none of these. I think that makes more sense to not run these then. Yeah, I feel like these shouldn't be in here, and it should just be an Iron Valiant, this deck. And then there's only one Iron Thorns in here, so if we want to play the Iron Thorns to beat Lugia, we should play 2, because we're trying to get around Iron Bundle as well. Yeah, we're trying to get around Iron Bundle as well with this against Lugia. If we're gonna play 1 Iron Thorns, we should play 2, because we're trying to beat Lugia at that point. Second Abyss does make the repulsor attack better. What was it? Your opponent has any damage counters on it. This attack does 100 more damage. But doing 160 damage just isn't relevant though, right? Repulsion Bolt. Yeah, it doesn't matter because it doesn't do enough damage, right? Four Valiant, more switches. Well, I don't think you want 4 Valiant because like the constant damage of this is more beneficial. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, the constant damage of these is always going to be more beneficial. I guess these things require more damage. But see, that's what I'm saying is like this plus it's the same amount of damage one way or the other, right? Like this is 220. Iron Valiant just feels like it's extra steps. For like no like potential benefit. Yeah, it feels like it's a lot of work for no potential benefit. I feel like we just shouldn't, the Valiants just shouldn't be in here. I'm trying to come up with a reason to play the Valiants. $220. Should you play it as is to see how you feel about it in action? No, I'm gonna make some initial adjustments here for sure. What does the board even want to look like? 2 Crown, 2 Valiant? Well, I think it should just be 2 Crown, 2 Miraidon. Like, I think it should just be like a Miraidon, a future Miraidon deck. Because the Valiants just don't, like, because like 3 Crown, like an extra Crown in play is equal to a Valiant in play. The question, it should either be just a bunch of Valiants in these. Miraidon is still a 2 energy attack compared to a 3. You mean with this attack? But we're always using Cyber Drive though. We're never using this, right? I feel like. I guess the Repulsion Bolt would be nice for... The Repulsion Bolt would be nice to actually more easily KO like lower HP Pokemon. Maybe it should just be like a 2-2 split then. Okay, so a 2, but definitely shouldn't be 3 of these. It should be like 2. And I guess the Iron Valiants plus Ursaluna at the end of the game would be good to KO like Regidragos and stuff. Okay, maybe I can get behind it. Lost Vacuum is good for Raging Bolts. Counter Catcher's broken. Some of these are fine. 4 of these is good. There's 2 Nest Ball in here. I feel like that's overkill. The only thing we need to find is like Ursaluna at the end of the game. I think we can get away with 1 Nest Ball. That should definitely be 4 Switch Cart first. Not against the EXP shares to chain attackers. We do need to get the reboot pod off at some point as well. These are our switch cards. Oh wait, that's a combination. That's so many switch cards. The Baby Dawn KO low HP Mon. The first attack, yeah, but you can use this, like this plus 3 Iron Crowns is 220. That like KOs Ogrepons or Dragos, right? Like the Repulsion Bolt can KO those, which is actually kind of cool. I'm trying to like do some math. 220, 240, 260, 280. I don't already see any damage counters on it. This attack does 100 more damage. 180. 200, 220. You also have the 20 ping from Valiant for the repulsion bolt damage. A lot to set up though. I'm just saying, like, it feels like the Iron Valiants just shouldn't exist in this deck. Is what I'm thinking. Because it opens up so much more space in the deck if we just cut all the switch cards. You only need 2 Iron Crown to hit 220 with the 20 ping. Yeah, I guess. Let's just try it with the Iron Valiants, I guess, to start off with then. Sure. 2 Iono. Actually, I'm kind of down for, like, just up the research count. And I gotta go to the other one. What other, like, utility cards? What other tools would be really good in here? Is there anything? Maybe there's not. Like, I mean, 4 of these. Oh, I forgot about this damage as well. This thing's kind of slapping. Jesus. We're kind of swinging out here. Huh. You be slapping. One Brave Charm for Zard normally works. I think that Zard matchup is just long gone. It just feels like a bad matchup. Yeah, it feels like that's probably just a terrible matchup, to be honest. Hard to regain that matchup. It feels like we maybe should have an Iron Hands in here for the Ancient Box matchup, or like any other. What other one price shenanigans matchups do pop up? We have no way to fit Inversion, do we? You definitely could fit Version in here. It could exist. Or Iron Leaves, yeah. We don't have bench space for a draw support mon. We could, yeah. We could fit a Pheasantipity in here or something like that. How do you feel about Iron Jugulus as a single prize option? In here? No. Pheasant, call it a day. Yeah, I think we could create bench space for Fez, to be honest. I think there could be bench space for Fez. I forgot about the tool cards increasing our damage as well. Card 4. Yeah, because, like, I don't know if the angle... Alright, if we're trying to abuse these two, if we're trying to keep that combo there. Okay, we'll go like this. I'm going to leave the energy count as it is. I am going to change them, though. I'd say add a Mew. I feel like Fez got to be better, though. He's got to be better. Would it ever justify playing Jet? No, I don't think so. It's only S, though, when you're running an electric generator. It doesn't mean we can't run it, though, right? It doesn't mean we can't run it. Well, I guess Mariah accelerates 2, and then we'd have to go reboot pod. But we could make it. We could set that up, I guess. All right, let's go with this. For spin. You can't do that. It's not in the. It's not on PCG Live. Is the Ace feature for the Baby Mariah to the second attack if they boss KO the Pokemon? No. So basically, what you do is you go Mariah onto one attacker, bench second attacker with the Ace feature. Well, that might be what you're saying, but that's what you do with it, yeah. Or maybe yes. Maybe yes. What you're saying is possible. I really want an Iron Hands in here, though. I feel like an Iron Hands just makes too much sense to not include. I make a Palkia deck? I've made one. Palkia Dusknoir? No. That's what you meant. Stellar's out? No, Stellar's not out. Yeah, but would ever be enough? Would you ask? Would it ever get it? But would it get enough acceleration? I I still have no idea what you're asking, Donut. I just asked the question again. What's the game plan against Zard though? Just Iron Hands early. Well, we don't have an Iron Hands in here. The Zard matchup is probably just abysmal, to be honest. There's probably no. Oh no, we have Iron Thorns. Iron Thorns early. Yeah. Oh no, you said Iron Hands. We just honestly, our game plan against them is just Iron Thorns early and pray. Just try and get far enough ahead where we can win. But it's probably a terrible matchup. Am I doing viewer battles? Yeah, with channel points. If you have channel points and you're a sub on Twitch. All right, let's queue up a game. We'll make more adjustments as we go. I need to go get a drink real fast though. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right. End of the month. Yo, what's up, Sweeney? Any spider today? Dude. All right, what is the spider? Tell me tomorrow is in October. Oh, there's the right deck set? Okay. Yo, what's up, Antonio? When I first read that, I was like, that's not Antonio. I was like, wait, no, that is Antonio. Am I feeling stellar? No. Blastoise without Palkia? That's pretty terrible. How would you even set it up? How would you set up your Blastoise? I think you kind of need Palkia. Does Azul order fried rice or steamed rice with his orange chicken? I don't remember the last time I had orange chicken. It's pretty good though. I don't dislike it. I just want to go second with this deck, right? I don't know if I'm going first or second right now, but I definitely want to go second. I mean, I guess the last time I had it was probably steamed rice. Galvantula EX. No spider today. Okay, that's a good top deck. Let me think. How does this work with... No, would shut it down. I don't know what I'm up against. They just opened a Flutter Mane. But... No, I thought this doesn't help me. Yeah, I just don't know what I'm up against. I should probably attach some Maridon anyways, right? I don't even know what else I'd want to get off this, but I gotta get something. I just give up the switch card here. I could just give up the switch card. Sure. So Maridon. I mean, probably Maridon here makes the most sense, right? I don't know what they're playing. That's the tough part though, because like I kind of want to get an iron. I'm kind of thinking it's Lugia, but it's. What if it is Lugia? It's not even that good to throw up into the Flutter Mane, to be honest. Okay, just go with Don. I'm not gonna bench it though, because I don't know what they're playing yet. The guy had a Raging Bolt coat on the avatar. I guess he's playing Raging Bolt. Be a good guess, to be honest. Would be a good guess. Let's see. He orders chicken and eats an orange on the side. Yeah, last time I got, I mean, I would assume, I think I probably got steamed rice. Last time I had orange chicken. It's been a while, so I'm not sure. I don't remember. That'd be my guess, though. If I had to guess what I would have gotten. Yeah, we definitely want a... that's tough. We definitely want a Iron Hands for this matchup. I think we gotta play an Iron Hands. I think we gotta play an Iron Hands in the deck. No, Iron Hands is too difficult to win like matchups like this. We want to be able to win matchups like this. Honestly, we kind of feels like we need 2 Iron Hands. You try the new McChicken Big Mac when it comes out next week? Wait, is that actually a thing? Wait, what? This thing's weak to dark? Holy smokes. I didn't know that. Oh my gosh. Huh. If I'd actually set this up, this would have been a better attacker this turn, which I could have maybe pulled off. Right now I'm hitting for 60. I just gotta hit it with this, I guess. Dude, this is so tough. I almost want to go with like Thorns setup now. It shuts off Greninja when I Iono them. With this, I guess it's fine. I want to go like Iono plus punch with Thorns. Yeah. I hope that's enough. Got the reboot pod for next turn. Oh, I should have maybe put an energy in the discard pile to go with the reboot pod though. We have no draw power in hand, so that's pretty bad, obviously. Just peek. I could bench this. Bench this doesn't do anything though, right? I'll just peek. You can get one hands ready and still have the rest of the deck prepared. All right, earlier I was asking if you thought Iron Hands was really good enough. Do you think he'd get enough energy acceleration without the rest of the deck being too handicapped? That's what I meant. Oh. No, I think it'd probably be fine, right? A second, ride on. Turn after that, go attach, reboot pod, plus attach EXP share. Yeah, I don't think it would handicap the deck too much to try and set that up or set up towards that. Really depends how much value we get off reboot pod more so than anything, to be honest. That's really like the big question. It's fine, we just push up this. How much are we doing with this? 140, 160, 180. Could do 200 with this. Focus up, that's fine. Oh my gosh, that's a pretty good one. They're cooking. We should maybe increase the Iono count as well. Although how often are we going to want to be making comebacks versus just feeling like we're ahead? I guess that's the question, right? I'm actually not too sure on that. How often we're making comebacks versus just being ahead and staying ahead. We might be fine on like being ahead and being able to stay ahead. What? Dude, I'm just getting wrecked. Oh my gosh. What is my Winket on here? Top deck Iono? Yeah, top deck Iono. Holy smokes. No. Alright, we can go next on this one. Yeah, we're never making the comeback in that. Yeah, to ever beat that deck, we do need Iron Hands, right? Other one prize matchups in general, like the Guardian matchup and stuff. Well, I mean, Iron Valiant can be pretty good. Yeah, that matchup's always going to be impossible without Iron Hands. So we might need to add Iron Hands to the deck. Imagine we're hitting with Donnie X, like Raging Bolt, stuff like that, or Rich Drago. Have a Krispy Kreme near me? No. I think the Valiants just have to go. I think the Valiants just have to go. They're just like super redundant, and they like They just don't really do anything. Yeah, the Valiants just don't do anything. Too redundant. Hello, I'm new to the Pokemon TCG. Is there anything I can do against AFK players in ranked? You just have to wait. You want to use hands to switch over to lightning build? No, we're gonna keep them right on stuff. Fire Saluna for Raging Bolt to close out games against Raging Bolt. So we can go like attacker, or Saluna at the end. Will be the idea. I kind of want to first. Oh, wait, we can cut all the switch cards now. Yeah, I thought I was like opening up more space in the deck. We were. Two. I feel like I want like a third, or maybe a Night Stretcher, like a third of some attackers, or a Night Stretcher. Maybe a third EXP share. Like, how are we going to chain our attack? So if we go, if we're against Lost Box, we're going to go Miraidon for 2 to Iron Hands, EXP share on Iron Hands. Miraidon 2 to Iron Hands. No, not EXP share on this Iron Hands. EXP share on the other Iron Hands. They knock out Miraidon. Then we go push up Iron Hands. Reboot Pod to 2 plus attach would be ideal. Maybe we should go for like another energy here. Heavy baton. Oh, maybe there should just be a baton in there if we're going more hands. Should we just put a baton in there then? Yeah, sure. For our hands. Not might work? No. That's too much. We don't even play Ultra Balls. Have you ever tried the Wendy cycle? Dave single, double, triple, and a Baconator? No. The Wendy cycle? Never sure how Turo is supposed to mesh in the future deck. I'm not sure what you're asking there. How often do you see Turo in a future deck? Oh, you're saying because it's a Turo, because it's a future card? I don't think that's how they designed the cards. I don't think they designed all the future cards in mind of them all being trying to be in the same deck. I was so confused at first. I was like, what do you mean? But it is a future card technically, I guess. But I don't think that's like the point. Like, you're not supposed to play every future card in a future deck. Like, it's not like it just is a future card. Doesn't feel like there's any real synergy between it and other future Mon. Am I going first again? No, they chose first. Okay. I want to go second. Don't you play every ancient card in an ancient deck? I mean, does that mean you have to play every future card in a future deck? Also, you don't play every ancient card in an ancient deck. You play, in specifically Baby Moon, you play a lot of ancient cards. You need ancient cards to fuel them. It's like, no, I can't. I gotta time someone out. Someone's gotta get timed out for that comment. Neither the future supporters function in future decks. Meanwhile, both of the ancient supporters are ubiquitous with ancient decks. There's only one ancient. It's not. You say ancient decks, but there's one ancient deck. There's ancient box. What would you call a Roaring Moon deck an ancient deck? I don't think you would. Like, also, it doesn't just because there is doesn't mean the other one has to. That's just silly. Stop being silly. Stop being silly. No, dude, what? This is definitely a matchup where I want to use Miraidon EX, and I prize both of the Miraidon EX. What? What? That's such a scam. Well, this guy's pretty good in this matchup too, I guess. We're throwing him down then. I literally prized both of my Miraidon EX. Insane scam happening. Gammoning. I do want to like threaten a 2-hit with the Don here. 60, 80, 100. Yeah, what? Dude, what? All right, whatever. It's gonna be an awkward game. I mean, Iron Thorn is pretty chill in this matchup, right? He's not gonna be terrible. Sada and Bolt, they mean? Well, Sada's just like a broken card. It's not comparable. That's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta like remove the labels from the card. Like, you're too concerned with the labels on the cards. Yeah, you're too concerned with the labels on the cards. It's just like not. It's not that not that serious. That is like what I want to say. It's not that serious. Yeah. All right. Well, we're kind of cooking out here. I don't want to lose my last future cat. Oh, do I have one more left? I do have one more left. We should be fine. We do want to attack with Iron Thorns this turn. Ooh, should I bundle up there? That is insanely good. All right, we bundle it up. Turo didn't be labeled as future. Yeah. But it also was, so it's like also fine, right? If they could somehow want to KO this, I would want EXP share here, right? No, but if they don't, okay, I can't do that yet. Okay, we probably need to play some count of switch cards in case we... Oh, I killed it. Oh my gosh. I didn't expect that. I didn't even realize how much damage we were doing. Let's go. He's dead. I don't know we're cooking like that. Seems like the Donnie X is kind of extra. No, this guy wanted KO's. This guy can't KO Drago V-Star. We still need to KO Drago V-Star. Or we still want to be able to. Oh no. I only have one capsule left. I don't know where it is either. Somewhere in the deck, but this thing could be stuck for a while. Also, it could be prized. We definitely need to play some count of switch cards. I need to play like two switch cards, I think. We're gonna go back up to 2 switch cards here. We still want some extra mobility, I think. Well, it's kind of unfortunate that I drew into like 3 of my things here, to be honest. 3 of the things. Add a baton too. I have a baton. We have a baton in here. I guess baton also works on the Iron Thorns, which is kind of cool. We might get stuck this turn. That kind of suck. Jet Energy? No, we're not playing Jet Energy. We're not playing Jet Energy. We want to play things that Arven can enable. We want to play Arven enablers. Things that can be enabled by Arven. Maybe just 1 switch card. Maybe I'm overthinking it because we did just kind of like draw into like all of our tool cards here. I'll add 1 switch card. So that way we can like get a tool card with Arven plus a switch card in the same turn. A different tool that's not future capsule. Because like we might want EXP share plus switch card or something. Thorn could have some utility in this deck. If it didn't suck, maybe. But Thornton does just kind of suck. What'd they actually get rid of there? I wasn't even paying attention. Zard Paw, Strago V-Star. Pack it up, buddy. Alright. Honestly, this is where... If I had a Turo here, it'd be pretty good. That's why it combos with future decks. That's why it's a future card. Never lucky. All right, well, I'm not moving. Hitting this just doesn't even make a difference. I think I just pass, which feels bad, but I don't really have anything else to do. They could pop off this turn. We could be... Oh, they could like back-to-back Kiramus as well. That'd be scary. Yeah, they could cook. They could cook. They could double Kiramus. They might not have the resources left to double Kiram. They haven't used a single E-switch yet, and they still have Legacy Star. Isn't Penny just better? You're not wrong. Penny would be better. I am scared. I guess we should not put... Well, putting the third Iron Crown and playing the situation that we did to get that KO was definitely worth it. But otherwise, you should probably try and chill with 2 Iron Crowns, to be honest. Yeah, we should try and chill with like 2 Iron Crowns or something like that. They're cooking. They have the Kiram in there too. They could do it. No, they have no gusts left. So if they don't Legacy Star right now, they won't be able to Legacy Star next turn. But they could just go Kiram. They could just recover it now. They could go get E-Switch Prime Catcher. And then next turn go... They could Kiram this turn and the next turn Kiram. We already have 1 grass here. They would need another fire. Why would they Legacy Star this turn? Oh, are they going to go after my Iron Thorns? Maybe they're going to go after my Iron Thorns here, actually. That could be what their play is here. Not a terrible play. Let's see what they grab. It shows it here, though, right? Super Rod Vessel. What? No Gust? Vessel? Oh, wait, that does work. No, it doesn't work, though. All right, they could be going for back-to-back Kirams here. But if I push up Iron Thorns, they can't use this to accelerate energy into play. Oh, maybe they can get them all to play this turn, though. Okay, it could still work. No, they're not doing it. What are they attacking with here, then? It is Kiram. But if I just push up Iron Thorns, they can't use the other Ogre Pawn. So they're not going to be able to Kiram again anyways, right? I think they, like, underthought that this part of the situation thing. Well, do I even have my 4th tool? Yes, thank goodness. Otherwise, I probably would be stuck, to be honest. We need a Turo. Dude, I've been preaching Turo in future decks for a long time now. No one listens, though. I've been hyping that up. Do I ever vacuum this just in case? So they have 1 energy. They go attach, move up. Reboot pod isn't worth it. If I vacuum the stop, that means I'd have less access to like stuff this turn, which could be the difference maker, to be honest. Sure, I'll vacuum it. Yeah, taking away stuff from them doesn't seem terrible. Okay, yeah, so now they can't use the Ogre Pawn anyways. So, like, they can E-switch up, attach. I mean, they could play 3 boss, I guess. They could have a 3rd boss. Maybe. It's possible. I think they messed up what they took there. It's kind of funny that we prize both our Miraidons. That's like the attacker we want in this matchup is Miraidons. The more I'm kind of playing with this deck, though, I think we don't need Ursaluna, but it's probably a good safety net for the end game. The Ursaluna is. Probably a good safety net. I wish there was like a future badge. Imagine Ursaluna with a future badge at the end of the game. Okay, that's what I thought. Would Iron Valiant Duskull work? Little Miraidon and Zatsu. I mean, okay. I'll say that. I guess it's not the question. The question you're asking, whenever I read it though, I read that that's how you're asking it. I need to like train myself to not read that because anything can work. Would Iron Valiant and Duskull work? Yes. And you are asking the question because you realize the synergy. But the question you're asking, you're not asking that question. The question you're asking is, would it be good? And the answer is no. It would not be good. It would work. There is synergy. It would not be good. I have to like train myself for every time I read a work question to switch it over to would it be good? Unless you're truly asking would it work, but that doesn't make any sense to ask. Okay. Let me cook. What did I say I want to add? I said I want to add something. Wait, what the fuck did I say I want to add? A switch cart. Yeah. Thank you. Tripping. All right, we've got to cut something for it though. And Turo? No, we're not actually adding Turo. Cut one hands? No. I kind of want to cut the Ursaluna because we can theoretically between EXP shares and the pod, we can like chain 3 attackers. It is possible to chain 3 attackers. But it, like this would like ensure give us such a better chance of beating. It would give us a lot better chance of beating certain decks for sure. Also, I was thinking I kind of like the idea of 1 Iron Valiant to be able to like not trigger Pheasantipity in certain matchups. Like if we go up against Raging Bolt, beat up a bunch of Raging Bolt for like 220 with Iron Hands. Like we punch a Raging Bolt, like we KO the first Raging Bolt with Miraidon, right? We go Cyber Drive, knockout. And then they go second Raging Bolt, knock out my Miraidon. Now, if we're ahead on the prize exchange, we can just win by going 2 prize, 2 prize, 2 prize. But if we're not, if we're behind on the prize exchange, then we could go Arm Press for 220 with triple Iron Crown in play or 2 and a Tool. And then we could go Iron Valley, we could go hit it, Iono to 2. And then go Valiant kill on the next turn. So we have like a 4 prize turn. I like that. I really like that actually. We still maybe want Ursaluna involved for that. So let's go down to let's add 1 Valiant back into the deck. So 1 Valiant. Can cut back on maybe the research. I kind of like the Ionos to be honest. And then we need like 1 more spot because we added this. I want that. Want. Crown can also spread damage for Dawn later. I mean, kind of. It's not gonna like have a huge impact. It's like pretty minimal to be able to like, because getting 3 energy on this thing and then having it actually matter is like super questionable to like make that commitment. But I only have 1 switch card, so enabling this combo is like super. I only play 1 switch card. We have to save it for that exact situation. I guess that's not the end of the world, right? It's like something we could do. Attack. It'd have to be. They knock. We go. They take the first 2 prizes, and then we go knockout back with Miraidon. Hopefully, theoretically, Miraidon return knockout, and then they go knockout Miraidon. We go Iron Hands, Arm Press, Punch. Is there a better way to do that? No, we could go Iron Hands, Arm Press with triple Iron Crown, Tool. No, we got Heavy Baton here. Shoot. can make it work though. We can make it work. I'm trying to like theorize that matchup now. If we get heavy baton involved, heavy baton on iron hands, arm press. So we need. I want to like conserve the energy for our follow-up attacker is like what I'm trying to accomplish here. 4 Iron Crown, Iron Hands, Miraidon. It's just like so much. But we can maybe make that work actually. I can maybe create that board state. An insane amount of things. No, we want Iron Hands, Iron Hands. 4. But if I have 4, then I'm doing too much damage to set up for the other play. Oh, interesting. Maybe the Valiant play isn't going to work the way I really want it to. I do want it to work, though. We'll keep it in there for the possibility. I need to cut one more card now. Four, 3, 4, 7. That's fine. How married are we to the pod? I think it's like the purpose of the deck, so we're keeping the pod in there. We're trying to maximize pod's potential. Also, it is pretty essential to chain attackers, to be honest. Like, the pod's pretty essential to chain attackers. We're not really chaining attackers without the pod when we're going down, like, the Miraidon route. Chain the third attacker the problem? No, it's like stopping them from doing anything is the problem. You might miss the pod? No. That's like not the problem. Do I even want Town Store? 4 crown seems like a lot. It's not. A lot of situations where you need at least 3 counts, some situations where you need 4. So even the situations where you only need 3, prizing 1 would literally make it impossible to achieve. I don't want to whiff energy attachments, but maybe we could cut back on the energy by 1. We do have 2 Vessel in here now. Maybe it's fine. Sort can boost the consistency for the tools. Yep. Might be better than yeah, it might be worth the inclusion. It might still be worth the inclusion. I was like, it's like a theoretically an out to every single tool, right? It's like +1 of, it's not, we're not play, it's a +1 out to every single tool, but it's not +1 of every single tool. That doesn't mean it's worth though, because we do have 4 Arven as well. Right, we do have 4 Arven. I need to cut that other Iono. There's a full Iono in here. The ideal loop, Baby Don, Don EX, Baby Don hands? No. We're only trying to attack with Baby Don once. Yeah, ideally we only attack with Baby Don once. We're not trying to attack with Baby Don multiple times. Guardy should be a pretty good matchup. You gotta get the hand set up. I mean, if they like play Vacuum or something like that, that'd be kind of cringe, but... Like, this matchup would be truly terrible if we didn't play hands, right? Like, how do we ever win this matchup without hands? Honestly, our hand kind of sucks. We're coming up short on a... We're actually not knocking out this Manaphy here. No, I am. I just have to future capsule the other thing, because I need to accelerate 2 energy to Iron Hands, obviously, here. So we got to do that. Okay, it's not that bad, actually. And then, ideally, we actually want to go with back-to-back... That's like one awkward thing about... No. It's actually not that bad, actually. That's actually not that bad. I take it back. I'll take on to Iron Hands and Iron Leaves. I mean, it's something you can do. You probably want to put energy on Iron Leaves. You just put energy in play to like utilize with Iron Leaves later. So you're not doing any damage or drawing a prize card. You are just getting more energy in play, though. Joltik hands could be a thing. You just Joltik can get that much extra energy in play, and then you have that many more hands to work with. Oh my gosh, that's it? We gotta cook them, right? We gotta cook them here. So we're gonna go this. Honestly, the back-to-back things here is pretty sick. Yeah, back-to-back Arvins here is pretty sick. I think I'm actually gonna give up one of the Ionos here. So I could go Iron Bundle. We definitely Iron Bundle here, right? We gotta give him the bundle. We might not accelerate any energy into play here, but that's fine. Lightning versus Psychic? Probably Psychic. The question was, should we just put energy on this or not? That's the only question to ask, to be honest. I could put some energy here. I do what, 70, 50? I don't think so. I don't think so. You set up for the shuttles on 2 rolls. That's not how shuttles works. It only does 50 to bench Pokemon. Like, this thing can do 70 to the active, but that's it. Throwing? No, that's not how it works. You max 50s, right? Wait, am I tripping? No, I'm not tripping. We do 50. We do 50 to 2 rolls. That's not worth it. Not the worst thing ever. I left for a while. Did you take the Valiant out? There's 1 Valiant in there and 1 switch card. That's it. Yeah, we're not doing. There's 1 Iron Valiant and 1 switch card. It's not what it used to be for that game plan. No. Now, dude, that is, dude, the unfair stamp. I mean, I'm not like shocked we got unfair stamp there, but that hurts. That really hurts. All right. Dude, what do we even do from here? I set this guy up, right? For sure. We need something. We are getting a prize card here as well, so we're doing something. Man, I hate unfair stamp. It's so annoying. I can go from just like drawing a prize card to like having no hand. Okay, that's a pretty good prize card. We like that. We like that. Definitely like that. Yeah, we can do 70 to the active, 70 to the other thing. But if not, yeah, if we had more Iron Valiants in here, it would be a different story for sure. If you're still on like the 6 switch cards, 2 Iron Valiant. One of my first ever regionals in Baltimore this weekend. Any advice? Yeah, what Gamer said. Gamer's got the goated advice there. Win and have fun. I think what I've come to as my #1 advice for regionals, or maybe just Pokemon tournaments in general, is honestly just don't overthink it. Drink water. Drink water is a pretty good one too. Yeah, just don't overthink it. I think too many people overthink it. Yeah, don't overthink it. Whatever it is. At 270 HP, we're doing... We can definitely just knock them out this turn, 100%. That's all they... They didn't get another Pokemon? Oh, they Arvened into this situation. Okay. And by it, I kind of just like mean everything. Like nothing specific, but... That should be it, right? I was gonna go with Pheasantipity, but 160. Yeah, sure. Oh. Wait, do you have to? Oh, it says you may. Could theoretically... I'm thinking like what more we'd want to play. Like, I feel like I want to play 3 hands, but then it's just like a hand deck at that point. I don't know. I guess it's not really. We still have all the other stuff in there. It becomes more like a hands deck. I don't want to play just a hands deck though. I don't want to make it into just a hands deck is what I should say. What deck is this? Future box. With no Iron Leaves. Which could still be added, to be honest. It's a really good start. We got literally everything we'd ever want. It's kind of insane. It's kind of cracked. Are we going first or second, though? I just had to go for Flittle, more like I didn't want to say that one. More like dead. Oh wait, what the fuck? Chill. I don't know what's going on anymore. Stop. Dustnor, Espathra, Bennett? Why do they have an Espathra in there? What's that for? Oh, is that for like an ancient? Is that like an ancient box deck? Maybe. Okay, I don't know how this goes. I don't know how to approach this at all. Honestly, KO Lone Shuppet sounds pretty good, but obviously that's not like a possibility for us. I don't know how this is gonna go actually. This guy does one-hit KO. Net though. Okay. Let's go. Let's see. Ancient box. Oh no, excuse me, Arvin. This plus EXP share. Iron Valiant could be good, but it's probably not great. Do I even want the EXP share right now? Maybe I don't. What else would I even grab? Dude, did I prize my second Miraidon again? Dude. Sure. Lock those in, I guess. We're locked. When I ask with the item lock? Oh, they can't Poltergeist next turn anyways. I only have to be afraid of item lock. But the Miraidon is the only thing that can really reasonably one-hit KO them, right? This could get there. It's less reason. Oh, the Arm Press does get there with 4 Iron Crown. And Iron Thorns. Okay, I think I'm just gonna go. Well. I'm gonna get item lock, so Techno Radar to find these later is gonna be tough. Alright, let's just go for these. Lightning Psychic. Yeah, they can't Poltergeist anyway, so I can just hold the ASP. But like, why'd I even get the ASP share? I guess is the question, right? More so than anything. This is now swinging for 260. Yeah, I probably should have just got another. I should have got another Future Capsule, right? Because I can do 260 next turn. I can go attach. I could have gone attach Future Capsule, knock out. They're active. Yeah, I should have spent another Future Capsule grab there instead of an EXP share. Amp Squawk for 3 prizes for some turn later. Based on how the prize trade is probably gonna go, Ampiness not gonna make a difference. Maybe even KOing it for 2 prize cards won't even matter. Like by the time I can like chase down the Squawk, I might have 1 prize card left, to be honest. Depending on how many Dust Stars. I guess they could go like double Dust Star KO this turn and then item lock this. That'd be kind of annoying, but then I can just go like bench Iron Thorns. Yeah, it'd be like annoying, but like I would survive. But yeah, this should have just been a capsule here, right? So I could go attach capsule, retreat to this turn and just win. This is a thing, I guess. It's kind of annoying. What is the retreat cost on this? Oh, this is only 1 retreat cost? Oh, wait, that's huge. That's actually huge. Because then, like, putting an EXP share on the secondary one of these doesn't, like, make it weird because it can't get trapped. I wouldn't, like, need switch cards specifically to deal with it. Okay. It's actually... Yeah, it's actually huge. They get double candy here? No way, right? I was gonna go after my Miraidon, maybe? Maybe. How does this work again? By damage, I may? Okay. I mean, it's kind of annoying. They're gonna punch my active here for... What, 90? Kind of annoying. It does set up for a Dustnor knockout, I guess. How do I even approach this situation now? I'm actually not even sure what I'm trying to do. So much of my energy is gone. Yeah, what is my goal here? Am I just waiting to like gust stuff off the bench? But this thing is putting on pressure. Oh, 120 because their energy as well, yeah. Like that is annoying. I'm not item locked, of course, but I mean, I could, if I can find the reboot capsule this turn, I can just KO them. I actually have no idea how I want to approach this. I don't want to put EXP share here, but putting EXP share here doesn't seem very good. I mean, it's okay. No, but this has 2 retreat costs. Maybe I just did. See, I should have never got the EXP share. It's such a bad play to get the EXP share. I feel like I'm just not attacking this turn. I feel like I just shouldn't attack this turn. I should go like attach here, attach here, research. And then try and retreat this with a future capsule. Reboot can give me back 2. Man, I really got nothing going on here. Not gonna lie. We got nothing. I can hit him with this though, actually. I could Volt Cyclone. Not this turn, but I can Heavy Baton and Volt Cyclone or something like that. Yeah, that seems fine. We're chilling for now though. Okay. Okay. Sure. No energy. I have access to Rebo Pod, but no energy for turn, so I can't attack with this. That's like doesn't really help me too much. I'm kind of scared. So was it true that Liam Neeson once called you once by accident? Yeah, sure. Allegedly. And we'll see what our top deck is here, of course. That could completely change. But we know the Reboot Pod's on the bottom of the deck. We know that for sure. I'm scared, though. They are doing stuff over there. Is Uncommon Energy releasing tomorrow? Now you got me second guessing. Yes. Okay, well, I have no energy, so I can't. I could retreat to this and punch them. Dude, this sucks. All right. Can they set up some board site where they can just like draw like 5 prize cards in a turn? Maybe. I can just retreat and punch, right? That should just be my play. I kind of want to put an EXP share here in case I just go for a Poltergeist, I guess. And if they don't item lock, then I can Reboot Pod, I guess. I don't know if I want to put either of these in play, to be honest. Maybe the other Iron Thorns would have been worth putting in play, to be honest. Yeah, maybe I could have put this in play. How many? Yeah, they could theoretically draw like... They could draw 4 prize. They could give me 1 prize card and draw 4 prize cards, and then close it out with Ursaluna. Yeah, it feels like, honestly, I feel like I'm gonna lose from this point on. They can go like Candy Dust Nor KO this, Poltergeist. Maybe I shouldn't have taken this actually. Man, but then that's tough. I have nothing to work with. Yeah, the Uncommon Energy will be out tomorrow. Uncommon Energy will be out tomorrow. Why are you interested about one of our takes specifically? Iono? Okay. Well, I lose my Reboot Pod again. Common trend so far. A lot of supporters. I can still get to the Candy Dust Snore. Boss is interesting. But I think I just want to KO their active here, right? Like, I think I'm just trying to KO their active. Like, we probably just go Iono Knockout. Well, I guess if we'll see what they do still here. I guess they could go Poltergeist. Poltergeist seems really, really bad here, though. If I can just attack back. I don't know, but I mean, I guess I would, right? I go Iono. I need to find energy still, of course, but yeah, that is what they're going for. I need to find an energy. The HP shard does trigger here. It's pretty cool. Okay. I also need like another attack card to close out the game with as well. Oh, I guess Iron Thorns does shut down Ursaluna though. They can't Ursaluna my Iron Thorns. I need an energy. I could Arven. I really want to Iono them though. I'm gonna Iono. I draw an energy here every time. I draw an energy every time. Oh, we got Fez. Okay, hold up. There's no energy on the bottom of my deck though, right? So I should just Fez. No! No way! We just whiffed completely? Dude. Do I have any vessels left? I have one vessel left. What is the order in my cards right now? Iono. It's 2 Ionos in a row, right? I don't even know if the vessel's in there. There's a lot of energy left in there. Okay. Vessel. It's annoying. Let's see. I maybe didn't need to get rid of that. I think I actually maybe trolled with that. If I get Iron Bundle, I'll force them to have to do something, right? Oh, but I should have like Nest Ball for Iron Bundle there. Oops, I messed up because I could have taken one more card out of my deck. Maybe I should have shuffled. I guess there was the reboot pot on the bottom. This sucks. Sure. Does healing this matter? It's got 190. I mean, if they Iono, I could draw enough trainers where this would die, right? Well, if this dies, anything else dies, right? I kind of want to burn trainers out of my hand. What's it gonna do in this? Or I could just switch into this and just hold this, I guess. I'm thinking. Plenty of candy left. They're down 3 Dustnor, and they have 1 Night Stretcher left, but they have Dustclops. They go Dustclops, Dustnor, 180. They can't take 4 prize cards or 3 prize cards in a single turn anymore. How many tools do I have left? Not a lot. How many Iono do they have left? They're 1, but they have this. How many Gust do they have left? Down Prime and counter. Alright, sure. Do you think linear decks win tournaments more often due to consistency? No. The best decks win tournaments. Sometimes they're linear, sometimes they're not. Like, no. Linear decks win tournaments due to consistency just as often as less consistent decks win it due to having more options. Same difference. It sucks. I just can't draw energy. I just can't draw an energy. Like, just give me an energy here so they can't Poltergeist kill me, bro. I'm probably gonna throw some of my active anyways, though. Yeah, they're reaching for the Poltergeist knockout. But they're out of Gust, though, so can they even deal with this Iron Thorns? They might not be able to. Well, hang on, I still need to draw a freaking energy. Even though it's probably dead on arrival, are you going to play Cinderace Thursday? Probably not Thursday. No, I don't think I'll be playing Cinderace on Thursday. Okay, vacuum away, that could be big too. Okay, so I have Dippity as well. Dude, if I whiffity, So the plan is attack with this twice, right? 120, 140. So it's attack, and then we need a boss around it. Okay. There's a bunch of boss in there as well. Okay, this should be a dub, right? How is this ever an L? How do I ever lose this? Do I ever attempt to switch this or retreat it, actually? You already burned my switch card, so I guess I can't move this. I could move this. Like, I could vacuum away my own EXP share, actually. So I could then retreat into Ursaluna with a tool card and not need back-to-back energies. I think I'm just gonna like this, though. I'm gonna get rid of their Pokestop just to limit their options. Then Ionolo. Dude, give me the energy, bro. Oh my gosh, let's get it. All right, let me draw 3. Give me the I want to use the reboot pod, to be honest. I just want to use it. They don't have tools, do they? No, Sex doesn't play tools. Oh, but I didn't want to shuffle the deck there, though, right? Fudge, I just messed up. I'm literally trolling. I literally just did not want to shuffle the deck there. I literally drew into the play I was talking about, though, because I could have vacuumed away my own EXP share. I probably should have vacuumed away my own EXP share, to be honest. Yeah. I should have vacuumed away my own EXP share that way, and I should have got Ursaluna so I could go attach tool, retreat to Ursaluna, boss, somebody off the bench to win. Okay, I got energy, but no boss. But I should have not shuffled the deck there. Because I Iono'd... Oh, no, I Iono'd boss to the bottom. Actually, no, it was correct to shuffle. We need... Oh, my gosh. We're going to lose. 120? Yeah, I lost. What I need to draw a boss and boss this install for a turn. Okay, hold up. What's on the bottom of my deck? Can they retreat? How many energy do they have left? 1, 2, 3. They have a stretcher and an energy left. Damn it. What if I had... Dude, I could have had the tool on this. If I had vacuumed this, I could have had the tool on this and Ursaluna on my bench, then I win. If I had played correctly, I would have won. That's crazy. That's wild. Do they have any Pokestop left? They do, yeah. I'm just gonna grab this then, just in case they... They don't have any Gust left, though. They don't have any Gust. Does it matter which one I bring up? I don't think so, right? If I bring up this, they could... No. Yeah. Yeah, I messed up. I should have set up for the potential of the Ursaluna play. Oh! No! So do I have to Iono? Alright, so this first to thin out the deck. Then I have to hit Vessel. No, I can't even hit Vessel. I have to hit one of my energy or my reboot pod. So I have a 33. I don't want to wait a turn, right? Because they have pretty good odds, too. They might even have higher odds than me. No! Well, pass. They need energy or a stretcher. Or switch. They have a switch up. No! No! That's fine, though. I got punished for misplaying, so... All right, we'll play one more game with the deck. I like where it's come, though. I like how far it's come. I'm gonna go make my dinner real fast. Then we'll run through one, maybe 2 more games with this. I want more energy, to be honest. I felt like short on energy in that game. Something that I thought would maybe happen. I did cut back a little bit. This ball. Whatever, try Arceus Duskull? Yeah, sure. Let's see. I should add a lightning, right? There's not any reason to be like overly heavy on psychics versus lightnings. If anything, there's an argument to be more lightning than psychic based. I gotta cut one card. Can you try to make a deck with Aggron V, Meltan, and Frostlass? No. Is it a dude deck? No. I'm doing a new thing with my Metafy group where I could let people submit deck lists, so I'm going through some of those right now. It would be classified as a dude deck, but I mean that is what S-Pather does. It makes any deck feel short on energy. I mean that's not no, we'll go with sure. I'll go with sure on that. We'll hit a sure. Should I just cut an Iono? I want to keep the Iron Valiant in just for like the cheese play against the Raging Ball, to be honest. That's like why I want to keep the Iron Valiant in, just for the cheese Raging Ball play. Because I feel like that might have to be like a big part of our win condition in that matchup, to be honest. Dude, how do I get this energy in the deck? Can I even add it? Got one of the EXs? Which one though? I want all of them. I don't want to cut any of them. They're all my friends. Maybe I don't need the Ursaluna. We haven't used it yet. We haven't hit the matches where it would theoretically be good, but you certainly don't need two Miraidon EX. No, but I think I would want two for the Drago matchup. So because I want to have two in play at the same time. So if the KO one, I have the other one to then want to KO the Drago back. That's what I want it for. Do you think one copy of Roxanne would be worth it in Ancient Box? Probably not. It's pretty mid. Alright. Yeah, let me go make my dinner real fast. I'll be right back. Copy of Roxanne is worth it in Ancient Box. Well, no, my answer should just be no. My answer is no. I've played enough Ancient Box where no, I don't think it's worth it. Don't do it. Alright, I'm back. Did I? Dude, and I gotta cut the stupid Iono. It's gonna tilt me. Hold up. There's a secret Iono in here. Remembered? Bro, I gotta get rid of that Iono. Why does it do this stupid thing where it spams all of the YouTube messages at once? Alright. Always got to be the crown star, right? Yeah. We want this in every matchup. We don't want this in every matchup. This is not the kind of start we're looking for. This is not a turn 1 attack with Miraidon, which is all we want. That's all we want. Lost Origin Machamp. Wait, is Lost Origin still? No, it is a legal set. What am I saying? I don't know what set I thought Lost Origin was for a little bit. This is Drago, right? Yeah. We actually set up for this thing to attack into this. I could Iono here first and see if we get the Miraidon play or not. I think it's probably reasonable to play it like this first. We whipped the energy. And our hand is literally dead. I feel like Iron Hands is probably not too particularly powerful in this matchup. That's annoying. Oh. Let's just hope for a top deck. Yeah. We're actually so close. I'm 6'2". Alright, so this is still winnable. We're obviously in like a worse spot than we'd like to be, but we should have played for Motivate, right? Maybe not. I should have probably attached a tool card here, to be honest. That was probably a mistake to not do that. Because now I can't EXP share. I have to get one of these. Oh, I priced 2. Okay. All right. What do I even want to get here for an item? I don't even know. Maybe just something for Vessel or Techno Radar fodder. So I can like lost vacuum, I guess. So currently I'm hitting for 60. I could get another one of these and hit for 80. Man, this thing going down next turn would be really bad. I don't know, I guess we just have to punch and hope they don't have it. Could have went and got another Miraidon as well with the Techno Radar, but I thought, well, I mean, I could have, yeah. I guess I could also like play this matchup more aggressive with Iron Thorns, to be honest. We could just like set up Iron Thorns and go for like a turn 2 reboot pod play depending on the hand. I forgot what my last hand was. Well, no, it wasn't that good though, right? I'm trying to remember what I had. What was my opening hand as well? What is your landscaping setup? What is that question? When's the next uncommon energy video? Probably a week or two. It's a lot of energy in play. Jeez, chill out. We can stick it out. We don't have to concede, but that's tough. That is tough. Oh, wait. Are they not KOing it? Okay. They didn't want to expend their Legacy Star to try and find the knockout. Although I have to say, I think that's what I would have recommended. This feels decent for me. How much am I doing? 40. Shoot, I do have to bench 2 more Iron Crowns to actually knock this out. But I gotta go for the KO right here, right? Not knocking this out seems pretty bad. I feel like I gotta go for it. Alright. It would have been nice to go. Well, it's just like so unlikely that I get a tool here because I only have 1 left. I only have 1 tool left, so it's so unlikely that I get there. That's fine. So ideally, we find an EXP share for the Iron Valiant. Okay, that's something. Does healing this actually matter? We're down 3. Oh my gosh, they're down a lot. What the heck? I don't think using the switch card matters that much here, right? I don't think so. I guess we'll see. Reboot pod was surprised. Did they fix the PTCG Live audio bug? Oh, I didn't even realize it, Jesse. Yeah, I didn't have to open this to reset to turn my audio on. I didn't even realize that. Huge dub. Everything's looking up for here. Is there anything you're into collecting? Watches, sneakers, etc.? Not really. I was thinking they would have tried to go Kyurem. Well, we play the switch card, so they couldn't Kyurem us. But honestly, yeah, did they not realize that this was going to knock them out anyways? So shouldn't they have gone for Kyurem? You're right. They probably should have gone for Kyurem, right? We would have been able to throw it off with the switch card, but still. Honestly, a Bravery Charm for like the first attacker seems decent in here. Like, well, not sure what matchup would really matter in. But theoretically, we could have Bravery Charmed this and then EXP shared this. I guess I would like play around like Kyurem shenanigans specifically. I don't know if other matchups would matter that much. I guess against Miraidon it can matter actually. This thing with a Brave Charm actually survives the Miraidon attack against Miraidon. Dude, what the? It fixed the audio setting, but now this. What? Am I actually just locked out for the whole game? Wait, when they knock it out, maybe it'll go away? Dude, this is so annoying. Come on. Maybe I'll be able to click on stuff once it goes back to my turn. Now it's just the energy. Oh, nope. Dude, what is this? Let me out. Let me out. I can't click anything, right? It'll auto promote for me though, right? Maybe that'll break it out of, maybe break us out of this. It should auto promote here, right? Dude, this is so cringe, man. Dude. Because Jesse gave credit for the sound fix, so Live had to show you what's up. Honestly, this is Jesse's fault. Annoying, man. All right, chat. Wait, my opponent's locked out too. It's not me. It's not just me. They're locked out as well. They just passed. Hold on. Hold. I was literally just about to alt F4. They only have one card left in deck. It's going to AFK timer. You lose still. Oh no, it's going to go to the AFK timer. No, give me an action. Let me do anything. It's not fair. Ooh. Wait, the AFK timer should have hit, right? This would be the AFK turn now. Wait, the one coming up or the last one? Or the one that's happened? A dub's a dub. A dub's a dub. He still thinks the energy's here too, because it lets me click the arrow multiple times before it disappears. Future Box's secret mill tech. We become the mill deck. Let's go! That's a dub! That's a dub! Yeah! I would like to have seen the end of that game though, to be honest, because like it was close. I mean, I think they were at the advantage, but I could have hit him with an Iono, punch their active with Baby Miraidon. They couldn't have set up another Drago or anything at that point, so I think there was a chance we could have won. Those are the games that suck the most. Like I probably lose that if we play, but I would like to play the end of that game. All right. So if anyone was curious what we were doing, I'm doing this. Honestly, I should just call it. I should just call these streams like Deck Doctor streams. I was gonna do that a while back. Yeah, honestly, we're just gonna call these streams are gonna be called Deck Doctor streams. It won't be like the full stream all the time. It depends how many deck lists people actually submit. But for anyone curious what the heck we were just doing right now, one of the tiers available in my Metafy group is Deck List Review and Critique. Although maybe I'll just like rename it to Deck Doctor, where basically once a month you can submit a deck list for me to this down here. This down here. Yes. Where once a month, if you're subscribed to the tier 3, once a month you can send me a deck list and I will take the deck, play with it on stream, change it, get my thoughts on it, and I'll do it all while I'm live on stream. So you can either catch it live, me playing with your deck and reviewing it and playing with it and changing it, or you can like check the VOD out later to like see my process when going over it. When someone's deck is truly awful, sorry, it's terminal. I can't make this one work. This one I can't make work. But yeah, that's available in the tier 3 of my my Metafy group. Also, the Dragapult list that we worked on earlier, I'll post that on the Metafy group as well. If you want to further discuss that deck with me, that'll be available in tier 1 of the Metafy group. You gain access to all my deck lists, also the AMA, monthly threads, and then tier 2, you'll get matchup breakdown videos for all the deck lists I post. I won't be posting a matchup breakdown video for the Dragapult deck because I have not played with the Dragapult deck in the meta of Stellar Crown, but eventually I'll come back with an updated Dragapult list with a matchup breakdown video, and I also post meta breakdown videos over there as well. Just give my thoughts on where the meta is at. I put in here that I'll put out those like roughly every 2 to 3 weeks, but it will heavily depend on how the meta shifts. Like I put one out for the Baltimore meta, and I'll probably put one out before Dortmund regionals. So I put one out for Baltimore, and then probably 2 weeks from now I'll put one out for Dortmund, before Dortmund. So they'll kind of line up with like major tournaments and stuff like that. And like I mentioned, deck list review and critique, or Deck Doctor. And then the last one is gameplay review. If you have gameplay you want me to review, you can send me a gameplay once a month for the tier 4 there. Check it out over on my Metafy group, !group, if you're interested. And that's gonna do it for me for today. I didn't even realize that I'd been streaming for 7 hours, but I was feeling good today. I had a lot of energy, which is good to hopefully that energy continues. We got Stellar Crown coming up. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing a 12-hour stream for the Stellar Crown stream, but maybe I'll do a 12-hour stream for Stellar Crown. We'll see. But tomorrow I got another deck to review, so tomorrow's stream will be maybe some cooking. We might do some deck building. There's a couple other decks I think we wanted to. I want to do like a different Sylveon build. I need to do a different Palkia build maybe. So we might do some cooking tomorrow. Might do some deck building tomorrow. And then Deck Doctor, And then Palkia Dusknoir as well. Palkia Dusknoir is also something I want to like work on. So that's the plan for tomorrow. And then Thursday, Stellar Crown. Friday, Stellar Crown. Saturday, we're going to start the stream with Baltimore. Yeah, Saturday, we're going to start the stream with Baltimore first. And then I'll probably be playing Stellar Crown after that. And then we'll probably be playing Stellar Crown after that. And then Sunday, I'm going to try and wake up early on Sunday. What round of Baltimore where we start? Whenever I wake up. Like, I usually wake up at 8 a.m. my time. And then go to the gym. And then I'll start up the stream when I get back from the gym. So, Baltimore, they don't usually start until, like, round 3, I believe. They don't usually start until round 3, I believe. So, we'll probably catch it round 4 or 5, probably. It's like Baltimore's 3 hours in the future, 3 rounds. I won't be streaming until like about 11. Wake up at 8, 11. It'll be 2 p.m. So we'll probably get in there at like around 5. We'll probably start watching Baltimore day 1 at round 5. That's what I'm trying to say. But then for day 2, I'm gonna try and wake up early and catch every round of day 2 of Baltimore. Will be the plan. And then we might stream some Stellar Crown afterwards. It depends how long the stream goes. But then we'll be back to the Stellar Crown stuff on Monday. So that's the plan for the stream coming up this week. Let me go ahead and find someone to raid before I get out of here. Yeah, check out the Metafy group. And let's just raid. Let's just raid. I've never raided this person before. Let's just go ahead and raid them, though. Video game house. And the next highest person here in the PTCG live category. All right, have a good one, chat. See you tomorrow. Check out the YouTube channel if you want more content from me. And that's it. Peace.